Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Inside one of the stalls sat a cauldron. Even stranger, it had been placed directly on top of a toilet, with faint crackling sounds coming from beneath it. Clear water simmered inside, only a few bubbles rising from the bottom. The fire had clearly only just been lit. Ha! Snape let out a cold sneer, sounding almost relieved. Brilliant, using a toilet as a cauldron stand. He glanced toward Vezet. Whoever did this clearly has unusual tastes. Vezet, take a look at what's on the cistern. Dumbledore and Snape stepped aside, allowing Vezet into the stall. He raised his wand and whispered, "Lumos." Soft light filled the cramped space. On top of the water tank sat several transparent jars. Vezet lifted them one by one, examining the contents carefully. Lacewing flies, live leeches, knotgrass, fluxweed. He paused, then nodded. It's almost certain these were meant for brewing polyjuice potion. Snape seemed as though he had already expected that answer. His tone was lazy, almost casual, but his wand remained gripped tightly in his hand, and his whole posture radiated caution. Explain your reasoning. Dumbledore, meanwhile, wandered through the bathroom as though inspecting the surroundings for anything unusual. With two exceptionally powerful wizards standing nearby, Vezet felt no real pressure. He answered calmly. Leeches possess the property of contraction, which gives them many uses in potion making. Normally, though, they're crushed into juice or only part of them is used. He glanced at the jar again before continuing. For example, in a shrinking solution, if the leech juice hasn't been left to mature for at least a week, it won't properly create the effect of making the drinker smaller. But here, the leeches are alive. That suggests the brewer wanted their property of absorption instead. That matches the principle behind polyjuice potion. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, though he said nothing. Vezet continued, if we compare the drinker of polyjuice potion to a leech, then they absorb part of another person, such as a strand of hair, and take on that person's appearance. He pointed at the remaining jars. To stabilize the properties of absorption and transformation, fluxweed and knotgrass are both necessary. That makes polyjuice potion the most likely answer. Heh, polyjuice potion. Snape murmured, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. So the culprit wishes to uncover secrets, or perhaps infiltrate somewhere. His voice turned colder. Maybe attacking students in the corridors is too inefficient. Perhaps they intend to sneak into a common room and kill many at once. More than 10 years ago, that sort of method was rather popular. Dumbledore looked as though he was about to speak, but at that exact moment, faint voices drifted in from outside the abandoned bathroom. All three of them reacted instantly. Their conversation stopped. Wands tightened in their hands. Outside the door, Hermione's anxious voice could be heard clearly. No powdered bicorn horn, no boomslang skin. Ron's voice followed, equally troubled. I asked Percy about it in secret. Polyjuice potion isn't an ordinary potion. Those ingredients are controlled, so what are we supposed to do? That's the problem, Hermione said. Let me think. Snape's private stores, that's the only place I can think of he has to have them. Their footsteps drew closer. Snape's private stores. Ron sounded uncertain now. Do you think the Chamber of Secrets thing could just be a prank? It's been almost a month since Halloween and there haven't been any more attacks. Maybe we should just... But what if it's real? Hermione cut in firmly. What if the Chamber of Secrets really exists and the monster attacks again? There are still so many Muggle-born students in the school. The two of them stepped into the abandoned bathroom. Ron's hesitation vanished at once. Right, you're right, I nearly forgot. Then we'll just steal them. We've got the invisibility cloak anyway. Don't say it like that. Hermione protested, though her voice had weakened, a little embarrassment creeping in. If we start now, it should be ready by Christmas. Touching, Snape's voice sliced through the bathroom without warning. Hermione and Ron screamed together. The invisibility cloak slipped from their hands and dropped straight into the water. Snape smiled. It was a bright, sharp smile, the sort a fisherman might wear after feeling a fish finally take the bait. Would the two of you like some gingerbread as well? He asked silkily. Perhaps dipped in the polyjuice potion you've been brewing in a bathroom. He tilted his head slightly as though just remembering something. Oh, and by the way, I do happen to have powdered bicorn horn in my private stores. And boomslang skin as well. Shall I wrap them up nicely and present them to you as Christmas gifts? Hermione and Ron turned scarlet at once. Their faces were so red they looked like the rising sun. They tried to speak, but panic had tied their tongues into knots. Sir, we. Neither of them could form a proper sentence. They gestured helplessly, sweat beading on their foreheads. Hermione's eyes had already begun to glisten with tears. For breaking curfew and attempting to steal from a professor, Gryffindor will lose 100 points. Snape's face went cold in an instant, his earlier smile vanishing like mist. And as for the rest, Dumbledore stepped forward before he could continue. His voice was gentle, calm, and warm enough to ease some of the terror in the room. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, why don't you tell us why you are here? Why are you brewing Polyjuice Potion? At the sound of Dumbledore's soothing tone, Hermione and Ron gradually calmed. Hermione took several shaky breaths before finally managing to speak properly. Professor Dumbledore, we wanted to investigate the truth about the Chamber of Secrets. That's why we needed to brew Polyjuice Potion. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. For speaking honestly, Gryffindor will receive 10 points. He then asked in the same encouraging tone, and who exactly were you planning to impersonate? Hermione glanced nervously at Snape's cold face, then exchanged a look with Ron. At once, she hesitated again. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully and gave a quiet hum. Severus, I'll speak to them privately. Do as you like, Snape replied with a displeased curl of his lip. And there's no need to thank me, I simply made the proper deduction in accordance with school rules. Of course, Dumbledore said with a helpless chuckle. He then led Hermione and Ron out of the abandoned bathroom. As the three of them disappeared, a resentful voice suddenly drifted out from deeper within the room. Why does everyone always like disturbing me? Why? Vezet and Snape both turned at once. Hovering in midair was a female ghost in a school uniform, her expression dark and miserable, moaning Myrtle, the very ghost the Grey Lady had mentioned to Vezet. Snape raised a single eyebrow. Myrtle immediately shrank backward, fear plain on her face. As expected of Professor Snape, Vezet thought with silent admiration. He let out a quiet sigh, then stepped forward and asked politely, "Excuse me, you are Miss Myrtle Warren, aren't you?" Myrtle still looked wary of Snape. She floated back a little farther before finally nodding. "Yes, that's me. It's been a very long time since anyone called me that." Her gloomy face softened just slightly. "You're much more polite than the others." Snape frowned, folded his arms, and stepped to the side. Then he tipped his chin toward Vezet, his expression clearly saying, "You deal with this." Vezet understood at once and took another step forward. "Miss Warren," he said carefully, "I heard that. You died in this bathroom, is that true?" "Inherit the glory." Before Draco could finish speaking, a stone python rose from the shadows. Its massive body arched upward, lifting the heavy stone door with a low, grinding rumble. Draco stepped through the slowly opening entrance into the Slytherin common room and dropped casually into a carved armchair. He was exhausted. After the Quidditch match, Snape had taken him straight to the headmaster's office. The endless running back and forth had already left him half asleep, but everything that had happened afterward had driven away any chance of rest. Why had Dobby been caught? Why had Vezet been in the headmaster's office? And what had they meant by those pipes? Then there were Snape's instructions. Could it be that the heir of Slytherin was really in Slytherin House? Well, of course that made sense. If the heir truly controlled the Chamber of Secrets, it would be stranger if they were anywhere else. The thought only made Draco's head ache more. "Draco," Pansy's voice suddenly pulled him from his thoughts. She sat down beside him, her face full of concern. "Crabbe told me Professor Snape suddenly took you away. What happened?" Draco stiffened slightly. He remembered Snape's warning clearly. If anyone asked about tonight, he was to report their name. But this was Pansy. She looked genuinely worried. "Was there another attack?" she pressed. "Are you hurt?" Draco hesitated. Pansy was his friend. It was normal for her to worry, and yet Snape's instructions hung heavily in his mind. In the end, Draco only shook his head. "What could happen to me?" he said with forced carelessness. "The Chamber of Secrets only cleans up mudbloods." "That's all." Pansy frowned, still unconvinced. "But Crabbe said Professor Snape looked furious when he took you away." She leaned in closer. "Could it be? Dumbledore thinks you attacked Harry Potter. Professor Snape doesn't exactly favor Potter, does he?" "Harry Potter." Draco sneered, unconsciously mimicking Snape's cold tone. "He's just a Gryffindor with a head full of heroic nonsense." Pansy's expression froze for a moment, then she forced a small smile, though disappointment was obvious in her eyes. "I was only worried about you." "If you don't want to tell me, then forget it." Draco glanced at her and frowned slightly. "Pansy," he said slowly, "are you acting a little strange tonight?" "Nothing's wrong," she replied at once, but Draco kept staring at her uneasy. Eventually, Pansy stood up and left. Only after she was gone did Draco let out a long breath. He rubbed his temples and headed toward the dormitory, too tired to think anymore. Not long after, Pansy returned to the common room alone. She sat in the very same chair Draco had occupied moments before and took out a diary. The black cover was plain and unremarkable, but the moment she opened it, lines of ink began to appear across the pages as though written by an invisible hand. Pansy's face tightened. She picked up her quill and wrote back so hard it nearly tore through the parchment-like paper. Did they find me? That house elf appearing out of nowhere was too much of a coincidence. New words soon spread across the page. Pansy, I'm angry for you. You've done so much for him, yet he doesn't trust you at all. He doesn't even consider you a true friend. Pansy bit her lip and wrote faster. Yes, he doesn't understand anything. What should we do? Should we still continue? What happened to Draco? The answer came at once. Look at him. He knows you were worried, yet he refuses to tell you anything. And we are inheriting Salazar Slytherin's glory while he knows nothing. Pansy's face grew darker, her quill scratching harder across the page. Then what do we do, Mr. Riddle? Save Draco, more elegant letters surfaced. Of course we continue. I already know who is behind all of this. Albus Dumbledore, only the headmaster of Hogwarts could command a house elf so easily. Draco Malfoy has been deceived. Dumbledore wants to control the Malfoy family just as he once threatened you. Pansy's eyes widened, her breathing quickened. What should I do? Tell me, the ink answered with calm certainty. I will teach you how to make a magical item, a diary. Then we will place it in the library where it will attract Vezet Lovegood's attention. Pansy paused, then immediately wrote back, Vezet Lovegood, you want to frame him? Exactly. The words spread more boldly now. After that, I will guide him into opening the Chamber of Secrets. Once he is discovered, he will become the target of everyone's suspicion. What do you think? A grin slowly spread across Pansy's face. Find a scapegoat. Vezet Lovegood really is a good choice. The reply came quickly. As expected of you, Pansy, smart, beautiful, quick to understand. Didn't you say he likes reading books? Then let's use that to lure him. Pansy's cheeks flushed with excitement. She wrote so fast that her handwriting became messy. All right. What do I need to prepare? I can have the house elves bring everything in advance, very simple, but before that, I need you to relax just as you always do and let me blend into you. Only then can I fully remember the method. Shall we begin? Pansy hesitated for only a second. Then she wrote, okay. The diary trembled faintly. A dark green glow spread from the pages and a figure slowly rose from the ink. Tom Riddle stepped out of the diary. This time his body looked far more solid than before, almost as though he truly possessed flesh and blood. He stood before Pansy with a satisfied smile, his eyes glinting with cold amusement. You've been very useful, he said softly. You've given me enough vitality to grow strong again. Pansy looked up at him in a daze, as though half awake and half dreaming. Riddle smiled wider. For all this time, you and Draco have spent so much time together. You've provided me with many interesting memories. He slowly opened his arms and stepped closer to her. Of course you'll continue to be useful, and in return, his voice turned almost gentle, I will give you a glorious identity. His figure began to blur at the edges, black and green light pouring from him like smoke, the air of Salazar Slytherin. Pansy's breathing caught. I hope, Riddle whispered, you like my gift. Then he fell forward. The moment he touched her, his body broke apart like sand scattered by the wind, dissolving into countless streaks of light. Those fragments rushed toward Pansy all at once. She gave a faint murmur, her eyes going unfocused. The scattered light condensed into a single dark beam and sank into her eyes, her ears, her nose, her mouth, flowing into every part of her. Pansy trembled, then everything went still. The diary lay open in her lap. She lifted one hand mechanically, pricked her finger without hesitation, and pressed the bloody fingerprint onto the page. Save Draco, she murmured faintly. A second later, her head drooped to one side, she fell asleep. For most ghosts, they are happy to discuss death, which is why Vezet asked this question. You are good at chatting. Myrtle's sad expression eased a lot, and there was a hint of joy in her tone. She dropped a few inches, pointed to one of the rooms, and said with her head held high, I remember it very clearly. I was crying in this room. Snape said in a cold voice, he's asking how you died. Horrible. You look like the Bloody Baron. Myrtle flew back to her original position, her voice starting to cry. I just heard a boy talking. I was very angry at the time and wanted to come out and ask him to leave, but then I saw a pair of big yellow eyes and then I died. You all bullied me. You are so annoying. She drew out her last words, rushed to one of the toilets crying, and disappeared again. Vezet walked into one of the private rooms. This is the place she was talking about. He tried to follow his usual movements and walked out of the single room again. Suppose the boy entered the bathroom normally, and Myrtle heard the sound. Vezet looked forward, fixing her eyes on the sink not far away. In the center of the sink is a column connected to the ceiling with sinks surrounding it. Snape had already started moving, waving his wand and muttering something, then shook his head. I don't sense any magic. It means it's very hidden. It can't be triggered by conventional means. Could it be Parseltongue? Vezet frowned slightly and raised her wand to cast a magic lighting spell, luminescent flashes. The sewer pipe, the basin, or the faucet. He carefully examined the details on the sink and finally discovered something. On the side of one of the faucets, there was a scratch-like pattern that looked like a snake. Vezet searched and found similar scratches on the sides of other faucets. However, these scratches are probably just a trick, because if you look closely, you will find that they are not as deep as the snake pattern. Dumbledore also returned to the bathroom. Hermione and Ronald did not follow him, probably because they were sent back to the dormitory. Dumbledore stood next to Snape. What did you find? Snape shook his head. I didn't check it out, maybe Parseltongue is needed. The same result occurred back then. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. We checked this place with the Ministry of Magic and found nothing. Let's start here. Vezet took a deep breath and made a hissing sound. Open it. Both Dumbledore and Snape noticed that there were magical fluctuations coming from the sink. Snape grabbed Vizet's shoulders and pulled her back, pointing his wand in the direction of the sink. The wash basins surrounding the column were moving, spreading out quickly in all directions without making any sound. The column has also disappeared, replaced by a thick exposed pipe. These bone fragments are quite old and will easily turn into powder if stepped on. Vezet stood up, holding her wand high and looking around. The bubble head spell that originally only covered the head was expanded to cover the whole body. Inside was an extremely slippery pipe, surrounded by sticky, wet filth. Vezet could even imagine what kind of smell he would smell and how much filth would be on his body if there was no isolation from the bubble head curse. After a long while, he finally said, "Let's go down and take a look." It's deeper than we imagined. Water-blocking chi, Vezet held the wand across his chest and flicked it upwards with a brisk movement. A huge bubble completely enveloped him. These skeletons are varied, not only the skeletons of mice, but also frogs, snakes. The bubble shrank rapidly, sticking to his body like a thin film. Dumbledore and Snape were also studying the cave tunnels. When Vezet finished collecting the ancient magical power, Dumbledore waved and asked Vezet to follow them forward. After a long while, the steep pipe that went down gradually became flat, and not far away there was a light from a magical lighting spell. See, Dumbledore said happily, Severus, you should relax. Besides, you need to use Parseltongue when entering, and you may need it later. I'll remember that. Vezet took out the notebook she always carried with her and wrote down what Snape said. Snape appeared in a cave tunnel, holding up a glowing wand and squatted down to pick up the debris on the ground. Severus, this is the wizarding world. Dumbledore said danger always accompanies wizards. Even in peacetime, this sentence also applies. Principal Dumbledore, I'll be downstairs now. Vezet reached out to the sink and nimbly entered the pipe. Okay, Vezet nodded and raised her wand. This is a bad example, Snape said casually. Unless you can change the appearance of your patroness, it's best not to reveal the image of your physical patroness. He looked at Dumbledore and asked, Principal Dumbledore, can you use the patroness to scout the situation below? Despite this, Vezet will not enter irrelevant places because of the branching pipes and still maintains a relatively stable falling speed. Dumbledore shook his head and smiled, since Severus is so interested. If he is willing to take the lead, then let me take the rear. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. Severus is right, I was careless. But only this time. Lumos, Vezet also lit up her wand and saw the ground littered with broken bones. Then go down. Snape raised his wand and pointed it at himself, then jumped up and jumped into the pipe. He carefully explored the cave tunnels, lighting up the map in his mind. This is a little trick he developed based on the magic cube theory by combining the bubble head curse with transfiguration magic. Think about it. Brewing potions can be dangerous, Quidditch can be dangerous, and care of magical creatures can also be dangerous. It's hard to guard against it. Vezet immediately cast the magic eye and saw the silver-blue ancient magic power all around. Dumbledore waved his hand. It wouldn't be considered reconnaissance, but if there is dark magic, I can detect it. And be prepared if there is an attack. The cave tunnel had a familiar feel to him, reminding him of the pensive room. This is an extremely tortuous pipe, with countless pipes extending around it, leading to various places in Hogwarts Castle. Dumbledore raised his wand and a silver phoenix flew out of the tip of the wand and rushed directly into the pipe. Snape raised an eyebrow. You want to go down too? Wherever you look, you can see pale bone fragments. Walking in this cave tunnel is like walking in a mass grave in the wilderness. There are countless tiny bones under my feet and trivial sounds coming from the pipes behind me. Sometimes the pipe would blow out gusts of breeze, which would first make your back feel cold and then whir past your body, as if it was not wind but the size of the bones on the ground. The cave tunnel was very dark. For safety reasons, Vezet cast a night vision spell on herself to avoid stepping on potholes and causing unnecessary trouble. Now Dumbledore led the way, and Snape brought up the rear as they continued to move through the cave tunnel. "Wait a minute," Dumbledore suddenly stopped and whispered. Vezet looked forward and saw in the distance the outline of a huge creature that looked like a giant snake. Dumbledore raised his wand slightly, and there was a rustling sound on the ground. Vezet looked down at the ground and saw a fat rat, which was moving flexibly among the skeletons and running quickly towards the huge monster in the distance. "It's just a snake skin. Let's go and take a look." Dumbledore's voice returned to normal and he still walked in front. It can be said that this is the largest snake skin that Vezet has ever seen. An adult can easily get into it. Dumbledore pulled something out of his pocket. It was a small silver object that looked like a lighter and was even used in the same way. He popped open the lid of the small silver object, and with a click, a ball of blue light appeared. The ball of light seemed to have vitality, pulsating strongly and emitting bright light. Bathed in light, the snake skin appears bright green with intricate patterns on it, looking extremely gorgeous. "This is the slough of a basilisk," Vezet said quickly, the clue she had written down earlier coming to her mind, the spiders that crawled out of the window in groups. "I saw spiders fleeing the castle before, but I didn't have time to study it carefully. The basilisk is the natural enemy of spiders. Only it can make those spiders flee the castle." "Basilisk?" Dumbledore stroked his beard. "It seems that we are lucky. We didn't encounter the basilisk directly, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome." After all, he was now very accustomed to Snape's way of speaking. "Very good." Snape narrowed his eyes, walked to Vezet and said, "Stop. How long do you plan to spend here? Do you want me to prepare a bed for you to spend the night?" "I'll only do it once." Snape raised his wand. "Cut from here, all the way to the end, watch it clearly, sharp strike without a trace." Vezet placed her wand against her temple and used mental magic to review the spell. After making sure that the tone, mouth shape, and pronunciation were all mastered, she began to recite, "God of Swords and Shadowless." "That's right, it's a pity that you've graduated, so I can't give Slytherin 3 points." Dumbledore nodded. Besides, Vezet seemed to have some different views on the dark arts at the time. "Don't forget the control and precision of the cutting spell. I will only explain it once," Snape said in a deep voice. "Focus your attention and gather as much magic as possible to one point, then extend it from this point into a line. That's me helping him gain experience. It's a learning process." Snape curled his lips. "What are you going to say?" Vezet took notes while listening. The principle of the divine sharpness charm was similar to that in ancient magic, improved cutting charm elementary. Even though Snape explained it briefly, he could understand it. "Okay." Vezet walked forward and cast a cutting spell on the snake skin as she usually did with other materials. "Tear it into pieces." After making up his mind, Vezet raised his wand again and waved it slowly, shaking his wrist slightly as he waved it, split into pieces. "I'll only say this once." Looking at Dumbledore's leisurely appearance, Snape put on a look of disdain. "First, follow me and chant the spell. Divine sharpness. In my opinion, he should have mastered the control and precision of the cutting spell. Perhaps he can go a step further and master some more labor-saving methods. What do you think?" The snake shed its skin with a dull sound, but only left a series of white marks. Based on his own research on ancient magic, improved cutting spell elementary, he tried to combine its characteristics to enhance the penetration of the cutting spell. "Haha," Snape sneered, "Ah, the Terminator of the Wizarding World War. The only person the Dark Lord fears." Snape walked to the other side of the snake slough, followed by Vezet. Dumbledore opened a lemon snowflake, put the candy into his mouth, raised his wand and conjured up a fat mouse heading towards an unknown place. In addition, the ability to freely cast the cutting spell and adjust the power of the magic, after combining the two, can increase the penetration and enhance the power of the magic. At the same time, the speed of the magic was controlled to ensure that the snake slough could be hit at the same time. He looked at Snape. "It seems that he has done a lot of work for you." Snape walked over, examined the snake slough carefully and said, "It's of good quality, much better than the boomslang skin fragments." Vezet, break it down. Ancient magic, improved cutting spell elementary, should be the best solution, but he is not sure whether some changes will occur once the ancient magic power comes into contact with the snake skin. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes as cunning as an old fox. Just like the spell, the cutting spell emphasizes relatively gentle division. It emphasizes control and precision. The basilisk is a dangerous animal of level XXXXX, and unlike most magical creatures, it was cultivated by dark wizards. Snape's purpose was clear. He hoped to use snake sloughs to replace the African tree snake skin fragments. Therefore, avoiding accidents as much as possible was the best solution. Vezet put down her wand, her eyes were bright, and there was a notebook in her hand. Laugh. Just like the mandrake plant he was taking care of, it seemed to be quite well behaved. It didn't make any noise every time it was repotted and was always quiet throughout the process. Since it is cultivated, it will naturally be optimized for certain characteristics. Therefore, the basilisk is extremely resistant to magic and may even surpass the scales of a fire dragon. Interesting technique. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Although it's just one spell, by adjusting the casting gestures, it can be cast multiple times. Even if there are some things I don't understand, I can review them through mental magic. If I still don't understand, I can ask Snape for advice. With a seemingly continuous yet crisp sound, a straight cut appeared on the snake's skin. Vezet looked at the snake slew in front of her and thought about a solution. Am I right to understand that Headmaster Dumbledore, who is famous for fighting against dark wizards, seems to want me to teach students how to use the dark arts? Seeing Snape holding the wand, Vezet maintained the guardian meditation and watched Snape's movements intently. At this moment, Snape was filled with a different kind of coldness, a coldness forged from iron and blood, like a sharp sword soaked in blood. Vezet held his breath. At this moment, when he looked at Snape, he actually felt like he was looking at a swordsman with a sharp edge. In fact, the divine edge shadowless curse also gave him a similar feeling, as if he was swinging a sword. God's sword has no shadow. Snape's voice seemed very light and short, but every word he uttered was full of explosive power and unstoppable will. It's a contradictory feeling. The divine sharpness spell is not a contradictory magic. Snape raised his wrist slightly, the movement seeming to be nothing more than a breeze. As the magic wand was waved, the cold invisible sword energy quickly spread from the point to the line. Swish. The sharp sound is like blowing bamboo, short but sharp. The snake's skin shook slightly twice, then split into two and fell silently to the sides. Snape put down his wand just in time, like a sword returning to its sheath, and returned to the gloomy look that Vezet was familiar with. This snake skin is not that tough. I will only give you 10 minutes. Snape put down his wand. Also, restrain the dark magic in the shadowless spell. Use control and precision to unbalance this balanced magic and bring into play only the sharp attribute. I want the snake skin fragment, not the black magic fragment. Vizet's previous judgment was correct. What Snape valued was the snake skin itself, the purity that did not require any additional features. What a fast sword. The charm of that sword is worth savoring over and over again. Vezet let out a light breath, still using mental magic to recall Snape's casting movements, the tone of his chanting, and the spirit he displayed. He suddenly realized that the way Snape performed the shadowless spell was very similar to the Snape in Hagrid's memory, if that's the case. Maybe I can use another memory as a fulcrum to perform the divine edge shadowless spell. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. The knowledge of spiritual magic studied by Vezet can also help him master other magics. Snape asked him to finish cutting the snake skin as quickly as possible, which required some tricky methods. Vezet closed her eyes and raised her wand to her temple, pumping the power of ancient magic from her core and channeling it into a drain memory charm. Using ancient magical power to establish a bond and then connect the two memories will produce some different effects. This was one of the results of his magical research. When he was teaching Luna, he actually used a similar method, using the meditation basin to produce a similar empathy effect. He first extracted the memory of the young Snape, then the memory just now, and finally the concept of sword energy. The moment he touched the snake skin fragment, the wizard's field guide suddenly opened and countless pages flew up. Snape's brows were twisted into knots, and the emotions in his deep eyes were as if he was casting the shadowless curse, filled with disgust and nostalgia. Vezet lowered his arms, and what he held in his hand seemed not to be a wand but a sword. Only after the cutting of the snake's slew was complete did Vezet let out a long breath and once again place the wand against her temple to restore all the memories of the rubbing. Gather these memories together, just like kneading a wick, knead them all together. Vezet opened her eyes, and there was a strange coldness in the depths of her eyes. The surrounding skeletons seemed to be blown by the wind, making a clacking sound and rolling to the side. The skeletons that came into contact with the divine edge shadowless curse were chopped into pieces along with the snake's shedding. At this moment he relaxed and blood flowed out of the wound. Snape turned to look at Vezet, frowned at first, then raised his eyebrows as if he had discovered something strange. With the infusion of ancient magical power, the pages of the book began to fly more wildly, and it seemed that it would take some time before the contents could be revealed. He adjusted his standing posture, his body as straight as a pine tree, then he raised his hand calmly, swung the magic wand from bottom to top, and cut a neat straight line in the air. Dumbledore also felt something and walked over to Snape and whispered in him. I seem to see you in your school days. After the initial cleanup, he reached into the bag to check again for any remaining bone meal. He felt a burning pain in the fingers holding the wand, and when he raised his hand, he saw a deep cut on his index finger and thumb. Dust and dirt are gone. Vezet waved her wand at the bag, cleaning the bone meal off the snake's skin. The result was indeed as expected. Snape's shadowless curse only caused the snake's skin to tremble, while his shadowless curse would affect the skeleton. Vezet maintained this feeling, swinging her arms continuously, releasing sword energy to slash at the snake's skin. The sound of blowing bamboo started again, but it was much longer and could not be controlled as freely as Snape's. If one could cast the sharpness curse easily like Snape, then the nearby skeletons would not be affected. Vezet was very clear about this. Vezet nodded, waved her wand, gathered up the pieces of snake skin and placed them in the bag Dumbledore had conjured. Vezet nodded, I understand. I will concentrate on practicing this magic from now on and will not use such tricks again. Unlike Snape's chanting, Vizet's chanting was brighter but equally sharp. Whoosh! Vezet had encountered similar situations before, so she was not surprised at all. She followed Dumbledore deeper into the cave tunnel. God's sword has no shadow. The ancient magical powers he collected also changed at this moment and were all absorbed by the Wizard's Field Guide. Haha, is this kind of thing worth remembering? Snape folded his arms across his chest and sneered twice, placing his fingers on his arms and tapping them lightly as if he was counting. I tried to open the door, but conventional methods didn't seem to work. After all, this is Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, so Parseltongue should still be required. Dumbledore shook his head and said nothing more. I thought I would give it 80 points. Dumbledore also came over. At the end of this cave tunnel, there is another door. You used tricks, this is your punishment. Snape walked forward and glanced at the wound that was left with a white mark. It took almost 6 minutes. I can barely give it a passing grade. Before anyone knew it, bone powder was flying in the cave tunnel, as if it was snowing heavily. The huge snake skin kept shrinking and was cut into tiny regular pieces that fell to the ground. Healed as before. Vezet cast a spell with her other hand and quickly healed the wound on her finger. Snape said, gather the snake skins and dust off the bone meal, we should move on. While Vezet was cutting the snake skin, Dumbledore had scouted the road ahead. The only obstacle ahead is a big door and the process of advancing is relatively easy. Vezet asked, Principal Dumbledore, Professor Snape, if we encounter a basilisk later, will we just kill it? The ball of light followed Dumbledore's head, and he asked leisurely like an old man walking in the garden, so, what do you think we should do? Before, I was busy making the snake-talking whistle and didn't actually try to seduce the air. Vezet replied, maybe we should do it now. After all, we didn't know the giant snake was a basilisk before. Now that we know about one of the threats, we can focus on finding the other one. Then let Colin Creevey disappear temporarily. Snape said coldly, it's not too late to let Professor McGonagall do it now. Dumbledore waved his hand. Bringing panic back to the school? I don't really want that to happen. Then let him spread the word that he survived by his own ability. Gryffindors are especially susceptible to this. Snape's tone was up and down, isn't it? That's a good idea. Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Snape's words to further alleviate the panic and make the legend of the Chamber of Secrets a joke. A person who loves pranks. He even broke Colin's Polaroid camera. In any case, the heir must feel bad and want to prove himself. Then change the words on the wall as well. Vezet raised her wand. I remember the original sentence was like this. He waved his wand and wrote 2 lines in the air. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir beware. Change the order slightly and form a new sentence. He pointed his wand at the 2 lines of text and waved it gently. The letters flew up and formed another sentence. Sneaky rat creeped in and hurt a poor cat. Sneaky rat creep and harm a poor feline. Is that the best deed to show off? It's impossible to make it match exactly. I added some letters. Dumbledore and Snape looked strange and looked at each other but said nothing. Vezet noticed their strange expressions and asked in confusion, Principal Dumbledore, Professor Snape, what's wrong with you? Snape said cast a Patronus charm and see. Okay. Vezet waved her wand and drew a circle skillfully, expecto Patronus. This is what Salazar Slytherin once mentioned to him, the curse. Vezet still remembered that Salazar Slytherin said that as long as he passed the test, he would gain control of the spell. However, even though he shouted until his mouth was dry, he still found nothing. If he is really that impatient, he should come here again to call the basilisk in a short time, and we will be able to respond in time. Vezet immediately looked around and found a very simple name similar to thunder. At the end of the cave tunnel is a huge carved stone door with giant snakes entwined with each other. Vezet used Parseltongue and hissed, "Open it." "Let's check around," Dumbledore suggested, and the three of them separated to explore the Hall of Secrets. There was a sudden movement in the Wizard's Field Guide, and on one of the pages, different content finally appeared. The three of them gathered together again, and Dumbledore asked, "Did you find anything?" Inside was a hall as big as an auditorium, filled with green light, gloomy and depressing. Dumbledore and Snape looked at each other again and seemed to be relieved about something, and their expressions returned to normal. Fear. He does enjoy fear. Dumbledore stroked his beard, responding to him with what he wrote. That's a good idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left such a difficult-to-remove handwriting on the wall, hoping that everyone would remember him and fear him. At this moment, a pattern suddenly flashed through his mind. It was a skull with an open mouth and a thick python coming out of the mouth. Vezet walked around the statue, gathering ancient magical powers while continuing to experiment with Parseltongue. "I don't have such an idea." Dumbledore waved his hand. "I think Fudge probably doesn't want me to do this either, otherwise he will probably suffer from insomnia until the statue collapses." Vezet explained, "Luna told me before. The heir who left these words might have wanted to show off his status." Dumbledore used transfiguration magic to explore the way again, but still found no danger. The giant snake's eyes are inlaid with emeralds, giving it a lifelike and dangerous feel. The way to pass the test is to obtain body fragments or to gain trust. During this process, cracks appeared on the skull, first on the upper and lower jaws, then spread to the eye sockets. "Are you planning on having one at Hogwarts?" Snape asked casually. "A statue of the great Dumbledore, like in the Ministry lobby." The same warm feeling as always, no change at all. "Then the only thing left is the statue of Salazar Slytherin." Dumbledore walked in front and said with emotion, "It's really magnificent." Snape curled his lips. "Why do you have such an idea?" At the end of the Chamber of Secrets hall is a huge statue which is the face of Salazar Slytherin. His expression is solemn and looks extremely dignified. Vezet said truthfully, "I tried using Parseltongue but nothing happened. Maybe it requires some kind of command." Rather than just open, the pattern began to move and the python continued to crawl outward until it was completely out of the skull. Snape shook his head and turned his gaze to Vezet. The entangled giant snake seemed to come alive. After circling in the carved stone gate, it disappeared at the edge of the stone gate and the gate slowly opened. Vezet lights up the map in her mind. In addition to collecting ancient magical powers, she also uses Parseltongue to explore and try to find any secret entrances. Giant snakes are carved on several stone pillars, and emeralds are also inlaid in the eyes of the giant snakes. Those emeralds are the source of the green light. Could it be that those snake skins are also considered body fragments? By the time the python completely crawled out of the skull was already covered with fine and dense cracks like a layer of spider web. The python looked back at the cracked skull. The originally pale skull turned darker like the color of granite. Boom. The python swung its tail violently, smashing the granite-like skull into pieces. The scattered fragments turned into powder and flew around. At the same time, Vezet felt fragments of memories coming back. The amount of information in these memory fragments was so huge that he felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he fell backwards. Just before he lost consciousness, someone happened to support his back so he didn't fall to the ground. Snape's forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were bloodshot. Although his left arm was shaking, he still caught Vizet's shoulder and prevented her from falling. Dumbledore quickly took over and waved his wand to conjure up a soft bed for Vezet to lie on. He asked seriously, "Has the dark mark struck again?" Snape nodded and pulled up his sleeve to examine it. It was much more intense than before, like the Cruciatus curse, but only for a moment. The dark mark on his left arm was as bright as ink, but it was fading. He kept twisting his arm and checking it back and forth. It disappeared again. It's exactly the same as last time. In just a breath of time, the dark mark completely retracted and returned to its flesh-colored state, as if it had never appeared. "Vezet, what's going on?" He looked at Vezet lying on the soft bed, his expression becoming extremely complicated. "This kind of thing keeps happening. One after another. That depends on whether you are willing to believe him." "Severus," Dumbledore said meaningfully, "at least I am willing to believe it." Snape took off his sleeve and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Even if it will kill you, even if he will cast a killing curse on you from behind." "If that is my fate," Dumbledore laughed, "did I ever tell you that, to a perfectly sane person, death is just another great adventure?" "Are you sure it's a risk? Where will she risk to?" Snape's expression was dazed for a moment and then immediately returned to his usual gloomy expression. "If death is an adventure, does it have an end? After reaching the end, will we see it again?" I don't know, Dumbledore sighed. Maybe it was possible once, but now, I don't know. You actually want to give it a try? Snape said with a hint of mockery. Try and see if you can find someone in the so-called adventure. Dumbledore smiled and asked, what about you? Snape's eyelids drooped. He did not respond directly to the question but asked in return, what's next? Go back upstairs first. Or explore again. Dumbledore looked around, picked up his wand and gave the statue another inspection and finally made a decision. Let's go back first. If we want to solve the mystery here, we will definitely need the help of Parseltongue. We can even lure the snake out of its hole and let the heir reveal the secret on his own initiative. Not only does the bone spirit taste extremely horrible, but the soul soother tastes terrible as well. The bone spirit gave Harry the feeling of being burned by fire, just like swallowing a mouthful of glowing coal. When he finished taking the 2 potions, he felt like he was between ice and fire. Sometimes he felt unbearably hot and sometimes he felt freezing cold. The whole process was extremely painful. The effect of the soul-soothing potion was still there. Harry yawned and fell asleep again. As the incantation of close your ears and block your listening was heard, he felt a buzzing sound in his ears. Madame Pomfrey scolded Snape just as Snape scolded her. The effect of the bone-growing spirit was indeed obvious. He could feel through the pain that bones were indeed growing in his arms. You'd better ask him. Snape used the same old trick, the great headmaster Dumbledore said. Danger always accompanies wizards, so let Vezet take more risks. He didn't know how he fell asleep. He just felt that his body was like ice and fire, and his arms were also being torn by swords and bayonets. Harry raised his normal arm and touched his forehead. Just a small problem. Dumbledore raised his hand skillfully and spread his index finger and thumb apart. Poppy, you checked it out. The child was just tired and fell asleep immediately. But why couldn't I hear anything when Madame Pomfrey was so angry? He instantly felt a chill down his spine and slowly lowered his head. Harry rubbed his eyes and suddenly found that Snape turned his head and stared at him. Then I was awakened by severe pain, which seemed to be because a complete bone had just grown, so it brought a special kind of severe pain. Could it be that I was dreaming? I must be dreaming. Although the movement was extremely slight, it became particularly obvious because of the pain in the arm. Harry had been to the school hospital several times, so he was not unfamiliar with Madame Pomfrey's expression. It's just before the Christmas holidays, and Vezet is in the school hospital again. When you brought Harry here just now, he was still alive and kicking. How come he suddenly fainted? Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow. As the potion's master, you should be able to tell that the child is tired, right? Why not persuade him to go back to his dormitory? Dumbledore nodded repeatedly, occasionally raising his hand and saying a few words, looking like himself in a transfiguration class. He struggled to look up and saw Madame Pomfrey glaring at him, her expression looking extremely stern. "Ha ha," Snape sneered twice. "My forehead is warm, but I don't have a fever, so it shouldn't be an illusion." Snape crossed his arms and cocked his head in Dumbledore's direction. "Ask him." With this feeling, he finally fell asleep in a daze. The 2 others, Dumbledore and Snape, were the main strangers to him. Snape's behavior was even more outrageous. He crossed his arms and occasionally said a few words. Although there was a hint of impatience in his eyes, he had no choice but to listen. The soul-soothing potion gave him a feeling of freezing, like swallowing a handful of slime filled with ice chips. According to Madame Pomfrey's explanation, this was the feeling of growing bones, so it was necessary to use soul relaxants to help him fall asleep, which could also alleviate the pain in disguise. Just like myself in potions class. Why would I have such a dream? Still feeling hazy, it seemed as if a figure was swaying in front of Harry's eyes. Madame Pomfrey was in fact a little angry. He blinked and saw Vezet lying in the bed across from him, seeming to understand why Madame Pomfrey was angry. Snape's tone was imitated perfectly, but his expression was teasing and full of sarcasm. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow and looked back at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was speechless for a moment and glanced at the night sky outside the window. "Poppy, it's late, you should go to bed early." "Guess who made me get up in the middle of the night?" Madame Pomfrey sighed. "You should also go to bed early. Go out, I have to close the door." Dumbledore did not leave, but instead had a smile on his face. "Poppy, I want to talk to Harry for a while." Madame Pomfrey glared at him. "He drank bone-growing spirit and he will grow bones during the night. Come back tomorrow morning." Seeing Dumbledore's defeat, Snape sneered. Vezet regained consciousness, and in front of her was still the secret room belonging to Salazar Slytherin. However, there was no sign of Dumbledore and Snape around him. At this moment, a wizard in a dark green robe appeared, holding a large ancient book in his hand. The wizard had deep facial features. Perhaps because he was often immersed in research and rarely walked outdoors, his skin was as pale as paper, and even his blood color could not be seen. It was as if it was coated with a layer of white glaze. 2 roosters were raised in a pure stone basement. After waiting for half a year, no rooster eggs appeared. The subsequent toad hatching process could not proceed. Combining the content of the wizard's research with the location of the Chamber of Secrets, the identity of the wizard in front of us can be confirmed: Salazar Slytherin. Apparently, Vezet appeared in a memory belonging to Salazar Slytherin. The content of this memory should be very valuable because it concerns the birth process of a basilisk. According to the records in the library, the birth of a basilisk is very magical. First, it requires a rooster egg, and secondly, it needs to be hatched by a toad. The problem, however, is how to get a rooster egg. That's the question Salazar is asking as he attempts to create a rooster egg. Vezet is also very interested in this issue. He also wanted to know how to use magic to create a rooster egg that could give birth to a basilisk. The experiment continued, and Vezet followed Salazar's memory, watching Salazar write quickly and develop experimental plans one round after another. The 12th experiment, combining the body structures of a rooster and a hen with magic, stimulating them with magic potions, and raising them for 7 days. The 36th experiment, use magic suggestion on the rooster, control its life pattern. Make it chaotic, use magic potion to maintain its vitality. The 78th experiment, Garnet has the fertility property, put it into the body of a rooster, feed it mashed mandrake. Vezet had very little exposure to this kind of magical knowledge, so she could only memorize it all and study it slowly later. When the killing curse is cast, a dazzling cold green light and an extremely faint, almost inaudible whisper will be released. The killing curse, like the imperious curse, is also an unforgivable curse. Salazar took a final look, watching the brightly colored rooster fade and eventually turn to ash, leaving only an oval rooster egg. 7 days later, an egg-shaped object appeared in the garnet container. The blood of the Thestral was injected into it, and the egg-shaped object was transferred to the rooster's body. The cultivation continued for another 7 weeks. I believe that as he continues to accumulate knowledge of magic, he will be able to experience more mysteries from it. More and more things were piled up in the secret room. In addition to the usual bookcases, desks, books, and notes, there was even a chicken coop. The final effect has actually been reflected in the basilisk. The basilisk not only has deadly fangs, but can also kill people with just a stare. Finally, Salazar combined the previous experimental plans and designed an extremely comprehensive experimental plan, integrating a large amount of magical knowledge such as ritual magic, alchemy, blood magic, etc. The rooster successfully completed the birth and laid a rooster egg. The whispers were not only rapid but also full of malice, like the whispers of death. In addition, when casting the killing curse, the wand will vibrate violently, so the caster needs to pay special attention in order to hit the target accurately. In Salazar's experimental plan, in addition to a series of related contents such as ritual magic, transformation magic, black magic, mental magic, etc., another kind of magical knowledge was also introduced: blood magic. Salazar nodded with satisfaction and continued to record it. It is precisely because of this that the killing curse is included in the unforgivable curses. As long as the killing curse can be successfully cast, it means that the caster is full of the desire to kill. As for indirect contact with the basilisk stare, one will be cursed to petrification, which may be related to items such as garnet containers, sunstones, and flints. Convert the sunstone, flint, sulfur, magnet, and green vitriol into alchemical form and place them in the garnet container as well, and seal them with mandrake root mud. Vezet had very little knowledge of blood magic and could only rely on her knowledge of ritual magic, magic-making techniques, etc. to try to understand the entire process of making rooster eggs. Experiment 181, extract all the essence of the rooster and place it in a garnet container. Vezet also watched Salazar cast the killing curse again and again before she was able to confirm the existence of the whispering sound. All of them are filled with the characteristics of death. Even so, when the green light appeared, the tip of the wand still rose slightly. Introducing the Irish phoenix and letting it live with the roosters, using the killing curse to wipe out the other roosters. Using the killing curse to wipe out the Irish phoenix, the roosters seem to be showing signs of laying eggs. The similarity between the two unforgivable curses is that it is actually very simple to cast the killing curse. You only need to recite the correct spell to release it. There are also differences between them. For example, if you want to successfully cast the killing curse, you need to add emotion when chanting the spell and have a strong desire to make the other person die. This is a characteristic that Vezet concluded from Salazar's wand-holding posture after repeated observations. Because he had seen the killing curse so many times, he had mastered how to cast it without realizing it. Salazar's experiment was also an eye-opener for Vezet. The rooster eggs were as pale as bone ash, and the surface of the eggshell was covered with red lines that looked like blood vessels and would even pump occasionally. Whether it's the blood of the Thestrals, the Irish phoenix, or the constant casting of the killing curse, it's all a process of giving the rooster's eggs the properties of death. The whole process of Salazar making rooster eggs is worth Vizet's repeated recollection. When Salazar casts the killing curse, he usually grips his wand so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand are exposed. Vezet could see that Salazar had integrated the previous 180 experiments and applied them to the 181st experiment. Salazar continued to feed the toad the Thestral's blood to replenish the death trait. He also transformed the original chicken coop, combining ritual magic with alchemy, and finally designed a brand new hatchery with the alchemical magic circle as the main body. Vezet combined the books in her mind and pondered every step of Salazar, and finally understood Salazar's intention. The process of hatching rooster eggs is actually a biological alchemy. As the saying goes, there is no end to learning. Bioalchemy, blood magic. These are all magical knowledge that Vezet knows a little about, but has only covered a few. All he can do now is to memorize it all so that he can continue to study, research, and digest it in the future. As the experimental plan progressed steadily, new memory fragments emerged. In the new memory segments, the toad's appearance gradually changes. It should be undergoing some kind of magical transformation with the rooster egg. The color of its skin is slowly fading, and its movements are getting slower day by day, with a tendency to turn into a gray statue. The opposite is true for the rooster eggs. The faded color of the toad's skin is transferred to the rooster eggs, like a thick layer of clothing, hiding the pale color and red lines. When the toad was completely transformed into a statue, the rooster egg also completed biological alchemy and became a basilisk egg. The surface of the basilisk egg is covered with colorful patterns, very similar to the patterns on the snake's skin in the cave tunnel, all green. Salazar modified the alchemical magic circle and transformed it into ritual magic. He waved his wand, and a silver-blue light burst out from the tip of the wand. Apparently, as a former guardian, Salazar also possesses ancient magical powers. At this moment, he was using this power as a means to keep the basilisk eggs warm and continue the hatching process. Vezet discovered that, while using ancient magical powers to nurture the basilisk eggs, Salazar would also use ancient magical powers to simultaneously perform mental magic to communicate with the basilisk eggs in some way. Because of the intervention of ancient magical powers, Salazar also began a new round of records. Add ancient magical power. Guide the instincts of the basilisk egg and let it absorb ancient magical power. As the nurturing and communication increase, the basilisk eggs will respond by shaking, and the frequency of response is getting higher and higher. Establish magical communication with the basilisk, to gain its trust, to prepare for the conclusion of the curse. Looking at Salazar's records, Vezet pondered, so the Slytherin headmaster's goal is to obtain the curse. What exactly is a curse? The word conclude is used. Could it be conclude a contract? Is a curse some kind of contract? Based on this guess, he continued to make associations and extracted the key points: ancient magical power, spiritual magic, communication. Trust, perhaps there is also the Slytherin headmaster's own talent, Parseltongue. Since the basilisk is still in Hogwarts, I will definitely encounter it. By using the power of ancient magic, and then establishing a magical connection through Parseltongue and mental magic, perhaps things will go more smoothly after the encounter with the basilisk. He watched Salazar interacting with the basilisk egg, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Mandra. I watered the mandrake with ancient magical power. Perhaps I can conclude some kind of spell contract with it. However, magical plants and magical animals are different. We cannot just apply them mechanically. It would be very dangerous to act rashly without studying them thoroughly. Magic has various possibilities, and correspondingly, it also brings various dangers. Even in the relatively safe charms, some spells can still cause unexpected situations if they are not recited correctly. Flitwick gave an example of a wizard named Balufio who had his ribs broken by a bison because he mispronounced a character in a spell. If it was just an ordinary injury, it would be a trivial matter for wizards. For example, if the bones in Harry's arm disappeared, he could grow new bones by taking bone-growing spirit. What is terrible is the damage caused by various magical accidents, which, if not handled properly, can also cause various disabilities. When Anthony was telling stories in the dormitory, he mentioned a legendary Auror, Alastor Moody. This Auror is considered to be the best Auror of modern times, and he also has a nickname Mad-Eye Moody. He got this nickname because he accidentally blinded one of his eyes while hunting down dark wizards and had to install a magic eye. According to Anthony, Mad-Eye Moody's magic eyes are very scary. They can even rotate 360 degrees to see the enemy behind him. Fortunately, Vezet is in a magic school. If she encounters a problem she doesn't understand or wants to conduct some magic experiments, she can ask the professors of various subjects. Even if the professor has not encountered the same problem, his own experience can provide him with considerable inspiration and enlightenment, and reduce the probability of accidents. As the basilisk broke out of its shell, Salazar's memory fragment came to an abrupt end. Perhaps due to some magical restrictions, Vezet was unable to witness the entire process of concluding the spell. Although there are some regrets overall, Vezet is still very satisfied. He had gained so much valuable knowledge from Salazar's memories, enough for him to study and learn for a long time. As the memory fragments disappeared, Vezet had a strange feeling of weightlessness and continued to fall in the darkness. He has experienced similar situations many times. This feeling of weightlessness means that he is gradually regaining consciousness and should wake up soon. Taking advantage of the time of falling, he simply relaxed his mind completely and enjoyed this unique leisure time. Vezet is like a leaf falling in a stream, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. Unconsciously, he thought of the Christmas holidays and summer vacations and every little detail of life. Other scenes would also emerge in his mind, like scenes from a dream. These scenes were like quicksand, they would slip away quietly when he tried hard to see them clearly. Only when he relaxes his mind and stops worrying about whether he can see clearly can he feel the special tranquility that the scene brings him. This tranquility floats with him like a feather. He could feel the Ravenclaw common room, the scene outside the window, the dark forbidden forest. He could sense the Thestrals in the forbidden forest suddenly leaping out of the forest, flapping their wings and soaring straight into the sky, then diving rapidly and submerging themselves in the forest again. He could feel the greenhouse of Hogwarts and the magical plants thriving, swaying their branches and leaves to drink the morning dew. Devon is close to the sea and the village of Ottery-St. Catchpole has a relatively mild climate even in late November, with only occasional cold winds and rainy days. In comparison, the Scottish Highlands are much colder, especially at this time in the morning when the cold is making its final attack before the sun comes out. The Ravenclaw Tower was very tall, and the cold wind carried with it wandered back and forth, whirring and occasionally hitting the windows, trying to give the cold a chance to attack. Luna curled up and woke up from her deep sleep with a whimper. She pulled her feet that were sticking out of the quilt inward and stretched her body very leisurely. With the warmth of the quilt, her cold feet warmed up again, and she became a little more awake than before. Her eyelids moved slightly and her long eyelashes trembled. Luna yawned loudly and seemed to sense some strange feeling. She turned over and rubbed her eyes, then slowly opened her eyes with a bit of confusion in her eyes. Disappeared? Is it like quicksand? What should I do then? She murmured softly and closed her eyes again to feel it. Maybe I should do nothing, so that I can dream. Her voice was much deeper, like a disembodied whisper. As she gradually emptied her mind, the woo sound outside the window became the prelude to the music, leading her to feel that unique feeling of falling. What an interesting feeling, but I should get up now. The school was much colder than at home, so the clothes Xenophilius prepared were thicker than those at home. Emeka Miller, who was sleeping next door, also woke up and asked in a dazed voice, "Luna, are you going to the greenhouse again?" Luna leaned over and whispered, "Yes, good morning. MJU4 ND8 NTC3 Autumn 1 MZKZ NDKW OJQ equals morning." Emeka Miller seemed to hear a lullaby and fell asleep again in a daze. Luna wakes up very early every day, which is a habit she brings from home to school. After freshening up in the bathroom, she walked downstairs briskly. The common room was quiet. Looking around, there were only a few students lying on the table with a book under their feet. There were crystal marks on the book, blurring the words on it. He seems to have gotten up late too. Luna walked to the window and looked at the dark forbidden forest. From time to time, she turned her head and looked at the stairs on the other side, just waiting quietly. As the birds flew out of the forbidden forest, the Thestrals also became active. From time to time, they jumped out of the forbidden forest like fish out of water and then quickly dived back. Neville is also a frequent visitor to the greenhouse and is fond of various herbs. Neville scratched his head. Anyway, Headmaster Dumbledore also went there and seemed to be understanding the situation. When I passed by them, I heard a little bit. Hearing Hannah's voice, Luna opened her eyes. I feel like a Fudabat, flying on the wind in the pitch black. Usually you all come here together. There was a hint of worry on his face. Madame Pomfrey brought over a bowl of porridge. Have some breakfast first and then you can leave. If you feel unwell during this period, remember to come to the school hospital at any time. It's just overwork. Hannah was relieved to hear Neville's words and added, fortunately it's just overwork. I'll remind him. Luna gently pushed aside the curtain and saw Vezet lying on the hospital bed. That unique feeling of falling still exists. When Luna is in the greenhouse, she will occasionally let herself go and experience this unique feeling. Hannah saw Luna occasionally in a daze and asked worriedly, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem to be a little different from usual? Luna bowed slightly and then said, Madame Pomfrey, we are here to visit Vezet. Just then Vezet slowly opened her eyes, looked at them and said, good morning. After saying goodbye to Professor Sprout, the three of them immediately rushed to the school hospital. I want to help too. Neville said quickly, Vezet has helped me a lot, nothing must happen to him. Don't worry, nothing will happen to him. Luna comforted the two, let's go see him. Yeah. Neville scratched his head trying to recall the scene at that time. Principal Dumbledore brought a camera with him, but it does look broken. Madame Pomfrey stood beside Harry's bed and took one of Harry's arms to examine it. It looks good. Try it yourself again, does it feel uncomfortable? He should have a good rest in the school infirmary. Luna nodded. Even if the swarming bat can fly with the wind, it still needs a good rest. With Colin's incident happening before, they were worried that Vezet was the real victim, so she showed up in the school hospital. If it's just a prank, then Vezet should be okay, right? Hannah also looked worried. Luna, how about we go look for her together? Luna smiled and described it in a light voice. It looks like a cloak, very light, like a dandelion, it can go wherever it wants. How did you know he was here? Madame Pomfrey was a little confused, but she didn't dwell on it too much and gave Luna guidance. He carefully extended his finger and tentatively poked Vizet's arm, then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's still soft. While helping to take care of the magical plants in the greenhouse, he would occasionally worry about a question, should I join Hufflepuff? I feel like I prefer taking care of them. Neville put down the watering can and asked, speaking of which, where did Vezet go? Principal Dumbledore, Luna seemed to be thinking about something after listening to their conversation. Did he just go to see Colin? He's right there, it's probably just his old problem of overwork. Since you're his friend, remember to let him get some rest. Seeing Vezet with a calm face, Neville walked forward. Did something happen? I heard from Colin that the man who attacked Filch's cat appeared again. Harry nodded, first carefully bent his arm, then slowly punched out, shaking his palm. It should be fine, can I be discharged from the hospital? Good morning, did you sleep well? Luna blinked. Madame Pomfrey asked me to supervise you and make sure you get enough rest. It seems that person actually wanted to play a prank and he is not the heir. He attacked Colin because he wanted to destroy Colin's camera. Vaudebat? Hannah asked with some confusion, is it a magical animal? Neville and Hannah asked in unison, do you know where Vezet is? It's happened again. Hannah subconsciously wanted to cover her mouth, but then she remembered what she had just touched and quickly pulled her hand away. What happened? After hearing Luna's words, Vezet thought back to what happened last night and said with a smile, this time it was just an accident. I have been resting well. A ray of dawn gradually rose outside the window. Vezet immediately took out her wand, pointed it at her chest and began to chant, Amado Animado Animagus. When he lay back on the bed, Madame Pomfrey brought him a bowl of porridge. Of course getting sick is an accident. Who wants to get sick on their own initiative? Did you drink too much of the Buffy brain stimulant? Achoo! The Weasley twins sneezed in unison. George suddenly had an idea, sneezing until the nose bleeds. Is this quick effective skipping candy effective? Shocking enough, right? Fred's eyes lit up, good idea. Especially in potions class, Snape would be happy to see us do this. Write it down, write it down. After making sure that both patients had recovered, Madame Pomfrey took a few empty potion bottles and quickly left the school hospital. Vezet held the porridge in her hands, looked at Luna and the others and asked, has everyone had breakfast? Go and have breakfast, I feel fine. Last night was really an accident. Speaking of accidents, Neville just told us that Colin also met with an accident. Hannah said his camera was destroyed by the same person who petrified the Filch cat last time. Ah, is that so? Harry heard Hannah's words, took the last mouthful of porridge and asked in a puzzled tone, number. Dumbledore appeared at the door of the school infirmary and walked straight towards Harry, interrupting him and saying, Harry, good morning, how is your arm now? Neville shrank his head, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes, and he looked stiffly at Dumbledore, who was approaching. Principal Dumbledore. Harry put down the bowl of porridge and stretched his arms and clenched his fists repeatedly, just like he had demonstrated to Madame Pomfrey just now. All right, Dumbledore smiled and nodded. That's great. Would you mind speaking to me for a few words? Of course. Harry rolled off the bed and casually stuffed his feet into his shoes. Principal Dumbledore, where should we go to talk? Harry and Dumbledore left the hospital wing. Neville relaxed a lot and said with a long sigh, fortunately, Headmaster Dumbledore didn't tell me. I thought I leaked the secret. Isn't that because I harmed you? Hannah became worried. I didn't think that much. Don't be so nervous. Vezet put down the porridge bowl and said, there is no so-called heir but a clown who likes fame. Isn't this something worth publicizing? If Headmaster Dumbledore comes to you, it's to encourage you to tell the news so that more students can feel at ease. Don't you think so? It should be like this, right? Neville scratched his head and forced a smile. After hearing what you said, I feel more at ease. It's quite relaxing. Neville scratched his head. Is this how you use herbology to understand other magics? I think this magic is very interesting. This is what Professor Flitwick emphasized. Vezet explained, when performing this magic it should be as light as waving a wand. Luna continued, you should all remember it. She said that you were all very patient, and you were very careful with each magical plant and were able to take good care of it. That's what I did. I have some experience with transfiguration magic, so when I understand other magical knowledge, I will combine my understanding of transfiguration magic with it. What example can I give you? Vezet hummed. I got it. You should all remember the tickling spell that Professor Flitwick taught recently, right? Come here, elf. He raised the magic wand in his hand and summoned an elf. You can try it with it. The frustration on Neville and Hannah's faces disappeared a lot and they looked much better than before. Neville and Hannah took out their wands and cast a tickling spell on the elf. Neville and Hannah felt their cheeks burning and subconsciously looked at each other and found that the other's cheeks were also red and hot. Then use that mindset. Imagine the wind blowing through the leaves and the green tips scratching your legs. And try again, Whis guided. 2 silver lights burst out from the tip of the wand. The light was much brighter than before. His voice became smaller and smaller and his expression became more depressed. Vezet asked, how did you feel when you went to the greenhouse in the morning? Seeing the elf's performance, Neville and Hannah were a little frustrated. It's almost the same as in class. Yes. Professor Sprout often praises you. Vezet said with a smile, maybe you can try. First find your favorite subject and then expand your study based on it. Yes, yes, Hannah agreed quickly. Professor Sprout always says that. Professor Sprout always praises you. Luna encouraged. She said she has met many Gryffindors and you are the most special one. 2 faint silver lights flew out and the elf grinned a few times then returned to his previous demeanor, even more reserved. The leaves are tickling my legs. Neville breathed out softly. Of course. Neville scratched his head, a little embarrassed in his tone, but I couldn't perform this magic well. With that trill, as Professor Flitwick said, flick your wand gently, briskly, and rhythmically, like imitating tickling. Is that correct? I'm really afraid of losing marks. I'll be deducted marks by Professor Snape for not putting the right materials in. I'll also be unable to perform magic properly because I stutter when reciting the spell. It's okay. Professor Flitwick also taught this magic recently. Vezet waved her hand. Let's review what Professor Flitwick said. Not long after, a small iron cage flew through the window and into Vizet's hands. It's just a relatively close example that I just thought of. Vezet waved her hand. Hannah, how would you feel if you returned to the greenhouse? The spell for the tickle spell is not difficult to pronounce. It is just grin and hula, and the key to chanting the spell is to add a little trill at the end of the spell. Grin hula, Hannah said uncertainly. It's similar to what Neville said. Very relaxed and happy. Relax, feeling happy. Hannah waved her wand, seeming to imitate the movement of a leaf tickling her legs. You can imagine this. You are back in the greenhouse, watering between 2 rows of magical plants. A gust of wind blows over and the emerald green leaves scratch your legs. The cage was not big enough, so the elf had no way to avoid it and was hit by the tickle curse. Grin hula, use transfiguration to understand. Other magical knowledge. Neville and Hannah were a little impatient. What about us? What should we do? The elf in the small iron cage grabbed the bars, looking at Vezet with a stern face and then at Neville and the others. Neville and Hannah nodded. That's what Professor Flitwick said. The elf immediately burst into laughter, but within 2 breaths he collapsed and fell to the ground, shaking continuously and emitting bursts of shrill laughter. Stop the curse. Vezet waved her wand to remove the effect of the tickling curse. The elf then adjusted his posture and fell on his back in the iron cage, gasping for breath. The effect is so obvious. Neville and Hannah looked at their wands with a hint of disbelief in their eyes. Vezet said, Principal Dumbledore said that every wizard has different talents. So we can try to understand other magic in this way. There is also the full body binding spell. Didn't we learn about the Devil's Snare last school year? You can try to understand the full body binding spell through it and try it more. Full body binding spell. Neville's voice rose by 2 degrees. Use the Devil's Snare to understand this magic. Yes. Vezet snapped her fingers. In addition to the Devil's Snare, it can also be combined with other magical plants. There are so many magical plants in the greenhouse. Luna took a deep breath and seemed to be already in the greenhouse. They are like various kinds of paint. When you combine them together, you can draw beautiful pictures. Vezet agreed, just like Luna said. Use them as paint and paint the picture you want. Okay, Neville tried to make his tone firm. I'll try my best. Of course, this is just my opinion, Vezet added. It's up to you to decide how to do it. After all, you are all very good at herbology. When you make new discoveries, remember to tell me. Only by learning from each other can we make progress. I'll do my best, Hannah promised quickly. I'll tell you when the time comes. Luna pulled Hannah's hand and said, Don't be so stressed. The most important thing is, of course, to be happy. Vezet is like this. She is happy every day. Vezet looked at Luna and nodded heavily. Whether it's studying or living, it makes me happy. He went on to add, in addition, asking questions is also very important. When I use transfiguration magic to understand spells, I will also find Professor Flitwick and consult his opinions. Classrooms are actually great opportunities, but if you don't ask questions proactively, Flitwick will have to deal with so many students, and it's hard to know whether you really understand. Of course, just like Luna said, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Do what you want to do happily. You can try it first and find the feeling that suits you best. The captain of the Hufflepuff team made the same judgment as Wood. He patted Cedric on the shoulder and said earnestly, We can only rely on you. Only by finishing the game as soon as possible can we have a chance of winning. As the captain of the Gryffindor team, Oliver Wood would naturally not miss such an opportunity. Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, pointed at Vezet without hesitation and gestured to the 2 beaters in the team. Luckily we have Harry. As long as Harry can find the golden snitch before Cho Chang, we can still win. The key is to find it as quickly as possible. According to Vizet's current speed, even if we make a conservative estimate once the game exceeds 20 minutes, I think it will be difficult to make up the score even if we find the golden snitch. In addition to training new tactics, what Vezet and his team need to do now is to adapt to the performance of the sweeping 7 stars as quickly as possible. It seems that Dumbledore has also worked hard and gained a lot of points by communicating with Hermione and Ronald. Then we can only increase the amount of training. Wood rubbed his hands. Since we have confirmed that the so-called successor is a clown, we should be able to relax the training time later. Vezet had already had breakfast, and while he was spreading honey on Luna's bread, he was also listening to Roger Davis explain the new tactics for the Quidditch training that would begin later. After winning the championship last school year, the Ravenclaw team finally had a round of equipment updates these days, replacing their original flying brooms with the sweeping 7 stars. In addition to stability, his speed has also been greatly improved, which can help him move faster on the court. There was not only Luna in the audience at the stadium, but also students who loved Quidditch. In addition, other teams also had people coming over to collect intelligence so as to decide on countermeasures. Understood, understood. Wood looked embarrassed and quickly promised, I will definitely not say weird things next time. We should prioritize dealing with him. Angelina Johnson said helplessly, using the 7-star sweep, it's really harder to deal with him now. When they saw Vizet's afterimage, their faces looked a little unhappy. With Arsenal Vincent graduating and leaving Hogwarts, Roger Davis completed the handover of captaincy and became the new captain of the Ravenclaw team. Compared to the older sweep 5 stars, Vezet could clearly feel the stability of the sweep 7 stars during the test flight. Okay, it's time for you to leave. You have to have breakfast. Madame Pomfrey returned to the school hospital. Leave the beds for those in need. Cedric could only smile bitterly. I'll try my best. The points deducted by Snape last night now became evidence, indicating that Colin had indeed been out and encountered something, otherwise he would not have been deducted points from the school. Although it is not as good as Nimbus 2001, it is close to the level of Nimbus 2000. As they entered the auditorium, Vezet glanced at the hourglass on the house cup. Of course not. Vezet shook her head. He's a very good professor. All professors at Hogwarts are very good. The Weasley twins even clapped their hands and said with a smile on their faces, We have revealed our cards. In fact, we are the heirs of the Chamber of Secrets. You all should be careful, don't make us angry. Neville worriedly asked such a question. Professor Flitwick, will he really not be angry? Seeing Cedric's expression, the captain of the Hufflepuff team quickly waved his hand. Don't be too stressed. When the real game comes, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. There were many students in the auditorium and many topics focused on the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, but most of them were jokes and teasing. The performance of the 7-star sweeper is good, and it is considered a relatively balanced flying broom. Snape lost a total of 150 points last night, and it looked like there were even more gems in the Gryffindor hourglass now. All the way to the auditorium, Neville and Hannah kept thanking him until Neville's stomach made a rumbling sound, and then they all burst into laughter. The key is not to say anything weird. Angelina corrected, think about what you said yesterday and why Harry was admitted to the school hospital. He saw Flint gesturing constantly. Flint must be thinking of something bad, probably something like giving priority to Vezet, our broom is faster. Something like that. As time went by, the sunlight was blocked by thick clouds, leaving only mottled silver-gray light. Such soft and slightly melancholy weather is very suitable for Quidditch training. Perhaps because they got new flying brooms, the team members seemed to be warming up and entering training faster than before. After the warm-up, Roger Davis gathered the players in the air, reviewed the previous tactics, and then officially started the tactical drill. The whistling sound of broomsticks echoed in the air as the players shuttled above the field. It was not until noon that they returned to the ground together and sat on the lawn to rest for a while. Roger Davis clapped his hands to attract the attention of the players. Today's training was very effective. The cooperation with the 7-star sweep has made obvious progress, but there are still areas that need improvement. He turned to look at Qiu Zhang on his right. Qiu, when chasing the golden snitch, the strategy you adopted was very good, but it is still not flexible enough. You need to continue to improve on this. Qiu Zhang nodded and responded seriously, okay, give me more turning training next time and start with this. No problem. Roger Davis wrote a few words on the board and turned to goalkeeper Grant Page and said, compared to before, the cooperation this time is obviously much more tacit. But the position selection in the air can actually be further optimized. You should read Arsenal's booklet more, he left a lot of experience in it. Grant Page scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, the main reason is, sometimes when I see Vezet suddenly appear I get scared and can't react. Roger Davis waved his hand and said, it's okay, just try your best to defend against Vezet. You should be able to block attacks from Angelina and Alia. Just get familiar with them. He briefly analyzed the situation and began to make a final summary. The next game is our match against Hufflepuff. If we keep up this form, we will definitely win more easily than last year. Come on. After the team was disbanded, the members did not immediately return to the castle to take a walk around the meadow or the Black Lake. Not only the members of the Ravenclaw team, but also many students were doing the same, wrapped in thick robes, walking around the Hogwarts castle. Perhaps some conditions must be met, Vezet consoled. Or maybe it will only happen in the morning, just like the dew it disappears as noon approaches. This drow, Vezet suddenly remembered that when he was in the school hospital he seemed to see some different scenes. She particularly liked the 2 pom-poms on the cotton hat, and she processed them, sewing black cotton thread and ribbons on them to make them look like a ball-eating bird. There are also the altars of the centaurs, and the mysterious altar that George and Fred mentioned. Oh, and there are the Strauls in the Forbidden Forest. We can go look for them too. Something different, Luna tilted her head. Does that mean I'm flying around like a bat? Luna gently rubbed the ball of the bird. Do you feel what I see? See those the Strauls flying out of the Forbidden Forest? See me watering the flowers in the greenhouse. The two walked around the lake shore, and Vezet exhaled a breath of hot air and said, if you feel cold, let's go back to the castle. She stuffed the leaves into her pocket and paused. Luna understood, because I was thinking at that time maybe you were too tired, so why don't you take more rest? Yeah. Luna narrowed her eyes slightly with a happy smile on her face, and she jumped and skipped to keep up with Vizet's pace like a smart and cute hare. Vezet looked at Luna and nodded. I felt the same way. Watching Luna twisting the cotton thread of her cotton hat and playing with the pink pom-pom, Vezet said, the matter of the Chamber of Secrets will be resolved soon. Then we can go to the Forbidden Forest. Early morning. Luna was in high spirits again, as cheerful as the sound of wind chimes in the breeze. Maybe one day I'll be able to see what you dream about just like I saw the stork in the wild. Yes. Vezet nodded, then guess what I felt? He couldn't help but ask curiously, Luna, did you feel something different this morning? If that's the case, Luna closed her eyes and her body swayed in the breeze like a bright sunflower. He added, do you feel uncomfortable, like dizziness, headache, or something like that? Vezet and Luna came to the edge of Black Lake. The trees on the lakeshore had lost most of their leaves and their branches were exposed, forming a series of intricate line drawings. Perhaps it's because we established a memory link again 2 days ago. Vezet analyzed, perhaps some emotion or thought caused this situation. We went secretly to the Forbidden Forest. The joy on Luna's face became more obvious, as sweet as a fizzy bee candy. Luna must have been dressed warmly, with beads of sweat on her forehead. She wore a purple-pink cotton hat with a pompon, which she bought at the department store last year. Vezet understood what Luna was planning to do and watched Luna's movements carefully, protecting the bright sunflowers and preventing her from falling suddenly. Luna shook her head slightly and picked up a leaf that had just fallen. Luna shook her head again and looked at Vezet seriously. Let's go back. It's time to go to the auditorium for lunch. Luna thought for a moment and said, it just feels strange, like sand that is held too tightly. If you try to find it, you won't be able to feel it. That's right. Vezet recalled, I was just being lazy and thinking about life at home and thinking about taking care of the garden with you. Luna continued, you told me before that there are ball escape birds in the Forbidden Forest. They are your good friends. I can get to know them then. The school rules say a lot, and we have to avoid Mr. Filch and miss Mr. Hagrid's patrol schedule. She puffed up her cheeks and exhaled hot air like Vezet, look. It's not cold at all, it's rare that it's not raining and it's the weekend. Vezet hummed and said, then I must ensure my sleep quality and try to have a good dream. Faced with such a package plan, Vezet didn't want to spoil Luna's mood, so she nodded slightly and said, okay, let's be careful then. It's okay, I'm not hungry yet. Vezet understood what Luna meant and smiled. We just finished training. Now walk a little more so that you won't be sore tomorrow. After a while, Luna opened her eyes and sighed softly. It seems that I don't have this feeling anymore. Vezet quickly asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Did you catch a cold? The clouds in the sky grew thicker and the mottled silver-gray light grew dimmer. Luna was a little tired after playing, but she also collected a lot of colorful leaves, which she put all into her pocket, making it into a bulging ball. As Vezet and Luna were about to go to the auditorium, Luna raised her hand and pointed to the sky. Look, a Patronus. It was a silver mini phoenix that quickly flew in front of Vezet. The phoenix Patronus flapped its wings and Dumbledore's voice came out from it. Vezet, after you finish your lesson with Severus, come to the headmaster's office. The password has not changed. In the private lessons in the afternoon, Snape continued to expand the broad-spectrum antidote and led Vezet to study the theory of analogy in potions in depth. As the name suggests, a broad-spectrum antidote is an antidote that counteracts the toxicity of common poisons. The only ingredients needed are bezoars, mistletoe, and unicorn horn powder. The various detailed decomposition drugs in modern potions are usually based on broad-spectrum antidotes and add certain special materials to target certain specific diseases. For example, the potion used to eliminate swelling caused by magic and poisonous potions. The swelling reducer is based on the broad-spectrum antidote and adds a few drops of leech juice. The principle is to use the shrinking property of leeches, supplemented by the detoxification property of broad-spectrum antidotes, to completely eliminate swelling caused by some kind of magic or toxic potion. As Vezet understood the theory of analogy more and more, the process of brewing the potion became more and more interesting. This process of brewing the potion has a bartender feel to it. Using a broad-spectrum antidote as the base wine, and then supplemented with various magic potion materials for a specific purpose, the cocktail is finally prepared to achieve the purpose of detoxification. Vezet was fascinated by the learning, and combining the content of the private lessons with the memories of Salazar Slytherin, she was able to generate new feelings and insights. Even after dinner, on the way to the principal's office, he was still thinking about these things. We're here. Luna's ethereal voice echoed in his ears. Vezet looked up and found that it was Luna who had been holding her wrist and leading her all the way to the principal's office, so nothing unexpected happened. Remember Madame Pomfrey's instructions. Luna cleared her throat and imitated Madame Pomfrey's tone. Principal Dumbledore, Vezet was curious about the pattern on the small item. What is this? The silver magic prop changed its appearance, becoming similar to the cross-shaped python pattern. The only difference was the pattern on the python's body, which was still a common pattern in ritual magic. As the house elf of the Malfoy family, Draco could naturally order Dobby to do things. Yes, Vezet waved her wand again, causing the smoke to dissipate in the air. I passed out in the secret room later, probably partly because it changed into a pure python pattern. Vezet sat down. Maybe it was because I used fear as a fulcrum to pry open his memory, so it left a bad impression. A pattern emerged in his mind, which was the same python pattern that appeared after he obtained the curse. Sure enough, Dumbledore sighed, his expression becoming serious. You really did get the spell. When did you get it? A magic prop for testing. Vezet nodded and put her hand on it. A stream of smoke spewed out from the tip of the wand, forming the shape of a skull in the air. The skull opened its jaws and spit out a thick python. Let's try it first. Dumbledore hummed and explained simply, it's a magic item used for testing. If there is no reaction, that's the best result. Perhaps this is one of the sources of his power. Dumbledore nodded slowly, looking at the silver magic item, his expression much more relaxed than before. Vezet asked quickly, Principal Dumbledore, is this the curse left by Voldemort? In addition to the small silver object, Dobby was also still in the principal's office, but the moment he saw Vezet, he fainted holding his chest and only had time to utter an "oh." He took out a glass bottle from his pocket, which contained a silver thread. Dobby would stay in the headmaster's office and could not leave. This was Draco's order. It's okay, I'll study it more carefully later. Dumbledore took the glass bottle and pushed the small silver object towards Vezet. Try it, just put your hand on it. Yes. Dumbledore looked at the dark mark and nodded slowly. This is the dark mark, could it be that? The spell you obtained at the beginning took this form. The original shape of the pattern was very strange, a combination of a skull and a python. Was it at the end of last school year, that time when Voldemort tried to invade your soul but you destroyed him instead, and you obtained the curse? The bodies of the pythons in the pattern are entangled together to form a cross shape, which is very similar to the runic letter 16b. Compared with the combination of skull and python, today's python pattern is not so gloomy and has a feeling of iron chain. Hearing Luna's joking tone, Vezet held out her hand and assured, okay, I'll definitely pay attention. As he obtained the curse, the skeleton was smashed to pieces by the python and only the python pattern remained. In fact, I thought it would be in the shape of the dark mark, but I didn't expect it to be like this. This is better, it's much more beautiful. Ah, you. Dobby woke up slowly, and after seeing the dark mark he fainted again instantly. His head hit the ground with a bang. In an instant his attention was drawn to the changes in his mind. He recalled what he had just said and couldn't help but continue asking, Principal Dumbledore, you also know the spell. And you said that if there is no reaction that is the best result. Why is that? Vezet walked into the principal's office and found a small silver object on the desk. It looked like some kind of magic badge with intricate patterns on it. Since he is his friend, remember to let him rest. Leave the bed for those in need. Principal Dumbledore, the dark mark you mentioned. He took out his wand and waved it gently. Is that it? It's filled with smoke. After hearing what Dumbledore said, Vezet came back to her senses and looked at the silver magic item. Principal Dumbledore, this is Dobby's memory, and it contains the reasons why he attacked Harry. But I haven't had a chance to read it yet then. The patterns that Vezet could identify included mistletoe, oak, flames, etc., which are all common patterns in ritual magic. That's really strange, Dumbledore said with a half-smile. We were just chatting happily. He seemed very afraid of you. Dumbledore's eyes turned complicated and he said in a deep voice, the spell is an extremely ancient magical power which may even be older than ritual magic such as Niven. By making a magic contract, you gain a certain power. But you must also obey the contract and accept the restrictions that come with it. Magic contract. Vezet noticed Dumbledore's complicated look and looked at the silver magic item again. Is it a magical contract similar to the unbreakable vow? If you break the contract, the price you have to pay is your life. This is one of the known punishments. Dumbledore sighed. As for what other consequences it may cause, I am not sure. That's why I don't want you to get the curse. Maybe it will bring some kind of improvement, but you will have to bear the contract for your whole life. It doesn't matter to me, but you. Vezet, you are still very young and have unlimited possibilities. The curse may not be a gift to you, but a restriction. Vezet immediately asked, I will have to bear the contract for my whole life. If I break the contract, will it affect the people around me? How should I understand? What exactly is the contract between it and me? To be honest, this is the first time I've encountered anything like this, so I have no idea. Dumbledore intertwined his fingers and swirled his thumbs in circles. He picked up the paper and pen on the desk. Normally, when one wants to conclude a spell contract, a certain spell has already been determined. You need this as your goal to complete the spell contract. You need to find a suitable place with a clear purpose, a suitable time period. Dumbledore wrote down what he said while speaking. In addition to these, we also need to consider suitable ritual magic, suitable magic props. and various auxiliary conditions. He wrote quickly and steadily, and as soon as he finished a sentence, he could leave the corresponding words on the paper. Once all conditions are ready, the spell will call you, and you need to respond to the call from the spell. Vezet looked at the clearly listed parchment. Principal Dumbledore, if I want to know the contents of the contract between me and the curse, I need to repeat these steps. Is that correct? He picked up the wand and placed it against his temple, casting mental magic to search for the related memories. Finally, he managed to draw the ritual magic circle and mark some points for attention. Because your situation is very special, I don't have a better way for the time being. Recreating the process of concluding the curse contract can give you complete information about the curse. It's worth a try. In the process, he also sorted out the entire sequence of the curse, starting with his encounter with Voldemort last school year and obtaining the curse by chance. Seeing this expression shows that Vezet is quick to accept the situation and is not discouraged at all, actively looking for solutions. Vezet took out her notebook and began to write, "A suitable place. The 4th floor, the room where the Mirror of Eris was once placed." While Dumbledore was looking over the pages, Vezet continued to perfect the process of concluding the spell contract based on relevant memories and her own understanding of ritual magic. Seeing Vizet's serious expression, Dumbledore stroked his beard and smiled. "Of course, I'm happy to help. Suitable ritual magic." He took a sip of tea and thought of the ritual magic circle that was transformed from an alchemical magic circle in Salazar Slytherin's memory. For example, Salazar Slytherin chose to cultivate the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, which was a choice of location, and the alchemical magic circle and ritual magic circle were suitable ritual magic. Through such answers to his questions, he also realized that his demand for magic props and auxiliary items was not high, and finally he decided on the only auxiliary item, the fragment of the basilisk snake skin. He would also ask Dumbledore questions from time to time, trying to clarify what he didn't understand and help him understand the spell better. The second thing was what happened last night. Touching the basilisk snake skin fragments inspired the Wizard's Field Guide, and the spell was recorded in the Wizard's Field Guide. While listening to what Dumbledore said, Vezet reviewed Salazar Slytherin's memory of breeding the basilisk, and after sorting out the two, she found the similarities between them. "Principal Dumbledore, take a look at this ritual magic circle. Can it be used directly? I can't promise." Dumbledore shook his head and tapped the desk with his fingers. A set of tea sets and some exquisite snacks appeared out of thin air on the desk. "With the conclusion of the curse contract, you must live your life in accordance with the curse, and the curse will begin to take effect." As he finished speaking, the last stroke was also completed. "Then I'll try this method first." Vezet hummed, "Principal Dumbledore, I'll design the whole process first. If there are any problems, please help me point them out." "Of course, that's better." Dumbledore smiled appreciatively and added a few sugar cubes to his teacup. In addition, Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets should also be verified. Nothing can be left out of these two places. We'll copy it in pairs. He tapped his wand on the notebook and cast a copying spell, making a copy of the page with the ritual magic circle. I guess it was because of this peace of mind that Snape kept the weekly private lessons after the end of the last school year. Based on all that had happened before, he came to his current conclusion. If he wanted to recreate the process of the curse contract, the basilisk snake slew fragments were the key condition. The situation was exactly as he had imagined, and Vezet was actively looking for a solution. The call from the spell, in response to which Salazar Slytherin communicated with the basilisk egg, the egg responded by shaking. After all, with the process of Salazar Slytherin training a basilisk as a reference and Dumbledore answering questions, it is not too difficult to complete all this. After confirming this key point, Vezet has basically completed the entire process of concluding a spell contract. Dumbledore took the page. "Okay, let me see. A suitable time period. The encounter with Voldemort last school year was at night, and I suddenly fell into a coma yesterday, which was also at night. It should be around midnight. The time should be set at midnight." Dumbledore picked up the teapot and began to pour tea. "I see you seem very confident, so where do you think we should start?" Perhaps it should be said that the whole process went more smoothly than he had expected, which made him feel much less worried. "Thank you." Vezet took the cup of tea handed to her. "I can't say I have confidence, but I just think that since it has happened, it would be better to solve the problem first." Dumbledore put down the page of the ritual magic circle and murmured, "It's more complete than I thought. Except that some lines are not round enough. I can't find any place to modify it. I'm indeed not good at drawing." Vezet smiled slightly and suddenly thought of Luna, who was good at drawing. In fact, his painting skills have improved compared to some time ago. After all, when he was describing the magic circuits of the elves, Luna would always correct him, giving him many opportunities to learn and improve. No one is omnipotent. Dumbledore blinked regarding those auxiliary items. Do we only need the fragments of the basilisk slough? Yes. Vezet nodded heavily. Because I already have the spell, I just want to know the content of the contract and the effect of the spell. The role of auxiliary props is to guide me to find the answers to all this, rather than to facilitate the conclusion of the curse contract. Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction and asked casually, "You seem to know the spell very well. Is it because of the help of other guardians? The reason why I suddenly fainted last night was because of this." Vezet said truthfully, "I can't connect the dots until you tell me the details of the spell tonight. This is not surprising." Dumbledore drank the tea in one gulp and looked at Vezet with a sincere expression, feeling quite emotional. In fact, he had mentioned the subject of Parseltongue when he and Harry had been chatting that morning. At that time, he asked Harry whether he heard any strange noises on the night of the Halloween dinner. Harry's reaction was different from Vizet's. He stood there in silence for a while and finally shook his head and said nothing. However, Harry was willing to keep the matter about Vezet a secret and would not tell anyone about what happened last night. In fact, Harry needed to drink raw primate bones last night, and normally no one would ask him about this. As the discussion started in the morning, it became difficult for students to tell who they had heard the story about the attack on Colin's camera last night. Vezet said, "Principal Dumbledore, there is still a long time before midnight. Regarding the basilisk snake slough fragments and the ritual magic circle, shall I prepare them now?" "Oh." Dumbledore thought for a moment, "how are you going to tell Severus? What's more, finding a spell that is suitable and matches one's own soul is actually an extremely difficult task. Perhaps similar to the test in the mirror world, the curse is just one of the rewards. Only after truly defeating the basilisk can you enter the mirror world again." He nodded decisively. "I do worry about this. Judging from the timing of this attack, perhaps Voldemort has not yet been truly eliminated. Now that I have obtained the curse, does it mean that I have passed Salazar Slytherin's test?" Vezet stepped forward and greeted, "Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore." After a moment, Dumbledore asked. No response. Dumbledore's face showed no surprise. "It seems that you have learned a lot about Severus' past. But as someone who has experienced this, I must say that the curse is a shackle. Using it is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It is a last resort. The situation now is different. The left side of the picture is pure black without the ash-like red light, and the dark mark has also changed into a letter 16B-shaped python pattern." Vezet nodded. "I can vaguely feel a heartbeat, but it's very weak." Vezet stared at the teacup in front of her in silence for a while before she slowly spoke. "Principal Dumbledore, do you think Professor Snape will conclude a spell with particularly strict conditions?" Vezet followed Dumbledore's train of thought. "Principal Dumbledore, so instead of focusing on yourself, you should think back to Voldemort and include some memories related to him." It could even be said that Dumbledore's failure to answer the question directly was already an answer in disguise. "Let's get started." Dumbledore reminded, "Try to empty your mind and resonate with the ritual magic circle under your feet." Seeing that Dumbledore didn't want to say more, Vezet didn't ask any more questions. He used his magic eye to look at the Mirror of Eris and stared at it for 5 full seconds, but the Mirror of Eris did not change at all. Vezet nodded and stood in front of the Mirror of Eris. Dumbledore was already waiting there. In the center of the room was a tall mirror, the ornately decorated Mirror of Eris. The picture in the mirror was still divided into 3 parts. He still remembered the situation in the last school year. The picture on the left was a dark chaos. While the red light was flashing, the dark mark would appear. Vezet performed the Guardian meditation and, following Dumbledore's guidance, attempted to resonate with the ritual magic circle. Taking a sip of water mixed with soul-soothing agent, Vezet had a sound sleep and woke up full of energy before midnight. As agreed with Dumbledore, he went down the moving staircase and came to the room where the level was set and the Mirror of Eris was placed. "So, at least until then, I don't want Severus to come into contact with the curse. He is a very talented wizard and still very young, and he should not be controlled by the curse." Vezet said without hesitation, "Just tell Professor Snape the truth." "There is a reaction, but not much," Dumbledore guessed. "Perhaps it's because it's derived from the dark mark." Vezet thought so and tried to recreate the scene from last school year. "Before we fully understand his secret, it is not worth paying any price. Only when we understand the secret of Voldemort's comeback will the next action be more meaningful." The Mirror of Eris did not respond, indicating that Vezet had not yet truly completed the test. Dumbledore murmured, let me do this right. Including the ritual magic circle, it's just a piece of cake. Dumbledore's expression became more serious, which made Vezet think, Principal Dumbledore, could it be that you are worried about the incident in 1945? Dumbledore waved his hand gently. You should go back and rest, recharge your batteries. I'll see you at midnight. Good evening. Dumbledore nodded and said softly, I brought it here again to recreate the situation at that time. The other two panels are the same as last school year, showing a sea of books in the middle and a pure white, warm, flawless picture on the right. The more powerful the spell, the stricter the contract that needs to be fulfilled. Perhaps for those who are eager for quick success, spells are the fastest way to become stronger. You can try this. As someone who has experienced this, Dumbledore thought for a moment and gave a positive answer to Vizet's guess. Then adjust yourself a little, still empty yourself. Try to recall what happened at the end of last school year. Recall your encounter with Voldemort. In order to be more accurate and realistic, Vezet picked up her wand and performed mental magic to call up her memories from the end of last school year. As these memories emerged, the ritual magic circle on the ground suddenly lit up. Boom, boom, boom. The beating sound filled her ears and Vezet subconsciously pressed her chest. It was the sound of her heart beating. The drum beats were spreading, the light of the ritual magic circle was spreading, and his consciousness was also spreading. When he came to his senses, he found himself in Salazar Slytherin's secret room. He seemed to be the chamber itself, and could sense the entire chamber, the flying dust and green mist in it, and a young man in Hogwarts uniform. On the chest of the young man's school uniform, there was an embroidered school emblem with a silver snake and a green background, indicating that the young man was from Slytherin College. It can even be extended further to say that this was Voldemort who studied at Hogwarts in the past. Young Voldemort had pale skin and deep features. His eyes and hair were the same black. Compared to Voldemort at the end of last school year, the two were not on the same level in appearance. The young Voldemort looked very handsome, while the Voldemort of the previous school year looked very human. A basilisk appeared from the corner of the secret room. Compared with the snake skin that Vezet had seen, it was obviously much larger and at least more than 15 meters long. The young Voldemort was not at all panicked. He had already closed his eyes and hissed in Parseltongue, come on, let's sign the contract, I'm ready. Vezet felt that the moment the Parseltongue words came out, a magical connection was established between the young Voldemort and the basilisk. The basilisk crawled in a winding manner, circling around the young Voldemort in a clockwise direction, and finally entangled the young Voldemort. The letter 16C7 on the forehead seemed to have a heartbeat. With each beat, the chaotic black color dissipated a little bit, and the letter 16C7 symbol absorbed the black color, becoming deeper and deeper. As if the taste of blood satisfied it, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit the young Voldemort in the waist. The magical connection between man and snake turned from virtual to real at this moment, showing the colorful pattern of basilisk scales. The basilisk stuck out its long tongue and licked the blood beads as big as pearls. After realizing this, Vezet opened her eyes and murmured in disbelief, is there such a good thing? Principal Dumbledore, I don't need to give anything. Vezet explained with a smile, because Voldemort has already given. He has given his own feelings about love. Vezet, what good things are you talking about? Dumbledore hurried forward and asked with concern, what is the price you need to pay? Most of the young Voldemort's body was bitten, but he did not look in pain at all. He even had a hearty smile on his face, like a flame that lit a fuse, brilliant and crazy. If he really wants to obtain the petrification spell, he needs to have direct contact with the basilisk in order to fill the empty shell of the spell and truly possess the petrification spell. The second is that my spell is still an empty shell. I need to come into contact with the basilisk to fill the empty shell and obtain the spell with the petrification property. When the basilisk devoured love, it also meant that Voldemort lost love, which also meant that the curse contract was completed. Take it all away. I don't want it anymore. That most filthy fig leaf used to cover up the reproductive instinct. I will give it all to you, take it all. It raised its head high, swallowed the white light, slightly narrowed its huge yellow eyes with vertical pupils, and revealed deep satisfaction in its eyes. At the end of last school year, Vezet destroyed Voldemort, leaving behind the empty shell of the death curse, the dark mark. At least based on this memory, I can be sure of two things. One is that my spell is very special. It does not require the fulfillment of a certain contract or the payment of a certain price. Petrification, lethality, so they are two properties. The young Voldemort narrowed his eyes slightly. No, petrification is useless. I want the ultimate death, pure death. Transfer the soul to the memory. Vezet raised her wand and cast mental magic to extract the memory just now. Principal Dumbledore, this is what I saw and heard just now. His smile faded a little, turning into something extremely cruel, and he hissed in Parseltongue, take it away. Those are all I have left. When Vezet came into contact with the basilisk's slough, the body of the death spell sensed the slough and then constructed an empty shell that could accommodate the petrification property spell. As the basilisk shrank tighter and tighter, the skin of the young Voldemort was no longer white, but turned into a purple color similar to a bruise. The colorful lights gathered on his forehead and turned into a familiar symbol, letter 16B. This symbol seemed to be able to move in a winding manner, continuing to crawl on his forehead and turning into a new symbol, letter 16C7. As the basilisk raised its head, its body, which should have been torn into pieces, was not damaged at all. There was a ball of white light in the basilisk's mouth, about the size of a fist, and it looked warm and bright. From what Voldemort said, a fig leaf to cover up the reproductive instinct, we can judge that the emotional price Voldemort paid was love. In addition, when the basilisk bit the young Voldemort, the white light torn from the young Voldemort's body was the price to pay for obtaining the death curse. Love. Dumbledore frowned slightly. What did you see just now? Despite this, the basilisk still persisted until the young Voldemort's skin began to bleed, and then it finally stopped. These colors slowly flowed into Voldemort's body along with the blood drops on the young man's body, dyeing his skin into extremely similar colors. It's not some kind of contract that must be fulfilled, but emotion. The reason why it was an empty shell of the curse was because what he touched was only the basilisk's snake skin, which was the empty shell of the basilisk. The basilisk's fangs were like recurved sabers, cutting through the skin and piercing the flesh like a hot knife through butter, making a dull puff sound. Therefore, the spell that Vezet now holds no longer requires the fulfillment of any contract or the payment of any price. Vezet suddenly realized that the curse attribute Voldemort had acquired was death. This time the basilisk finally responded with a short hiss. Okay. The letter 16B symbol disappeared and even the colorful colors faded away and the skin of the young Voldemort turned black, a dirty and chaotic black. What an unexpected result. Dumbledore didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was also relieved. Vezet raised her wand a little higher and the memory thread on it sparkled. Actually, I can't guarantee the accuracy of my judgment. Principal Dumbledore, I'd like to trouble you to help me with the matter of the curse. After all, you are more experienced and should be able to make a more accurate judgment. Okay. Dumbledore raised his wand, picked up the memory thread that Vezet had extracted, put it into his temple and felt the memory content. After a long while, Dumbledore put down his wand with a bit of joy in his eyes. This memory is very helpful to me. It solves a lot of questions. He exhaled deeply, looked at Vezet and said, Vezet, based on my understanding of Voldemort, I can come to the same conclusion as you. It turns out that it really is love. His expression was extremely complicated, mixed with a bit of pity. He must have felt that Voldemort had truly given up love completely and was an extremely pitiful person. If Voldemort had seen Dumbledore like this at the end of last school year, he would have been furious. Dumbledore exhaled and murmured softly, the ultimate death curse. No wonder his killing curse is so different. Therefore, all wizards who have signed spell contracts have tacitly reached a consensus: never expose your spell contracts. And that Thibaut Warthog is actually his half-brother. His brother failed as an animagus and thus became a Thibaut Warthog that roams the mountains. Principal Dumbledore, why do I feel that this is inevitable under coincidence? Vezet's brows furrowed even deeper. It can cause the user to have an extremely strong obsession or infatuation. In addition, it is similar to the Polyjuice potion. So, what about a spell in my situation? Vezet immediately thought of herself. Do I need to fabricate a spell contract? It's an interesting idea. Dumbledore's eyes showed a hint of surprise. There is indeed such a possibility. After all, there may be wizards who can identify spells. If I encounter such wizards, maybe it would be better if I behave more normally. Principal Dumbledore, should I understand it this way? The curse contract is a choice, and Diarmuid Odina chose a tricky way. After signing the curse contract, will I be controlled by it and embark on a predetermined path of destiny? Dumbledore smiled and said, the ultimate death curse in exchange for the ultimate killing curse. We just discovered one of his secrets, didn't we? Vezet was a little confused. Love potions can't bring about true love, so why would he use this method? Just as Vezet was about to speak, Dumbledore immediately shook his head and said, Vezet, even if you have to forge a spell contract, don't tell me, don't tell anyone. He recalled the defense against the dark arts class at the beginning of the school year. Vezet did not cast any other magic, but only used transfiguration magic and spells to solve the trouble caused by the elf. The content of the curse contract is related to the T-Bog. A failed animagus is a T-Bog, and he is also Diarmuid's half-brother. The T-Bow warthog should be a magical animal in Africa, right? Vezet frowned slightly, and I remember Diarmuid Odina lived in Dublin. He closed his eyes as if recalling something. It was fast and accurate enough that there was no need to chant any spells. I thought it was because his soul was completely twisted by black magic. In fact, Diarmuid did just that. The true content of this curse contract is, he cannot fight his relatives. At that time, he fell in love with the witch Granny Cormac. In order to be with Granny, he signed a spell contract and eloped with Granny using a bottle of love water. Diarmuid really loved Granny. When he lived with Granny, he told her all his secrets, including the contents of his curse contract. He paced briskly around the mirror of Arist room. Vezet, the spell is very special. Do you know the water of infatuation? It's hard to cheat with a spell contract, because it's usually closely related to the signer of the contract. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, but it's possible to blur the direction of the spell. As time went by, Diarmuid got tired of using the water of infatuation to control Granny, coupled with Granny's long-term obedience. This gave Finn, who was lurking in the dark, an opportunity to take advantage of him. He thought that the T-Bow warthog was in Africa, so the constraints of the curse contract would be reduced, but he didn't expect Finn McCool to find the T-Bow warthog and deliberately create such an accident. Hearing this, Vezet was somewhat surprised. Principal Dumbledore Voldemort's killing curse can actually be cast silently. Granny was engaged to Finn McCool, a good friend of Diarmuid. Since then, Finn and Diarmuid have become enemies, and he has set out to find Granny's whereabouts. Absolutely correct. Dumbledore clapped his hands lightly. In fact, after my tireless investigation and piecing together the clues, I learned that the inventor of the infatuation water was also the holder of the curse. After this accident, Diarmuid violated the curse contract and died under the tusks of the T-Bow warthog. Vezet, do you have anything to say about this past event? Perhaps it's possessiveness or a strange habit? Dumbledore shook his head slightly. Apart from these hard-to-guess reasons, there is another important reason Granny is already engaged. Vezet was a little surprised and guessed. The spell that Diarmuid got is the one that can make the most effective love potion. Yes, the invention of the water of infatuation was made possible by the curse. Dumbledore confirmed. After that, Diarmuid also died because of the curse contract. Finn learned from Granny, who had regained consciousness, the content of Diarmuid's curse contract, that he was not allowed to fight with the T-Bow warthogs, so Finn created an accident. Unfortunately, there are very few wizards who sign spell contracts, and at the same time, to some extent, they are prepared to violate the spell oath. Different people smell the water of infatuation, and they will smell the smell they like because of their favorite smells. It's magical. Forge a spell contract. Dumbledore smiled meaningfully. Making a special spell no longer special is a way to protect yourself. That's good. Vezet nodded. Yes, it is the best love potion available today, invented by the wizard Diarmuid Odina in the 3rd century AD. The moonlight penetrated the gaps in the clouds, shining on the outline of the castle and on the words "for the greater good," appearing a tragic white. The line of writing became somewhat blurred, and was covered with potholes and traces of dark magic, adding a touch of eerie feeling to Nurmengard. A white-haired old man was sitting lazily on the bed with his head raised and one leg propped up, his back against the stone wall, admiring the pale moonlight outside the castle through the gap in the stone window. He sighed softly and said, "The curse is the shackles of fate. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed him so hard in the first place so that he wouldn't be shackled." Selena Pendragon was looking at a magazine called Natural Herbs. Grindelwald, you just think that the person who put the shackles on him should be you, right? To be honest, I have met Dumbledore. Do you really think you can put shackles on Dumbledore? I always feel that you are the one who is put in shackles. Gellert Grindelwald lowered his head and blinked as if missing something. There is a noticeable difference in his eyes. The right eye is a bright azure blue, while the left eye is a dull dark blue. When he blinked, only his right eye blinked. The eyelid of his left eye just trembled slightly. "Ah, that's an interesting thought," Grindelwald hummed. "Do you really want to discuss this? I could talk to you all day and all night." "Of course not." Selena Pendragon put down Natural Herbs, stood up and said, "I just happened to pass by here, so I came up to take a look." "Oh right, this book Natural Herbs brings good news. Hogwarts has started to cultivate mandrakes again. I believe that in a few years there should be more mandrakes. Hogwarts actually did this once last century." Grindelwald chuckled. "If you hadn't targeted the mandrakes and dug them all up to fight the Isaiah Society, I'm afraid it wouldn't have become a scarce medicinal herb again. To be honest, If it weren't for the Guardian's special identity, he would have been hidden in the long river of history just like Isaiah. I think. If there is a ranking of dark wizards, your name should be on it, at least in the top 2. As for those mandrakes, of course, it's because they work well, and the biting kale and devil's snare are also quite effective. Dumbledore stroked his beard. This is a very complicated process. It is still important to explore his secrets. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. Very good, it seems you have understood. Selena put away the natural herbs and said meaningfully, you want that old book Transfiguration today. I know what you want to see. Yes, Grindelwald responded. By the way, early next year, probably in February or March, there will be a major accident in Mumbai. You can go and take a look. Vezet was puzzled. I don't quite understand. Some kind of detection, magic, prophecy ability, some kind of potion, or even an unintentional word. May expose the curse contract. Vezet, you have to understand this. What can I do? Snape leaned forward and asked anxiously, how can I use love? To defeat Voldemort, perhaps Voldemort has already made his choice. In the end, he will take the initiative to expose his weakness and destroy himself. After being in a coma for so many years, I have only pieced together this one major event. And I'm not sure if it's something Isaiah would do. Not as good as before, Grindelwald shook his head slightly. I can only see some fragments occasionally, very scattered. Yes, they are also quite effective, Grindelwald nodded. The magical plants that you think are useful are now relatively scarce medicinal herbs. Why don't you help me find Transfiguration today? Grindelwald looked out the window at the moonlight again. I want the ones from 1894 to 1925. He said in a low voice, as long as you don't lower your status so much and don't eat expired candy because of greed, you won't get poisoned or edema. Selena looked at Grindelwald's left eye. Has your third eye recovered? That's right. Tomorrow is Monday and we still have classes to go to. Vezet looked at the mirror of Arist and said, Principal Dumbledore, can this mirror stay here for a while? Besides, the fishy-smelling black tea doesn't seem to suit your taste either. Then why do you need a piece of snake skin? What are you going to do with it? Noticing Dumbledore's gaze and smile, Vezet realized the deep meaning of these words and nodded slightly. That's right, you have to develop a habit. This is how you can turn virtual into real. Dumbledore walked quickly to his seat, looked at Snape and said with a smile, I used it to investigate something and then I got good news. Hearing the noise coming from behind, Snape, dressed in a black robe, tilted his head slightly. Grindelwald nodded. Yeah, remember Transfiguration of the day. Dumbledore just turned the doorknob and found that there was one more person in the headmaster's office. Vezet asked Principal Dumbledore, how are we going to use the curse contract against Voldemort? Dumbledore nodded and said, of course, if it helps you. In fact, this has actually happened once. It was only today that I was able to connect the dots. The power of love was what defeated Voldemort last time. Serena shrugged. I thought you were praising me. In fact, I was just acting in self-defense. At most, my methods were a little radical. This is not something you should consider. Dumbledore sighed. Let's go. Now that you are sure that there are no hidden dangers in your spell, you should go back and rest. Snape raised an eyebrow. About the Dark Lord, or Lockhart died suddenly while practicing signing in the middle of the night. I hope he doesn't become a ghost. It's not a big problem, Selena waved her hand. Since it's a major accident, it's most likely the work of the Isaiah Society. It's hard to make a mistake. Let's go. Dumbledore looked at Vezet with a serious look, as if he had something else to say. Therefore, even if it is fabricated, you still need to be wary of these means. Only by increasing the authenticity of the curse contract will your fabrication have meaning, right? You guessed it right, it's about the secret of Voldemort. Dumbledore said straight to the point. My previous judgment was correct. We can use love to defeat Voldemort. It's okay, we're almost done anyway. Selena handed the natural herbalism book to Grindelwald. How about it? Do you want to use it to kill time? Dumbledore hadn't seen Snape look so anxious in a long time. He could even foresee how Snape would react if he said, Harry needs to be given to Voldemort so that Voldemort can gain Lily's love. Snape would definitely try his best to stop it. After all, the reason he stayed in Hogwarts was because Harry would also be attending in the future. If this matter is to be explained clearly, then the power of curse must be introduced. At least so far, Dumbledore felt that Snape was not suitable for the pursuit of the curse. In addition to the fact that finding a matching spell is an extremely difficult task, Snape's hatred for Voldemort will also drive Snape to pay a heavy price. In addition, even if Dumbledore did not reveal the secret of the spell, with Snape's ability, he would most likely think of Vezet and get the secret of the spell from Vezet, instead of causing these things to happen for no reason. Dumbledore looked at the glass bottle beside him, which contained the memory thread from Dobby. He coughed lightly and said, Severus, so far I can only be sure of one thing: we can defeat Voldemort with love. Snape narrowed his eyes. I am also certain of one thing. If you feel hungry, you should eat. It seems that I have come to a great conclusion. Also, if you feel your mind is not clear, I suggest you drink more soul-soothing medicine. Tell me, what should I do? This is a process that requires continuous collection of clues. Dumbledore picked up the glass bottle and held it tightly in his hand. Just like last year through Vezet and Harry, it was confirmed that Voldemort was not dead. This year is similar, you should understand this, right? I used the snake slough fragment and a magic with guiding properties to get some information from it. I determined that Voldemort's weakness is love. Snape twisted his index finger and thumb, staring at Dumbledore intently, as if trying to determine if there was any possibility of lying. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was also proficient in occlumency and was much older than him. Once he got serious, he wouldn't reveal any flaws at all. Dumbledore picked up the glass bottle in his hand. Severus, aren't you interested in Dobby's memories? Perhaps you can get more useful clues from them. Snape looked at Dumbledore deeply and said slowly, then let's take a look. The two stood in front of the meditation basin, and after a dizzying moment they appeared in a magnificent living room. Snape said briefly, the living room of Malfoy Manor. They appeared behind the fireplace and Dobby carefully hid himself, eavesdropping on the conversation between Lucius and the guests. Got it? Lucius yawned and gently stirred the black tea in front of him. Old Crabbe nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's charity, it's helping others. As Dobby was summoned, Draco also entered the study and Dobby eavesdropped again. Lucius continued to mutter to himself, I'm afraid the Dark Lord is playing a big game. He actually chose to hide in the dark right under Dumbledore's nose. Snape curled his lips but said nothing. In fact, for those pureblood families, the absence of dark magic props in the mansion is actually an anomaly. Even though I attended his private lessons, I still couldn't get an O. That's the most problematic thing. He was still standing at the door of the study, his bat-like ears pressed against the door. He added, but you can't blame Professor Snape. If I were still teaching, I would also be willing to give an O grade. Lucius in the study seemed to be searching for something, and then there was a long silence. Professor Snape actually gave him an O, he's a Ravenclaw. Dumbledore smiled. Dumbledore and Snape looked strange when they heard Lucius mumbling to himself in doubt. Lucius. But seriously, that Arthur is too presumptuous. Should we find a way? He is bringing shame to our pureblood family. Hearing this, Dobby suddenly covered his mouth to prevent himself from making any sound. He didn't look directly at Old Crabbe as if the cup of tea was more important. I'll help you pay the fines. After all, you kept those things for me. Old Crabbe waved his hands quickly, a smile on his face. Who are we talking about? That's not what I meant. But thank you anyway. But Vezet is indeed fine. Dumbledore stroked his beard. It's just a coincidence that is too wonderful. Lucius walked towards the study. Dobby appeared at the door, listening attentively to the movements inside. Dobby did not relax at all and continued to eavesdrop, his ear still pressed against the door. Frame up, Lucius raised his eyebrows. I was giving alms. They live in such a shabby place and they were able to get the Dark Lord's items. Can it be considered a frame-up? Draco turned the doorknob and left the study with a look of uneasiness and confusion on his face. As soon as he left, Dobby appeared again. The conversation between Lucius and Draco was still going on. Dumbledore was fully aware of the relationship between Snape and Lucius, so he did not say a word. Snape and Dumbledore were not surprised to hear the conversation between Lucius and Narcissa. The content of the memory has changed, but it is still in the living room. The dark mark appears. Dumbledore protects the Dark Lord. Snape raised an eyebrow. It seems Lucius has encountered the same thing. Very similar. I can see, Dumbledore nodded. After a long while, Lucius finally let out a long sigh. They are the scum of the pureblood family. Lucius took a sip of black tea. I have something left by the Dark Lord. I might as well give it to them. Old Crabbe's tone was full of worry. That Arthur led a team to search me. Lucius, they fined me a lot of money. Some of your things were also taken away. Dobby had just finished filling the incense when Lucius Malfoy and Draco Malfoy walked out of the fireplace. Lucius looked extremely solemn. Is the Dark Lord here to remind me, or to warn me? Old Crabbe quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Lucius, are you planning to frame someone else? A house elf was so patient. Dumbledore Snape didn't say anything and continued to wait for the subsequent development of the memory. Snape looked across from Lucius, where there was a fat middle-aged man. Old Crabbe, Vincent Crabbe's father, escaped justice just like Lucius. It turns out that Vezet is playing a big game. Even I was kept in the dark. Dumbledore laughed and laughed very happily, even with tears in the corners of his eyes. But the owner of this memory, Dobby, took a deep breath and collapsed at the door of the study, looking as if he was terrified. There were also tears in the corners of his eyes, but they were tears of fear. He was so afraid that Voldemort would come back. The content of the memory changed. After Lucius left, Dobby entered the empty study without permission. He walked around the study cautiously, as if looking for something. After a long time, he finally found something in a cabinet. It was a notebook with an opal cover, and the name of Lucius' father, Abraxas Malfoy, was written on it. Snape looked at Dobby, who was peeking into the notebook, and his tone became more subtle, spying on the master's secrets. In the Malfoy family, this is a death sentence for this house elf, Dumbledore said with emotion, being able to do so much for Harry. Dobby is probably the most special house elf I have ever met. Snape sneered and said, "It is indeed special that Vezet would faint after seeing her." As Dobby flipped through the albumen dragon leather notebook, the two also learned the contents of the notebook. Through the contents of the notebook, Dumbledore and Snape finally understood why Lucius mistook Vezet for Voldemort. Dobby, who had also peeked into the contents of the notebook, obviously had the same idea as Lucius. He also used the contents of the notebook as evidence and regarded Vezet as the reborn Voldemort. Dobby was very afraid of Voldemort, so he behaved in a very awkward manner when facing Vezet. After meeting Vezet several times, he would faint directly. Snape could somewhat understand why Lucius made such an association. After all, the Dark Mark really did appear, not to mention that Lucius' feelings towards the Dark Lord were extremely complicated. In his early years, he followed Abraxas Malfoy's last wishes, and like other Death Eaters, held a reverence for the Dark Lord in his heart. However, as the fight progressed, Voldemort's true character was exposed more and more, and in Lucius' heart, his admiration for Voldemort gradually disappeared and turned into fear. It was precisely because of this fear that Lucius became one of the first Death Eaters to defect after the news of the Dark Lord's downfall came out. As Lucius betrayed Voldemort, revealed the whereabouts of other Death Eaters, and then escaped trial, everything began to stabilize and improve, but he began to feel uneasy again. For a long time, Lucius could not sleep properly and had difficulty thinking normally, so he had to take dreamless sleeping pills and Bayfi brain-stimulating pills to help him expand his family's power. When the dreamless sleeping potion and the Buffy brain awakening potion lost their effects, he still needed to seek help from Snape to get rid of his dependence on the Buffy brain awakening potion. Despite this, side effects are inevitable. According to Snape's description, he took too many potions and his head was full of herbs. So when the Dark Mark burned, the anxiety reached its peak, and the side effects of excessive use of Bayf's brain-stimulating agent appeared. Lucius had extreme thoughts. Let Draco approach Vezet and release Goodwill to beg for the Dark Lord's forgiveness. Of course, Snape could understand some of Lucius's ideas, but the way Lucius did some things really made Snape feel incredible. What Snape couldn't understand the most was that Lucius dared to confront Dumbledore. He even dared to use his position as a school director to secretly resort to trickery in an attempt to remove Dumbledore from the position of headmaster. For example, there is a story in a fairy tale book, which seems to be called the Fountain of Good Luck. According to Lucius, the Fountain of Luck distorts the relationship between wizards and muggles, which will have a negative impact on the magical world and tarnish the purity of purebloods. He was extremely afraid of Voldemort, but he was not afraid of the only person Voldemort was afraid of, and he even dared to fight against the only person Voldemort was afraid of. Considering all the above, Snape could only say that linking Vezet and Voldemort together was something Lucius could do. In addition to Lucius, Snape also found some of Dumbledore's actions difficult to understand. A man who was called the greatest wizard of our time and ended the Wizarding World War was actually willing to write a letter to Lucius to explain his intentions for a fairy tale. In Snape's opinion, there were too many ways to solve this kind of problem, but Dumbledore chose the most difficult and least intimidating one. It was as if Dumbledore was bound by some kind of magical contract, forcing him to do this. However, what kind of magical contract could have such a strong binding force? Snape really couldn't imagine it. The Dark Mark is more useful than any hearsay. Dumbledore smiled. Besides, there are indeed rumors that Voldemort is wandering in the Black Forest of Albania. Voldemort's influence still exists, otherwise wizards would not continue to use nicknames. I think Mr. Malfoy has always been afraid. He might even be so scared that he can't sleep at night. Especially this time, even the Dark Mark has appeared. The fear from Voldemort must have reached its peak. Seeing Dumbledore's expression, Snape frowned. What do you want to do to Lucius? Dumbledore stroked his beard. Perhaps we can win Mr. Malfoy over to our side. Snape raised an eyebrow, through Vezet. Using Vezet to push things along. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Isn't this a bright path for Mr. Malfoy? Everything is as he wishes. In the final analysis, in the eyes of the flexible pureblood wizard families, profit is the basis of their pursuit. As for the liquid hidden under the skin, it is just a slogan. Yes, flexible enough. Snape agreed with what Dumbledore said. As soon as the news of Voldemort's downfall began to spread, Lucius took the initiative to find the Ministry of Magic and announced that he was under the control of the Imperious Curse. He could indeed be called flexible enough. Voldemort will definitely return. It is now certain. Dumbledore said, it is conceivable what will happen to Lucius when he returns to the Death Eaters. While other pureblood wizard families were recuperating, the Malfoy family's wealth was expanding. Instead of letting this wealth become Voldemort's help, we can actually change someone. Severus, you actually know very well what kind of person Voldemort is. Our Mr. Draco Malfoy, perhaps when Voldemort returns, he will encounter some unforeseen disasters because of what his father did in the past. Snape curled his lips but did not refute. In fact, Dumbledore was not wrong. When Voldemort returns, he may indeed do something like this. In addition to the friendship between Snape and Lucius and the respect shown by Draco, the fact that it could weaken Voldemort's advantage after his return in advance was also the reason why Snape did not refute. Dumbledore saw the thought in Snape's eyes and continued leisurely, Severus, you don't need to say anything. We just need to bring Dobby back to the manor. I think Mr. Malfoy should be able to make the right choice based on his own judgment, right? Snape stared at Dobby, who was still moving, still without saying a word. Dumbledore paced in the study. In fact, he has already made his choice, otherwise he would not have asked Mr. Draco Malfoy to take the initiative, right? As for me, I'll just be an old man with blurry eyes, and encounter the dark side of the light at Hogwarts so that our dear Vezet Dark Lord can take advantage of it. Dumbledore's smile became more obvious. I'm suddenly a little scared. Our Dark Lord Vezet might ask me out alone one day, then a green light flashed. Do you want to die? Snape raised his eyebrows. That has to be after Voldemort is killed. Even if I have to soak you in potion, I will keep you alive. Dumbledore continued, I hope it can be made sweeter. Soaking it in a potion that is too spicy and bitter would be terrible. Haha, Snape responded to Dumbledore with two sneers. The memory content changed again, and this time Dobby appeared in Lucius' bedroom. Dobby didn't dare to stay there any longer. He just took the robe that Lucius wore during the day and hurriedly left the bedroom. He turned his robe over and over, searching every pocket with great care, his face becoming more and more anxious, and he kept muttering, it's gone, it's gone. The owner must have sent it away. It will return to Hogwarts. Harry Potter is in danger. I must do something, I must do something. Dumbledore looked at Dobby, who was as anxious as an ant on the hot pot. He is looking for something. Perhaps this thing is the magic prop that can summon the basilisk. If it can be put in a pocket and easily transferred to someone else, then this magic item should be a small object. Since emotions can be used as a fulcrum, can memory itself also be used as a fulcrum to modify memory? Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were just there to watch the fun, and they also wanted to find out who had changed the handwriting. Oh, have you seen it before? Dumbledore was a little surprised. Pansy, we should hurry up and make that notebook. So that we can humiliate her back, right? Maybe, I will eventually make some progress. Dumbledore sighed, once Voldemort returns, we may fall into a familiar chaos. Dobby put his robe back in his bedroom, then walked to the fireplace, picked up the poker and began to beat himself to punish himself for offending his master. Snape thought for a moment, trying to make the details clearer in his memory. It was quite casual. I just said don't lose it, otherwise it could endanger the safety of Hogwarts and undermine your prestige. Dumbledore did not comment, but reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 lemon sherbet. You can go back and think about it, like I said. You just need to bring Dobby back to the manor. Harold Minkham, Dumbledore recalled something. Could it be that retaliation? Did it cause Harold Minkham's prestige to plummet and then he resigned as Minister of Magic? Looking at the Phoenix Fox, who was getting older and seemed to be about to be reborn at any time, Dumbledore was a little absent-minded. Is that so? Dumbledore nodded slightly and turned his attention back to Dobby. Watching Snape's receding back, Dumbledore stroked his beard and carefully peeled off the candy wrapper of the lemon sherbet. It should be that time. Snape nodded. After the meeting, the Dark Lord said that after dealing with Harold Minkham, the next step would be Hogwarts. The atmosphere in Slytherin was very subtle. Many Slytherins were also looking forward to the show, but they were more excited than the Gryffindors. Dumbledore asked, how did Voldemort react to the notebook? Was he serious or casual? Faced with the lemon snow treasure handed to him, Snape did not take it. He just glanced at Dobby in the corner and left the headmaster's office without any hesitation. As a corridor that students must pass through, the changes in the handwriting in the corridor quickly attracted the students' attention. The Slytherins are looking forward to the emergence of the true heir to prove that the Chamber of Secrets also exists. She wrote in her diary, writing harder than usual, leaving behind extremely sloppy handwriting. Riddle, I feel that Slytherin has been insulted and we have been looked down upon. There will always be some Slytherins who will inevitably get into conflict. Severus, you should know who I mean. There was another round of dizziness and Dumbledore and Snape left Dobby's memory and his consciousness returned to the headmaster's office. Notebook, Snape frowned. Pansy held the quill tightly, the altered words still in her mind. He put the lemon sherbet into his mouth, raised his wand and pointed it at the pensive from which he picked up the thread of Dobby's memory. Snape's face turned grim. Now you think you were wrong. Ravenclaw mainly commented on the text content, and some people copied down the sentences and tried to compare them with the previous characters based on memory to see what changes had been made. I don't know the specific purpose. It was a very casual handover. Snape frowned as he recalled. It seemed to be a meeting about Harold Minkham. Vezet, you didn't disappoint me. You can really learn some very interesting magic skills from Lockhart. After a while he slowly said, Severus, what happens to Lucius has nothing to do with me, but for a child who can still turn back from his wrong path, maybe it's worth a try. He gently shook the silver memory thread and focused his attention on the corner. Snape narrowed his eyes and rudely interrupted Dumbledore. Are you atonement for your past? Use emotions as a fulcrum to pry open memories. He murmured softly, what a good idea. Yes, I'll do it as soon as possible. Pansy continued to write in her diary, the house elves will deliver the materials soon, just wait and see. Hogwarts Castle is located in the Scottish Highlands. As the Christmas holidays approach, the weather here is getting colder. Vezet adjusted the recipe of kulik, adding a little ginger root, cinnamon, and salamander blood while maintaining the taste, which is very suitable for warming the body in winter. The originally transparent kulik also changed color, smudged into a bit of fiery red, making it look much warmer. As soon as the winter special kulik was launched, it became very popular in the school. As the demand increased greatly, the members of MSC became busy producing more kulik. Vezet is responsible for brewing the cool-flavored puree, and Luna will also help process the necessary materials. After all, with the help of ancient magic, balanced conversion of potion, Vezet can boil a few pots of concentrated puree, and then blend them according to the proportion to meet the filling needs of the whole day. Thanks to his full understanding and knowledge of stimulants, he can freely increase or decrease the difficulty when boiling the original juice to achieve the purpose of magic practice. If he feels in good condition, he will try to do two things at once, setting up 2 crucibles at the same time and boiling 2 pots of puree. Although this process will be difficult, it will allow you to be more focused and carefully grasp the changes in the potion, so as to achieve the purpose of practicing spellcasting skills. He remembered that last school year, Snape could easily make a potion without the need for a cauldron. Since he had received Snape's instruction, he would naturally take Snape as his goal and continue to improve his potion skills. Fred and George were responsible for making the white smoke powder, which usually took a lot of time to prepare the materials needed for alchemy. Only by carefully handling alchemical materials can the success rate of alchemy be ensured. All materials can be consumed as much as possible, and waste can be avoided. Done, my arms are going to be stiff. Fred groaned, there are so many silent bird feathers to deal with. George bent his arms and fluttered his wings. Who says it's not true? I've been dealing with feathers so much that I feel like I'm about to become a silent bird. Luna put down the mortar and poured the beech leaf powder in the mortar into the glass bowl. Bees can't just indulge in finding beautiful flowers. It's also important to taste the honey. I totally understand this time. After hearing Luna's words, Fred suddenly realized, now even tasting kulik, I don't feel as happy as before. I think we need off-field assistance. George slapped his forehead. I need someone who is attentive enough to help me. Only then can I enjoy kulik happily. Vezet took the glass bowl from Luna and poured the beech leaf powder into the cauldron. He waved his wand along the edge of the cauldron and asked, outside help, do you have anyone? Fred and George looked at each other, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. Let's think about it. Who should we look for? Lee seems to be busy contributing to WWN recently, but he is suitable for this. We can also ask him to help with advertising when the time comes. Yeah. He's also helping us raise the tarantulas. He's busy enough already. Why not go find our dear brother? I don't think so. We're going to use spider leg powder. Ronald would probably pass out if he even saw it for a second. Vezet and Luna looked at each other and could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Ronald, as the youngest son of the Weasley family, has a very difficult life. Vezet took the pumpkin seeds from Luna and began a new round of waving her wand and stirring. Fred and George discussed it for a long time but couldn't come to any concrete conclusion. Luna cleaned up the mortar and pestle. If there's no suitable candidate, maybe I can talk to Hannah. Fred stroked his chin. Hannah, such a familiar name. Vezet added, the first person to be sorted last school year was Hannah Abbott, a Hufflepuff. We usually help out in the greenhouse together, and Sprout once praised her, saying that she is a very attentive person. Fred whistled. Hufflepuff, that's fine. Hufflepuff is trustworthy. George quickly cleaned up the table. Let's go find her now. We know Hufflepuff so well. In addition to Hannah, Fred and George actually brought Neville with them. Fred's tone was full of surprise. I didn't expect it, on the weekend. They were actually in the library. George chuckled and added, but they are studying herbology. We definitely got the right people. I really can't. Neville's round face was full of panic. I can easily mess up those potion ingredients. Snape. Professor Snape deducted a lot of points from me. Fred said with a smile, I heard from Ronald that when you and Seamus are together, it is particularly easy to make the crucible explode. This is the talent we need. That's right, explosions, fireworks, don't you like it? George nodded repeatedly and persuaded in agreement. I remember you also bought fireworks from us, right? You must have a talent in this area. If you are not good at it, you should practice more. We will teach you step by step. Yes. When the time comes, Kulik will use the money he earns to give you your share. Neville was still hesitant, but if I screw up, do I have to pay for it? Luna walked up to Vezet and whispered in her ear, he's like an armadillo. He could slip away at any moment. Vezet smiled and nodded, so we should speak softly, don't scare him. All we have to do is grind the ingredients and make a bottle of Kulik. Hannah asked in a low voice, a little stiff. Do you really want us to get involved in such an important matter? It's very simple. Luna nodded. Just like when a heartworm eats nettles, it will naturally turn into syrup. Just let it go. Luna is right, Vezet added. As long as you are careful enough, you don't need to touch the flames and the crucible, and don't be stressed. Neville seemed to be convinced as well. I'll try it first. I will definitely succeed. I'll try my best. I'll try to succeed. In the space of 2 sentences, he seemed to be becoming less and less confident. But Fred and George didn't care. They patted each other's shoulders and said, get started while you still have energy, just follow us. George waved at Hannah, come on, it's the weekend, so we still have plenty of time. We also have a lot of materials, and there won't be a guy in a black robe to deduct points. Hearing this, Neville shuddered. Don't say it. Seeing George waving at her, Hannah quickly wiped the sweat from her palms and walked towards them with a somewhat stiff movement. As Fred and George said, they knew Hufflepuff all too well. After swallowing a few chocolate balls, Hannah and Neville both got into the mood, at least much better than at the beginning, barely reaching Fred and George's expectations. Another box of Kulik was made, and several people sat in a circle around the round table. After taking a sip of Kulik, a blush appeared on their faces. I want to introduce this. Hannah shook the bottle of Kulik to my great-granduncle. I think he would like it too. Fred asked curiously, great-uncle? Hannah nodded, yes. Have you ever considered selling Kulik outside of school? Sell outside the school? Fred and George's eyes lit up. Fred asked quickly, do you have any connections? Can you promote it to more people? George understood and said, then we can earn more gold galleons. Yes, I can guarantee it with Hufflepuff's eyes. Hannah's face flushed. If you sell it to the Leaky Cauldron, it will be popular. The Leaky Cauldron? Vezet murmured, could it be? Mr. Tom, it's old Tom. Fred's eyes widened. This hairstyle. George brushed Hannah's thick blonde hair. If you didn't say it, who would have thought of it? Vezet nodded silently. The guests at the Leaky Cauldron called the owner Tom or Old Tom. Unexpectedly, Tom was Hannah's great-granduncle. George's curiosity was burning. Neville, what about you? Do you have any particularly powerful relatives? Fred immediately gave an example or some hidden special identity, like Vezet. Probably the youngest potion master in England. Hannah was surprised. Vezet actually is already a potion master, I thought. How else can we make Kulik? George chuckled and burped. This is in compliance with the laws of the Ministry of Magic. Neville scratched his head, a hint of pride appearing on his face. My mom and dad, they are both brave Aurors. Fred whistled. Cool Aurors, they are elite wizards, the most powerful wizards. Auror, Longbottom. George rubbed his chin. Neville, your parents are Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom. Dad seemed to have mentioned them. Fred came back to his senses. It seems that they were seriously injured. Are they okay now? Neville's eyes flashed with pain and he forced a smile. It's fine. At this moment, Vezet felt something unusual and quickly took out her notebook and found the bookmark inside. A very short sentence appeared on it. Come to the entrance of the secret room. This was the message Dumbledore left him. The heir would not give up easily. He took action once again and triggered the magical alarm left in the abandoned bathroom. It's finally over. Vezet was looking forward to the petrification spell, the final step of Animagus, and going to the Forbidden Forest with Luna. There were so many things he wanted to do, but they had to be put on hold because of the heir hiding in the dark. Luna also mouthed, "Madame Pomfrey asked me to supervise you. It won't be dangerous." Vezet said without saying anything but mouthed, "Principal Dumbledore and the others are here." Looking at Vizet's receding back, Fred protested, "Can you guys talk? You're making me so anxious." "What did you say?" A tabby cat appeared next to him and quickly transformed into Professor McGonagall. Vezet walked to the sink, quickly found the faucet marked with a snake and said with a hissing sound, "Turn it on." Luna couldn't help laughing and a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. They rushed down the corridor with Filch's vicious voice floating around them. "What are you doing here? Let me see. Which school rules you have violated?" The accumulated water flowing out here. Mrs. Norris saw the basilisk in the water, so it was petrified. The wash basin disappeared and in its place was a thick pipe. Hannah agreed, "I think so too." Luna nodded, raised her hand and bent her pinky finger, shaking it at Vezet. The journey was smooth and they soon entered the abandoned bathroom. Dumbledore was already standing in front of the sink. "See," Dumbledore looked at Professor McGonagall. "With a pair of glasses like this, we don't need a coffin, we just need a mandrake resurrection potion." Vezet smiled and made a pinky promise, then mouthed, "Don't worry, I'll try to come back soon. Why do we have to eat these?" Neville scratched his head. "Gentian, is it the flu and fever? Will I catch a cold after drinking Kulik? We can also add some protection. Like a pair of glasses." Dumbledore produced a pair of half-moon glasses. "That would be safer. A lens made of water." The lens looked solid, but his finger could pass through it. "Principal Dumbledore, I understand." "Understood." Vezet continued to mouth, "I definitely won't go to the school hospital. At least not me." George echoed, "I feel like I need Snape's help right now. I need to eat some yellow gentian and honeysuckle." "Hannah, Neville, do you want some?" Luna nodded heavily and clenched her fist in a cheering gesture. In front of him, there was a notebook made of golden powder floating, which should be the visibility effect brought by the tracking spell. When he stood up, Luna stood up too. Professor McGonagall immediately asked, "You can transform into a devil's snare in human form to gain the perception ability of the devil's snare." Several students' terrified voices rang out, "Filch is coming, let's run." Vezet put on her glasses but felt something was wrong, so she touched the lenses with her fingers. "Albus, do you really want to take Vezet with you?" Professor McGonagall asked worriedly. "The basilisk is too dangerous for at least one student." "Yes, Professor McGonagall." Vezet nodded. "I will not face the glare of the basilisk, and I have my reasons for having to find it." Neville nodded and explained honestly, "Vezet told me to understand other magics through herbology, so I memorized a lot of things and I think it's quite useful. I feel like I learn much faster than before, except for potions class." Dumbledore waved his wand and the golden powder disappeared. "Minerva, you should still remember the transfiguration magic from last school year, before the Christmas holidays." Fred looked odd. What a familiar way of speaking. "Are you imitating Vezet?" Apparently, this was Dumbledore's arrangement, asking Filch to disperse the students from this road to avoid attracting more attention. Vezet left the corridor and quickly ran towards the abandoned bathroom. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets can only be opened with Parseltongue. No wonder it was never found back then. Professor McGonagall said with emotion, "I'm going down first." Before she finished her words, her body shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a small tabby cat and was the first to get into the pipe. Waterproof and air combined, night travel and peak. Vezet cast the bubble head spell, covering her entire body with a membrane, and jumped into the pipe second. With the help of a night vision charm, he was able to see Professor McGonagall ahead of him. Unlike his sliding in the pipe, the tabby cat that Professor McGonagall transformed into was very flexible, giving him a feeling of walking on flat ground. It jumped far away and gradually disappeared from his sight. If it was a normal tabby cat, it obviously wouldn't be able to do this. Vezet thought as she slid down, "It feels like walking on flat ground in the pipe. There is no dirt on my fur. It is obvious that magic is used. So, maybe you can cast magic while in the animagus state or some kind of special magical ability." After an unknown amount of time, the steep pipe finally flattened out and Vezet slid out smoothly, landing on the ground littered with bones. He looked around, but saw neither Professor McGonagall in his original form nor the tabby cat in his animagus form. Tabby cats are very secretive, and I think Professor McGonagall must have taken advantage of this and moved forward to investigate first. Vezet did not move forward rashly, but quietly came to the corner of the cave tunnel and waited for Dumbledore to arrive. While waiting, he repeatedly communicated with the empty shell of the curse, allowing the empty shell of the curse to appear or hide according to his wishes, to ensure that no mistakes would occur later. It wasn't until Dumbledore also slid out of the pipe that Vezet stepped forward. Principal Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall seems to have gone to investigate ahead. Dumbledore smiled and shook the wand in his hand gently. This place needs a little cleaning. As soon as he finished speaking, countless skeletons on the ground began to tremble slightly and slowly floated into the air following his footsteps. He kept the wand steady, as if pulling an invisible silk thread and like flying a kite, gradually leading to two streams of bones. Vezet recalled, "After all, we were not from the same college, so we only met a few times. At least he was quite friendly to me." "Very friendly," Dumbledore murmured. "That's a good start." Dumbledore hummed, "You guys stay out of the way for a while. Let me deal with the hidden danger first. It's a pity that it's too dangerous. Even if Hagrid wants to take care of it, it might be difficult." I didn't see it clearly. In order to avoid suspicion, I didn't get too close. Professor McGonagall shook her head. "I can only be sure that it was not a Gryffindor student. Miss Pansy Parkinson." Professor McGonagall frowned slightly. "It's her." The first thing that caught Vizet's eye was two armored skeletal giants, almost as big as the statue of Salazar Slytherin. He raised his wand and waved it gently. The stream of bones behind him made a very subtle click sound and rushed directly into the misty green light. The girl was holding a notebook tightly in her hand, and she was emitting a violence that was almost visible to the naked eye, as if she had taken an overdose of aphrodisiac and had almost lost her mind, which was why she looked so crazy. Dumbledore's steps were brisk. "Vezet, when you were prying into Dobby's memory, was fear the fulcrum you used. The most likely scenario should be a Slytherin student." Dumbledore sighed. "Let's go. It saves trouble and it leaves an indelible impression on him." Dumbledore continued, "Have you seen Dobby's memories?" A powerful pressure erupted from Dumbledore, making Vezet feel like her hair was standing on end. The footsteps in the green light became hurried, followed by a hissing voice, "Speak to me, Slytherin." "The greatest of the four great men of Hogwarts," Dumbledore asked. "Girl, can you tell who it is? I didn't have time to see it. Didn't we find the entrance to the secret room at that time?" Vezet said, "Then we explored the real secret room and then I entered the school hospital." The basilisk was also huge, looking at least 15 meters long with green scales on its body and filled with a dangerous aura. Vezet was a little confused about what Dumbledore meant. "Malfoy family? What do you mean, Draco? Or the history of the Malfoy family?" What followed was a rapid click sound like a storm which almost filled the entire secret room. Vezet recognized the parcel-tongue tone. "Principal Dumbledore. The basilisk is coming out. I heard the command to summon the basilisk." Along with a loud rumbling sound coming from the end of the secret room, Vizet's familiar whispering voice reappeared. "Tear apart." In front of the two armored skeleton giants, there is an exquisite skeleton cage that imprisons a girl in school uniform. "It's a big one, but it's easier to handle than I thought. I think Hagrid will like it." "Draco," Dumbledore stroked his beard. "It seems you have met before." He shook his wand gently and the hazy green light disappeared instantly, turning into a soft and bright light completely illuminating the secret room. When they arrived at the door of the secret room, they saw that it was already open. The inside was filled with a misty, cold green light and a figure was gradually submerged in it. And when building fear, the specific target image you used was the Voldemort we saw last school year. A halo of light appeared at the corner ahead. It was Professor McGonagall who cast a magic lighting spell. "We have to hurry, the girl is getting close to the gate. Thank you for your reminder, let me look for it." Dumbledore's expression gradually became serious and he waved the wand in his hand. However, the pressure only lasted for 2 breaths. The serious expression on Dumbledore's face gradually disappeared and he soon returned to his usual smiling and kind appearance. "So it's at the entrance of the cave. And it's a mechanism that can only be triggered by Parseltongue. These are very interesting ideas." The two skeleton-armored giants worked together to completely lock half of the basilisk's body, especially the basilisk's eyes, which were completely covered by the skeleton. "Yes." Vezet said truthfully, based on the considerations at the time, since Dobby was afraid of Voldemort, using Voldemort's image was the most convenient approach. "Yes, a lot of things happened that night." Dumbledore nodded and changed the subject. "Vezet, what do you think of the Malfoy family?" Veins popped up on Pansy's face and her expression looked extremely ferocious. She waved her hands desperately to hit the skeleton cage and bloodstains appeared on her hands. She said in a vicious tone, "So what if it's me? You are all sinners of Hogwarts." The sinner who dragged Hogwarts into the abyss. I will purify this school polluted by the mudbloods. Vezet noticed that although Pansy was facing Dumbledore, her eyes were focused on him, and there was hatred in them. He heard the cold, vicious voice of the basilisk again, want to kill, smell of food, very hungry. Pansy maintained a vicious look on her face and continued to struggle with her teeth bared, but a hissing sound came out from between her teeth. Wait for my order and kill the youngest one. He's delicious. Delicious, delicious. I want to eat it. Hearing this, the basilisk became quiet again, probably waiting for orders. Obviously, when Dumbledore was controlling the basilisk just now, Pansy gave the basilisk an order to accumulate strength. I made a promise to try to get back as soon as possible. Vezet said quickly, Principal Dumbledore, the basilisk still has some strength left. Without the slightest hesitation, Pansy hissed at the top of her lungs, kill him. Dumbledore reacted faster than Pansy. He immediately raised his wand and pointed it at the two armored skeleton giants. The armored skeleton giant let out a rapid click sound like a rainstorm and instantly subdued the basilisk that had just bent its body. The basilisk wailed, I'm hungry. I want to eat. I want to live. Ms. Parkinson, you seem to have failed to learn your lesson and made the same mistake your father made. Dumbledore still smiled, I have not lost the power to cast magic. It's just controlling a basilisk, I can still do it. He looked at Vezet beside him, since I promised others to go back early, I have to hurry up. Okay. Vezet raised her wand and cast ancient magic, improved lights out spell without any hesitation knocks. A huge black bubble appeared instantly, covering not only the basilisk, but also the two armored skeleton giants. He closed his eyes tightly and with the help of ancient magic, self-shaping devil's net state, the devil's net pulled his body, allowing him to easily climb up the armored skeleton giant and onto the basilisk's head. A python immediately appeared in my mind, taking the shape of letter 16be. A flash of inspiration came to Vezet, and she naturally uttered the spell, En Nothes. The basilisk, which was originally struggling, suddenly stiffened. The color on its body seemed to fade away in an instant and turned into a grayish-white color like a statue. The grayish-white color did not look like light and was not covered by the ancient magic, improved light's extinguishing spell. They were like boiling mercury, constantly surging towards Vezet as if to completely swallow Vezet. Vezet recalled the memory from Salazar Slytherin when he had summarized two key points. One was the ancient magical power and the other was communication. The core of the Obscurus pumped violently, and Vezet gripped the wand tightly, as if holding an awl, and stabbed it hard at the basilisk's head. The silver-blue light spread out like fireworks, and countless fragments of memories flooded into my mind. These memory fragments record the life of the basilisk, from breaking out of its shell to lying dormant in the secret room. The memory fragments come together to form a lock-like existence. Vezet needs to find a way to open the lock in order to fill the empty shell and truly obtain the curse. Communication. Vezet murmured, then changed to Parseltongue and made a hissing sound. I will complete the remaining spell contract with you. The spell from petrification. Although the basilisk's body was stiff, it seemed not to hear Vizet's Parseltongue and uttered a weak but firm voice, I want to live. To live. Vezet frowned slightly and continued to communicate in Parseltongue, we have captured the air, of course you can live. When the word air was heard, the basilisk's voice paused and then it murmured the same words again, I want to live. To live, live. And what are you living for? Live to survive, live for the air, living to cleanse Hogwarts, tracing back to the source, Vezet thought quickly. To extend survival, it was Salazar Slytherin who cultivated the basilisk. After the basilisk was born, it could live for survival. By the same token, the heir is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. The cleansing of Hogwarts was ordered by Salazar Slytherin. Vezet raised his wand and placed the tip of the wand against his temple, pulling out a memory thread containing the memory of his meeting with Salazar Slytherin in the mirror world. Look, I've met the headmaster of Slytherin. As he spoke, he gently shook his wand, letting the thread of memory float down and merge into the basilisk's head. Survive. The basilisk's voice paused again and it began to chant a name, Salazar Slytherin, my master, my only master. The grayish-white color on the basilisk's body faded away and its body became flexible again, but this time it did not continue to struggle. It seemed to be hanging on the armored skeleton giant, looking extremely relaxed. Salazar Slytherin. My master, my only master. Vezet was quite emotional. He originally thought that the basilisk only had instincts, instinct to kill, instinct to be hungry, instinct to survive. Now it seems that instinct may not be enough to sustain this 1,000 years. With that in mind, Vezet let out a light breath. I'll take you to him. As you can see, I know where the head of Slytherin is. The moment the basilisk calmed down, Vezet felt the spell in her mind change the empty shell. The grayish-white color that had faded from the basilisk's body now appeared on the empty shell of the spell, filling it completely and turning it into a real spell. The wizard's field guide also began to turn, and the related content began to change. Spell letter 16b, magical properties oppression, restraint, strength. Use the power of ancient magic to guide the spell. Display the magical properties related to letter 16b. Vizet's previous judgment was correct. The cost of the curse was borne by Voldemort, so there was no relevant content on the page. Outside the dark bubble, Pansy's disdainful voice suddenly came. Although I don't know why he wants to go in but give up. Not everyone can give him orders. Loud voice. Vezet put her wand against her neck and cast an amplification spell to raise her voice. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. It looks like everything went well. Dumbledore's tone was filled with satisfaction. In a slight tremor, the two armored skeleton giants instantly lost their support and fell apart. As the two armored skeleton giants scattered, Vezet gently patted the scales on the basilisk's head. Close your eyes and let me go. Okay. The basilisk twisted its body and soon curled up into a ball. Then it lowered its head, allowing Vezet to fall to the ground. After making sure that Vezet was away from its head, it retracted its head back into the center of the snake coil. Remember Salazar, Slytherin? Of course. Vezet nodded and responded in Parseltongue. Pansy hissed in frustration. What are you doing? Everything he said was a lie. Kill him now. The basilisk seemed to have no reaction and even coiled its body tighter. Faced with the basilisk's indifference, Pansy became more and more crazy, waving the notebook in her hand as if she wanted to smash open the skeleton cage. Perhaps we should let Professor Snape handle it, Professor McGonagall suggested. After all, he is the head of Slytherin. Of course it would be best if Severus handled it. Dumbledore changed the subject, but he had something else to do and happened to leave school. The most important thing right now is to stop her self-harming behavior. Leaving school at this time. Professor McGonagall adjusted his glasses. That's really rare. He usually leaves Hogwarts only at the end of the school year. Dumbledore smiled and said, there are always exceptions. It is the weekend after all. Everyone can be free. Pansy tightly grasped the notebook and swung the skeleton cage wildly. The base of her palm was cracked and bright red blood flowed out. Vezet noticed that the blood seemed to be absorbed by the notebook, without dripping onto the floor or staining the cover or pages. Principal Dumbledore, that notebook should be a magical item. Perhaps it is the key to the Chamber of Secrets. The heir's inheritance. Dumbledore looked at Vezet and blinked twice. You can try some new methods to see if you can get the notebook. New method? Vezet took a few steps forward and stood in front of Pansy. Pansy stared at Vezet fiercely. You Obscurial, I don't know why Draco wants to deal with you. You're not even as good as a mudblood. In the Chamber of Secrets, the words were also written. Take the notebook, close your eyes, and speak to the great statue of Salazar Slytherin in the most respectful tone. Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 great men of Hogwarts. Are you talking about yourself? Vezet raised her eyebrows and said in a short and cold voice, how embarrassing. You are a wizard, but you can only use a book to smash the cage. Principal Dumbledore, this notebook, and Pansy Parkinson. Could it be that they are just scapegoats? Of course, this is just a guess. After all, I don't have sufficient evidence. Vezet finished speaking and Dumbledore put down his wand. That's all I can come up with in such a short time. Clear water like a spring. Vezet spread out her notebook, cast a water-making spell to summon a stream of ink, and poured it onto the notebook. Dumbledore took the notebook and waved his wand over it while listening to Vezet. Just as Pansy aimed at Vezet, her body suddenly stiffened, and a grayish-white color spread from the palm of her hand, holding the wand to her entire body. As he turned to the page about the abandoned bathroom, he saw a string of words appearing where the sink diagram was. After a long while, he handed the notebook to Dumbledore. Principal Dumbledore, it has an unmappable magic attached to it. That's why we haven't been able to find Pansy Parkinson. Excuse me. Did you get tea for all the subjects that require the use of a wand? After all, your movements are too much like a giant monster swinging a wooden stick. If it was just a simple spell, maybe nothing would happen. Vezet said, taking out the notebook in Pansy's hand. What a pity her malice is so strong. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Minerva, it's just some little magic that's unique to him. Don't take it too seriously. Vezet said to the basilisk, let's go inside and take a look. I'll take you to the Slytherin headmaster later. The two of them could hear a tone similar to Snape's in Vizet's words. In addition, the notebook uses a unique magical technique to imprison a rune snake inside. I think Pansy Parkinson's ability to speak Parseltongue should be related to this. You actually said I was a troll. Pansy's eyes were red with anger and she immediately pulled out the wand from her pocket. Vezet turned to look at the statue of Salazar Slytherin. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four." Vezet continued to turn the pages and found that there were pages of rough maps at the back, with corresponding routes from the Slytherin common room to the abandoned bathroom. Professor McGonagall moved quickly, transformed into a tabby cat, and was the first to jump into the cave along the bone ladder. Professor McGonagall took out his wand almost at the same time. Vezet, stand back. Dedicate your blood, and the notebook will lead you to the secret room to continue the unfinished great cause of Salazar Slytherin. Okay, hurry up. Looking at Pansy, who had become a statue, Professor McGonagall retracted his wand, adjusted his glasses, and asked, "What is going on?" The statue of Salazar Slytherin moved, its mouth opening wider and wider until it was a dark cave. Similar to the previous situation, the notebook was not stained black by the ink, but instead completely absorbed it, revealing 2 lines of handwriting. He looked up at the statue of Salazar Slytherin. "Want to look inside the statue? See if there is anything else there besides the basilisk. Hold the notebook, and it will guide you to become the heir of the great Salazar Slytherin." Dumbledore waved his wand, gathering the bones together into a wide bone ladder that spanned the dark cave. "Find the snake-shaped mark on the sink, take the notebook and say to the snake-shaped mark, 'Open.' Both the notebook and Ms. Parkinson are just scapegoats. That's an interesting guess. But these are things we should consider." Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall looked at each other, their lips tightly pursed, but they couldn't hide their smiles, which overflowed from the corners of their mouths. Perhaps this is why the basilisk would not completely obey Pansy Parkinson's orders, but it's too much of a coincidence. Why would it be the runespur? Vezet used her magic eye and combined her alchemy and magic item-making skills to test and inspect the notebook to determine its specific purpose. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Vezet could see some excitement and impatience in the tabby cat's jumping movements. Professor McGonagall was usually quite steady, so it was quite rare for him to show off his Gryffindor style like this. The inside of the cave is very spacious, so there shouldn't be any problem even if 2 serpents pass through at the same time. Going down the stone stairs at the entrance of the cave, you can see a stone chamber in the distance. The stone chamber was in chaos, as if it had been ravaged by a fire and was covered with mottled black scorch marks. Perhaps because of the basilisk crawling around, the ground was relatively clean. Only near the wall could you see a thick layer of ash. Professor McGonagall sighed, "We need to destroy the stone chamber in this way. Maybe there is some secret here." Vezet frowned slightly after hearing what Professor McGonagall said. "Some kind of secret? I'm afraid it's the curse." Since it was Voldemort who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago, it is indeed possible that he would burn it down in order to keep the secrets for himself. I must say, it fits his character very well. What a pity. Dumbledore's comment indirectly confirmed Vizet's guess. Everything in the stone chamber was destroyed. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall conducted a careful inspection of the stone chamber and determined that the damage here was difficult to repair. As they examined the stone chamber, Vezet gathered the ashes from the chamber, intending to bring them all, along with the basilisk, to Salazar Slytherin. Vezet removed the petrification effect on Pansy and left the secret room first with the basilisk. After watching the man and the snake leave, Professor McGonagall said, "Albus, Vezet has a point. Miss Parkinson is most likely a scapegoat." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, "Of course. That fits in with Voldemort's usual tactics. At least his tactics when he was still a student. Back then, he also used Hagrid to successfully escape punishment and continue studying at Hogwarts. This time, what new tricks has he come up with?" Professor McGonagall asked, "Do we need to conduct another round of searches? Miss Parkinson is a Slytherin. Perhaps we should start with Slytherin House." "I'm going to trouble you again, Severus," Dumbledore said. "I need to try to piece together the clues and determine where Miss Parkinson has been to see if there are any new discoveries." Dumbledore asked a few portraits to determine Pansy's route, then returned to the headmaster's office. Looking at Snape, who was already waiting in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore asked with a smile, "How was it? Did the process go smoothly?" Dumbledore sat down in his seat and asked with interest, "I'm more curious about Mr. Malfoy's reaction." Dumbledore waved his hand, "We have experienced healers and a talented potion master. I don't think there will be much harm." "What a coincidence." Snape crossed his arms, his eyes full of doubt. "Let me guess the exact time when she was caught." "It was when you asked me to take Dobby away, right?" Boom! Lockhart was immediately speechless with one hand on his throat and panic in his eyes. As the door slammed shut, Harry gasped, "SHH, Snape and Lockhart are having a conflict. Are they going to duel?" Doing this for fun, it seems that Mr. Malfoy also knows that. The Cruciatus curse is not pleasant. Dumbledore hummed, so what is his next plan? What is he going to do? In fact, the principle is not complicated. It uses magic such as the unmapeable spell to avoid certain magical detections. That shouldn't be the case, Hermione said with a worried look on her face. The reason it can open the Chamber of Secrets and communicate with the basilisk is because there is a runespoof snake imprisoned inside, giving Dobby as a gift to Vezet for her to torture. Snape narrowed his eyes. This is what you want to see. Right? Dumbledore crossed his fingers. It seems that he has a vivid memory of this image of Voldemort. Yes, that was the time. It is indeed a coincidence when you mention it like that. Dumbledore smiled slightly. In addition to finding the notebook that commands the basilisk, I also solved the basilisk, by the way. Snape glanced at the route map and stood up immediately. I'll go investigate right away. We've caught the heiress, unfortunately. She's a Slytherin named Pansy Parkinson. That's one reason. Dumbledore nodded. Also, I have another piece of good news to inform you. Along the way, Snape checked many places according to the instructions on the route map. Snape looked at the next location with a look of disgust on his face, Gilderoy Lockhart's office. Outside the corridor, Harry and his trio happened to see this scene. He fainted while using the pensive. Snape's face looked strange. Just when the Vezet in Dobby's memory said, I wanted to torture Dobby with the Cruciatus curse, and I knew the secret of the house elves' free apparition. It's so hard to choose. Ronald scratched his head. What do you think? Is there a possibility that both of them will suffer? Before Lockhart could call out his name, Snape had already raised his wand and pointed it at Lockhart's throat. She should change the materials used to make the notebook, preferably chocolate and honey, which might be more harmful to you. What did you do to Dobby? Snape raised his eyebrows and asked, why is there an image of Voldemort in Dobby's memory? And it overlaps with the image of Vezet. Lockhart, with his hair in curlers, opened the door and said in a high-pitched and exaggerated voice, aha, let me see who it is. It turns out to be Zai. Snape curled his lips. Since Pansy Parkinson has the notebook, I will investigate within Slytherin to see if there is anything unusual. What a coincidence, Snape said again. What a coincidence. I don't think Pansy Parkinson finished the notebook well. Regrettably, nothing unusual was found in these places, no traces of black magic, and even the traces of ordinary magic were only traces of some prank props. Is it that easy? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Where's the notebook? Dumbledore said, the notebook is a magic prop. Vezet wanted to take it back to study it, so I gave it to him. He waved his other hand wildly, trying to stop Snape from entering the room. Get out of the way. Snape said with disgust, pushed Lockhart hard and rushed in. I also prepared a route map. Dumbledore pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket. This is most of the places she passed before entering the abandoned bathroom. Snape recalled the Cruciatus curse. They used to use it for fun. Probably not. Harry stroked his chin. I think Snape will still win. Ronald looked at Harry in disbelief as if he had just met him. You've changed, you look so strange. I'm just inferring based on facts. Harry explained quickly. After class, Vezet usually asks the professor questions. Think about it. Who is asked the least? Ronald reacted. Oh, it's Lockhart. Okay, we should go to the library. Hermione said in a loud voice, now that we got the list of books from Ravenclaw, we should study hard. Look, another piece of evidence. Harry said excitedly, this is the book list written by Vezet. It proves one thing, it's better to find books to read on your own than to attend Lockhart's class. So let's get going quickly. Hermione glanced at the open door in the distance. Otherwise, if Snape runs out, we'll have points deducted. That's right. Ronald and Harry said in unison, following Hermione and quickly running to the movable staircase on the side. Just then, Snape appeared at the door and curled his lips at the empty corridor. Lockhart stood beside him, roaring silently, and several of his curlers fell off his head. Snap. Snap, snap. He couldn't make any sound, so he could only slap the wall with his hands as a means of protest. Snape raised his wand, pointed it directly at Lockhart's nose and shouted, now I ask you a question and you answer it. Hey, this is my office. You have no right. Lockhart was finally able to speak, but he could only look at the wand in Snape's hand and raised his hands in panic. His voice was trembling and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Professor Snape, let's talk nicely. If you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you everything I know. Snape shouted in a low, cold voice, tell me, has Pansy Parkinson come to you? Under Snape's cold, dark eyes, he felt as if he had been seen through. He could only answer with a trembling voice, when did you find me? I really don't know. Snape pressed, no one came to see you. I really don't know. Lockhart screamed and lowered his head, hunching his shoulders, as if he wanted to shrink into a ball to avoid Snape's cold eyes and wand. After making sure that there was no one outside the door, he swallowed hard and managed to squeeze out a voice. Look. I'm telling the truth. I really didn't lie. Maybe, Snape said sinisterly, he might want to pack up and leave. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, pushed Lockhart aside, raised his wand high and shouted, "Apparate." Hee. Snape sat down opposite Dumbledore. You may need to bring a blanket to Gilderoy Lockhart. He should still be lying on the floor now. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. His body was like being hit by a sledgehammer. He lost balance in an instant and flew backwards, drawing an arc in the air and slamming into the wall with a loud bang. Snape said nothing, still holding the perfume bottle, his lips tightly pursed. Dumbledore smiled slightly, perhaps. I just sent the consent form back. I hope there won't be any problems along the way. Snape didn't say anything else. He took out the route map again and planned to go to the next place. Snape lowered his eyelids and looked at Lockhart as if he were a piece of trash. If you dare to use this thing, on your students. At this moment he seemed to sense something, turned sideways at an extremely fast speed, raised his wand and stabbed out a red light. It was just a stunning spell cast silently and he fainted. Order of Merlin, 3rd class, hee. Snape said casually with a sneer on his face that never disappeared. You should learn to protect yourself. Snape raised his eyebrows. If you just want to protect your hairstyle, those curlers should be very useful. Of course I won't. Lockhart shrank even more. I promise. Lockhart continued to defend himself. This thing is very, very expensive. I never give it to ordinary readers, those loyal readers, already like my books. I really don't know anything. Lockhart shook his head repeatedly. I've been answering letters all day. You know, I'm a well-known writer. I have a lot of readers' letters to answer. Is that so? Dumbledore raised his head and looked at Snape carefully. He found that there was a hint of sneer on the corner of Snape's mouth. Did something good happen to you? Oh, Lockhart still held the wand, and just as he opened his mouth he was hit by red light. Of course not. Lockhart assured repeatedly, absolutely not, I swear. Dueling club, Dumbledore said with a strange look on his face. Because of the previous attack, he thinks everyone should learn to protect themselves. Snape ignored the humble Lockhart and raised his wand again. The color of the powder in the air changed from gold to black, and a few strands slowly fell onto the desk. As Snape picked up a perfume bottle on the table, the black powder dispersed. This is the infatuation water. Lockhart broke out in a cold sweat and stammered as he explained, I didn't use a lot. I used a little bit. 3rd class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League. A professor of defense against the dark arts. Hee. Snape smiled coldly and walked away. Otherwise I will cut you up piece by piece, pull out your bones one by one, and then heal you. And then pull out your bones. Nothing was found. Snape returned to the headmaster's office and threw the route map casually on the table. Bang, he actually dared to clash with you. Dumbledore was a little surprised. I thought he didn't dare to take action. What did you do to him? As if he noticed that Snape hadn't moved for a long time, Lockhart clenched his fists, his fingertips turning white from the force, and he mustered up a lot of courage to look outside the door. Snape raised an eyebrow. What request? Lockhart, teach everyone how to use curling irons. A golden vortex appeared, sprinkling down countless golden powders. These golden powders hovered in the air and did not fall for a long time. Fainted. That's a bit embarrassing. Dumbledore groaned. I just approved his request for a meeting. Gilderoy Lockhart, remember this. I can detect this thing. Snape's tone became even colder. Don't let me find it. Looking at Dumbledore breaking the ice cream, Snape narrowed his eyes and asked, do you feel relieved when you find no trace of dark magic? Dumbledore handed half of the ice cream to Snape. Without the help of the basilisk, it will not be so easy for the heir to harm Hogwarts in the same way as before. Snape folded his arms across his chest and shrank back, not taking the ice cream that Dumbledore handed over. What if he joins forces with the pureblood families and creates another disturbance? Dumbledore put half a block of sorbet on his plate. Then kick me out of Hogwarts, make someone from a pureblood family the new headmaster, and then carry out pureblood reforms. If the heir is really willing to do that, I will be happy to accept it. After all, I also want to know which pureblood families are not obedient. Snape raised his lips in a mocking arc, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Cornely Fudge is increasingly wary of you, and it makes sense. Dumbledore shrugged, chewing an ice cream, and said vaguely, I just think Hogwarts will be better if some unstable factors are dealt with, that's all. But the Daily Prophet isn't reporting on that right now. Have you read The Quibbler? That magazine is getting more and more interesting. I've been subscribing to it for the whole year. Snape stood up. Since you have made your plans, I have nothing to say. By the way. Dumbledore added when he saw Snape turned away. Regarding Lockhart's application for the dueling club, it mentioned that an assistant was needed. I wrote your name. As you wish, Snape glanced back at Dumbledore. I hope he won't escape from Hogwarts overnight. Vezet cast ancient magic, self-shaping devil's web, wrapping it around the basilisk like a herb bracelet. A man and a snake traveled through the pipe and came to the room where the Mirror of Erised was stored. Unlike the strange situation when you first enter here, in the center of the mirror world is a statue of Salazar Slytherin, since the Slytherin headmaster mentioned the spell. Vezet looked at the Mirror of Erised, wondering how to enter the mirror world. Perhaps I need to use the spell as a key. Although the tone was still cold and vicious, Vezet could hear something different in it. Could it be that? The legend of the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk is actually your test. It was passed down in order to screen out people with ulterior motives, especially those who are from Muggle families. The cold and vicious tone, like the fangs and glare of a basilisk, is its innate instinct. The basilisk responded, Salazar, Slytherin, Salazar, Slytherin. Then its persistence and loyalty to Slytherin are what makes it unique and accumulated over time. The biggest difference, Vezet frowned slightly and various information about the basilisk flashed through her mind. It was specially cultivated, just like the acromantula. Headmaster Slytherin, you mean? This is the result of your training. He recalled the records related to Salazar Slytherin and the information about the habits of the basilisk. Strong, smart, resourceful, strong-willed, contempt for the rules, ambition that is more rare than courage. These qualities are what I hope they have. Slytherin nodded and patted the basilisk's head gently. Of course. You can get some sleep. Vezet was still a little confused and continued to ask, Headmaster Slytherin, I still don't understand. What is your real purpose? Slytherin asked, what is the biggest difference between a basilisk and other magical creatures? The basilisk's body rose and fell slightly, as if it was resting on Slytherin's promise, and then it fell into a deep sleep. When Vezet came to her senses, he had already appeared in the mirror world. Salazar, Slytherin, mirror. The basilisk seemed very excited and walked back and forth in front of the Mirror of Erised. And Nothas. Vezet whispered the spell, and the Mirror of Erised finally responded, bursting out with a strong silver-blue light submerging him and the basilisk. Vezet was a little confused, but it doesn't feed on students from Muggle families. It eats all kinds of small animals. Vezet casts Magic Eye. If the situation is the same as last time, the Mirror of Erised should change and emit a dazzling silver-blue light. With the help of the Guardian meditation, the python-shaped letter 16B spell in his mind became extremely clear, clear enough to be projected into the Mirror of Erised. Ambition is more rare than courage. Vezet suddenly thought of the tradition before the sorting ceremony. The senior students would always tacitly exaggerate the horror of the sorting ceremony. The basilisk closed his eyes and urged, okay, quickly, quickly. The three unique images disappeared, and the mirror seemed to be reflected in Vizet's mind, showing the python-shaped letter 16B spell pattern. You've changed a lot. Slytherin sighed, reaching out and gently stroking the basilisk's scales. Thank you for your hard work during this period. The basilisk hovered around Slytherin, and his voice became a little confused. I won't sleep. Vezet looked at the basilisk with a complicated expression. He felt that the basilisk at this moment was like a simple-minded child. But the situation now is a little different. The Mirror of Erised still has no response. The basilisk will obviously prey on all flesh and blood, but it just stays in the secret room and feeds on various small animals. So its function is not cleansing, but guarding. As the Slytherin's skin began to turn red, the snake statue snaked down to the ground and turned into a long staircase. Slytherin stroked his beard, stared at Vezet and said, very interesting information. You really put a lot of effort into completing the test. Is this how people in later generations think? I can satisfy your curiosity. At least I don't care what you consider to be pure blood. If it must be based on that, how much talent will Slytherin lose? Vezet said in Parseltongue, close your eyes and follow my devil's snare. We are going to see the head of Slytherin. An interesting idea. Slytherin smiled. Cleaning is necessary. There are always some dirt that requires more effective cleaning agents. Much faster than I expected. Slytherin stood up slowly, speaking in Parseltongue with a hissing sound. Long time no see. Slytherin said, it's just another magical creature. It can't be that complicated. Slytherin smiled faintly. Yeah. They just said how terrible the sorting ceremony is and that you might have to face trolls, hippogriffs, or dragons. I don't think it's enough. It's not enough to scare off those people with ill intentions, especially those who come from Muggle families. I don't think they have a strong will. All the natural and man-made disasters that occurred at that time could be accused of being caused by wizards. If you can really be determined and abandon your prejudice against magic, I am willing to accept it. So I left the basilisk behind, a real threat. It occasionally wanders around the castle telling those incompetent people who want to stay in Hogwarts to be careful. Hearing this, Vezet understood that the witch hunt was prevalent in the Middle Ages, and Hogwarts had just been established, so the internal and external situations were extremely complicated. If you want to determine the true purpose of some students, you have to rely on magic such as legilimency to distinguish them. It is too troublesome. It is better to add obstacles and discourage some people from studying. The four founders deliberately publicized the horror of the sorting ceremony as a preliminary screening of people from Muggle families, and a disguised way of improving the overall quality of students. However, Slytherin felt that the force was still too light, so he left the news of the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets to further deter those who had ulterior motives, so as to ensure the stability of Hogwarts in the early days. Headmaster Slytherin, that is to say. Vezet asked, "Is this actually the result you discussed, including the quarrel between you and Godric Gryffindor? Why should I negotiate with them?" Slytherin raised his eyebrows and interrupted Vezet. "If they don't understand this, they have no right to build Hogwarts with me." Vezet nodded. Tacit understanding was a wonderful feeling and he himself had experienced it deeply. Slytherin continued, "They will care about certain things. So of course there are things that need to be done by me and I am happy to do them." Vezet thought for a while before speaking slowly. "Headmaster Slytherin, I don't know much about alchemy, so these are just my personal opinions. Now that you understand the soul, you should start to understand the body. Are you interested in blood magic?" Sensing the emotion in Slytherin's tone, Vezet asked, "Head of Slytherin, is there anything I can do for you?" "Eat it all." Slytherin narrowed his eyes slightly. Inside that stone chamber are some records of magic research. Vezet nodded repeatedly, "Of course I'm interested. And the death of those traitors will only bring me more fame. Doesn't the information you found prove this?" "Used by some fools," Vezet asked tentatively. "Head of Slytherin, you mean those advocates of the pureblood theory? Some things, if you see through everything, it will lose a lot of fun." Slytherin looked at Vezet. "Let me ask a few questions first. Do you know about alchemy? That's why when I met you, the new guardian, I proposed such a test. To find my pet." Vezet thought of something and immediately asked, "Headmaster Slytherin, if I really killed it, what would you do?" "What else?" Slytherin's smile was cruel. "Some rubbish wants to die, so let's send them off, for example." Vezet thought of a possible scenario. What if there really is a student who threatens Hogwarts but we can't find any evidence? "They will let the basilisk." Slytherin waved his hand. "Let's get back to the point. Now that you have completed the test, you should be rewarded." Slytherin had anticipated Vizet's reaction. Ravenclaws are more greedy than snakes when it comes to knowledge. Vezet was a little confused. Envy. The basilisk woke up suddenly but did not open its eyes. Instead, it stuck out its tongue to feel around, as if to make sure that Slytherin was still by its side, and then fell asleep again. "There's no need to retrieve the destroyed things. After all, this is the destination of all existence." He looked at the bag of ashes and said, "I even envy them a little." Vezet held out the bag of ashes from the stone chamber of the Chamber of Secrets. "Headmaster Slytherin, these are some of the things I found inside after entering the chamber through the statue." Vezet wanted to say something else, but she just nodded. "Only my reputation as Salazar Slytherin has been passed down to this day. Of course, it is also inevitably used by some fools. But I must admit that you performed very well in this test. Another thing that surprised me is that you actually began to understand the soul." "I know what you're going to say." Slytherin raised an eyebrow. "The death of that Ravenclaw. To some extent, it was indeed an accident. Where should I begin?" Slytherin stood up and put his hands behind his back. He placed his hand on the scales of the basilisk. "The approach we took back then certainly has its limitations now. He's obviously a pure Ravenclaw, but he acts like Hufflepuff." Slytherin smiled. "No wonder he's so popular. He's really cunning." "Yes, the name of this theory is really ridiculous." Slytherin smiled sarcastically. "So, there is no need to discuss these fools now. Since you can appear in front of me, it means that Hogwarts is stable enough. The basilisk's mission has been completed, and it's time to have a good rest. Headmaster Slytherin, you said that the body and soul are connected to each other." Vezet analyzed with a low hum. "In other words, the soul can change the body, and the body can also affect the soul." His tone was full of emotion, as if he was recalling something. "It was mainly about the research on the curse contract and a little bit about blood magic. I think the core concept of alchemy is transformation and regeneration if I extend it further. To give an example, it would be the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life. I've only read a little bit." I don't think I know much about it. Vezet said, I've read a few related books before, but they mainly focus on understanding materials and properties. Just like my words and actions towards those people of Muggle family origin, weren't they also taken advantage of by some fools? Slytherin stared at Vezet. I know Ravenclaw well enough. Since I know you have the empty shell of the spell, I can be sure you won't kill it. Slytherin asked, so what do you think is the core concept of alchemy? What a cunning little eagle. Slytherin smiled slightly. It's good enough that you can think of these concepts. Don't you realize one thing? What you said about transformation and regeneration has already answered the question you just raised. Have you answered these questions? Vezet looked at the resting basilisk, her brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed, trying to find the corresponding answers through the knowledge she already knew. The body and soul are interconnected. He suddenly thought of a person's name, the legendary Auror Alastor Moody, mentioned by his roommate Anthony when he was telling a story. If the normal operation is followed, then Alastor Moody can completely regenerate an eye by taking the potion and cooperating with the healer's treatment. Just like Harry, even though the bones in Harry's arm were gone, he could still be restored through the bone spirit. However, Alastor Moody was unable to do this and could only replace his natural eyes with the demonic eyes. He pondered and said, Headmaster Slytherin, can I understand it this way? It's like the relationship between the Sorcerer's Stone and the Elixir of Life. The body and soul can transform and regenerate each other, but just like the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life, the soul and body are subordinate to each other. The soul is the dominant one. As long as the soul is intact, physical defects can be easily repaired. As for a damaged soul, the defective state of the soul will be reflected in the body in real time. Repairing the body, these are all related knowledge of potions. Slytherin rubbed his fingers. It seems that compared with alchemy, you are better at potions, right? Vezet nodded. Slytherin asked, if you were asked to choose a potion that describes the relationship between body and soul, what would you choose? Vezet barely hesitated, blurting out Polyjuice Potion. As soon as Slytherin finished speaking, the leech absorbs the hair and then uses the fragments of African tree snake skin to wear a layer of skin for the soul so that it can transform into the appearance of another person. It's actually somewhat similar to transfiguration magic. I once used a similar method to cover a layer of skin on a Christmas cactus, turning it into a devil's snare. Since the soul and body influence each other, then we can use the blood as a bridge to mobilize the magic contained in it, and then realize the mobilization of the anchor point. This means that the user's soul is not only in love with it, but the body is also instinctively attracted to it. Many injuries caused by black magic are difficult to heal through magic or potions, which also reflects this point. Slytherin groaned, oh. The Slytherin did not urge him but sat back on the basilisk, waiting quietly for Vezet to finish recording. You take notes very quickly, you seem to do this often. Slytherin nodded. Then let's continue. Vezet, what do you think holds the body and soul together? In the original Hogwarts textbooks, it was clearly stated that one must know the blood-drawing curse to ensure that the blood used to brew potions contains magic. Mobilize external forces to reinforce it. Vezet suddenly remembered what she saw in the restricted section, for example. Combine it with magical creatures, so we no longer need to kill animals and extract the magic from them like in the Middle Ages. It's much more convenient. He planned to review his current ideas in light of the new knowledge that would be taught and identify any immature aspects. Professor Snape, Slytherin raised an eyebrow. Ravenclaw too, you are able to clearly know that blood contains magic. Slytherin showed a satisfied smile. It shows that your understanding of potions is indeed far ahead. Slytherin said slowly, blood is not only the bond between the soul and the body, but it can also serve as a bridge to connect the soul and the body. He paused and added to his answer, it requires blood-containing magic. I guess there are some downsides to this. Slytherin sighed, for example, the number of wizards who know that blood contains magic shouldn't be as many as before, right? After Slytherin's guidance, Vezet suddenly understood and truly understood what blood-containing magic meant. Thanks to the help of Mr. Newt Scamander, wizards set up special breeding areas in the wizarding world to ensure that the blood contains magic, Vezet explained. The magic contained in the blood is generated from the soul. This magic can serve as an anchor point to reinforce the body. Vezet noticed this and quickened her writing speed, then apologized. Sorry for the long wait. It is also because of this that once the soul is damaged, the magic that serves as the anchor will also be lost, which will then lead to the loss of the body. An example is Alastor Moody's missing eye. Professor Snape happened to talk about this subject at the beginning of this school year. Vezet explained, he took me to understand potions from the source. Slytherin nodded yes, at least there's a Slytherin. Blood contains magic. This is the knowledge of potions that Snape began to teach Vezet after she understood the soul. Vezet had already recorded her thoughts and waited for Slytherin to speak with sparkling eyes. Vezet shook her head. He's a Slytherin, the youngest potions master. He has a very deep understanding of potions. In addition, we can also transform the Bridge of Blood and mobilize external forces to reinforce it, making wizards more powerful. This is blood magic. After thinking about it just now, Vezet felt that her mind was much more open, and she soon came up with the answer, it's blood. Slytherin leaned forward slightly, looking directly at Vezet. Polyjuice potion. Love potion. Transfiguration. Being able to say these things at least meets the basics. We don't need to waste any more words on them and can move on to the next stage. Vezet continued, in fact, blood-containing magic is not that rare, at least compared to the Middle Ages. Slytherin coughed lightly. Now that we have solved the problem of blood, we can move on to the third step to actually start learning blood magic. So the Polyjuice potion can reflect the connection between body and soul. And the love potion, in addition to having feelings of love, the person who takes it will also smell the scent he likes. Slytherin was a little surprised and nodded slightly. This is the most effective way, and there are many ways to combine. Okay, Vezet nodded and took out a notebook to write down her thoughts. There are many ways to combine, and the most time-saving and labor-saving one that does not require much technical content is naturally to continue the bloodline through instinct, so that the offspring can gain extraordinary talents. The most typical example is the combination of wizards and Vila. This is a magical creature from Bulgaria. It possesses stunning beauty and natural charm. Its skin glows with a bright and soft light, and its long, soft hair moves without wind. The offspring born from the union of a wizard and a Vila will not only retain the Vila's appearance and talents, but also the talent to cast magic. Of course, this is not perfect. Since it retains the various characteristics of Vila, it naturally needs to bear the defects of Vila. The magic of a Vila comes from her long hair. Once her hair is damaged, she will lose her ability to cast magic and her beautiful appearance, and turn into a terrifying bird-like creature. The same is true for the offspring of wizards and Vila, who will have difficulty casting spells due to the damage to their long hair, and their bodies will also become weak. In addition, the enchanting magic brought by the Vila bloodline can also bring them troubles and make them easily slandered by others. Vila bloodlines cannot be preserved for long either. Slytherin said, usually after 3 generations, the bloodline from Vila will disappear. The offspring of a Vila and a wizard are generally called humans and are not recognized as Vila by the Vila community. The direct combination of wizards and magical creatures requires them to bear the shortcomings of the magical creatures. It is considered the most basic bloodline magic. Slytherin had a hint of sarcasm on his face. Wizards combine with each other, passing on their bloodline magic, which is then transformed into soul talent. He recalled his experience of learning wand-making skills. Dean Slytherin, I once heard such a rumor. Using potions and ritual magic as a medium. This way, the wizard's blood will have the talent of magical creatures. Vezet exhaled and suddenly thought of a possibility. Headmaster Slytherin, can I understand it this way? This is the foundation of wizards and the reason why wizards gradually become powerful. It is also because of this that other magical creatures will become our vassals. Continue, the talent. Vezet frowned slightly, recalling a conversation she had with Dumbledore in the school hospital last school year. Also, as far as I know, even in the Hogwarts library, there are very few books about blood magic. Why is that? That's what I told you. Follow your beliefs, Vezet. The Slytherin stood up. That's a great way to do it, isn't it? Now is not the time to worry about these issues. Slytherin waved his hand and showed a mysterious smile. Headmaster Slytherin, I have another question. He asked in a low voice, since bloodline magic can be transformed into soul talent, why is bloodline magic not promoted vigorously? Why? Vezet asked, not stopping her notes. I remember that there seemed to be no male Vila. How did they survive until now? Slytherin was surprised. You can actually think of that. Vezet explained, what gave me this idea was mainly because of what you just mentioned, that only when a Vila and a Muggle combine can a true Vila be born. If you want to minimize the side effects of this blood magic, you need to come into contact with Muggles. Wizards have never been able to live without Muggles. Headmaster Slytherin, am I right in understanding this? The talent that is passed on in this way is also known as the soul talent. Of course, Slytherin nodded. Even if the vampires are exterminated, similar creatures will occasionally reappear due to blood magic. So my idea is, when wizards start to stray far away from humans through blood magic, they need to use Muggles. to pull themselves back to the human side. He looked at Vezet deeply and said, "Usually, a wizard's soul will only have one or a few spiritual talents. Special cases are too rare. This method is so bold and so ingenious." Vezet couldn't help but sigh. There is only a fine line between genius and madness. Noticing Slytherin's gaze, Vezet thought for a moment and then said, "Transformation and regeneration." Although blood magic exists in the blood, it can use blood as a medium for transformation. Merge with muggles. Slytherin said slowly, "Don't muggles have similar legends? A muggle was bewitched by a witch in the wild, and when he woke up he only remembered a few fragments. In fact, even in today's wizarding world, wizards are only asked to avoid being exposed, but there is no prohibition on wizards from contacting muggles. Otherwise, there would be no concept of being born in a muggle family. Besides, although this method is clever, it may also lead to some bad situations and even give rise to alien species such as vampires. A further step in bloodline magic is to combine potions and ritual magic to plunder the talents of magical creatures. Otherwise, the so-called pureblood families would not have named a set of pureblood theory. At least they should be able to understand that they need to change a word to define this set of rhetoric. So you specifically pointed out the problem with the name. Hearing this, Vezet felt as if she had suddenly realized something. You think the name of this theory is too ridiculous, so this is what you meant. You're quick to react and smart enough. Slytherin nodded and looked at Vezet and said slowly, "Soul, blood, body, it's like alchemy." If Vezet was still confused, but why? Why would a true Vila be born after combining with a muggle? Slytherin explained, because this method is not 100% safe, the probability of failure is greater than you think. In the magical world, the characteristics of vampires are still very obvious. They look pale and haggard, with invisible fangs in their mouths that can pierce their throats and suck blood. Through this method, the talent can also be passed on, and the offspring born from the union with other wizards will also have a high probability of obtaining the same talent. This process of wizards combining with each other is the key to transforming blood magic into soul talent. If this is the case, then the so-called pure blood theory. It says that the earliest humans were divided into two groups. One group was born sensitive and therefore had the opportunity to become wizards, while the other group was the so-called muggles. Vampires. Vezet thought of another similar situation. Headmaster Slytherin, what about the blood-cursed orcs? Are they also aliens born from blood magic? The Slytherin pursed his lips tightly, looking Vezet over again as if he had just met her. Seeing Slytherin's strange look, Vezet asked doubtfully, "Dean Slytherin, may I ask if my guess is very?" "No." Slytherin interrupted Vezet, "I didn't expect you to be able to think of this level. No wonder it's Ravenclaw." "That's good. It means you have a deep enough understanding of the concept of bloodline magic. We can officially start learning bloodline magic." Vezet didn't think too much about it. She made a clear mark on her notebook, specifically marking the word muggle and listing it as a target for subsequent exploration and research. Slytherin stood up and said, "The blood magic I am about to teach you is the result of my personal research." The basilisk sensed something was wrong and became restless again, sticking out its tongue and making a hissing sound. Vezet thought of the messy stone chamber of secrets. "Headmaster Slytherin, when you say research results, do you mean the things stored in the stone chamber of secrets?" "Yes, it's those ashes." Slytherin touched the basilisk's head and let it continue to rest. There are certain similarities between the spell and blood magic. Vezet was fortunate that he had a pretty good foundation in both potions and ritual magic, so he was able to keep up with Slytherin's pace and formally begin studying bloodline magic. As Slytherin said, there are certain similarities between the spell and blood magic. For example, spells like blood magic can be used to perform ritual magic and then gain power from magical creatures. Even in terms of restrictions, there are certain similarities between the two. The spell command needs to follow the spell contract, otherwise there will be a risk of death. Bloodline magic has the possibility of mutation, and some unpredictable side effects may occur. If we regard spells and traditional blood magic as the two ends of a scale, then Slytherin's research results would be in the middle. Its limitations and costs can be circumvented as much as possible, while amplifying its benefits. Slytherin sat back on the basilisk. Now it's back to question time. What did you learn from this? Vezet looked at Slytherin and noticed that Slytherin had changed now. His body was covered with granite-like colors, as if he would turn into a statue at any moment. He asked hesitantly, "Head of Slytherin, are you going to turn back into a statue?" Slytherin nodded. "I have temporarily avoided the process of death in this way. It is my own research and application of the spell. The petrification spell gave me the ability to turn into a statue, while the death spell allowed me to temporarily avoid death. The price is, as you can see, I can't move around much every day. For some reason, Vezet suddenly thought of the veil and the skeleton figure he saw when he first cast the Patronus charm and first understood the soul. He asked hesitantly, avoiding death, is it because there is something else on the other side of death? Slytherin smiled slowly. You think so? Vezet nodded. I don't think you are afraid of death. We are not afraid of death, we just don't want to be restricted by that kind of death for the time being. Slytherin explained simply, let's get started. It's almost time, it's still mainly a concept. Vezet said as she summarized, after all, brewing a bloodline potion requires a long period of preparation. In my opinion, this bloodline potion is very similar to the Polyjuice potion. Polyjuice potion imitates a person's appearance, while the bloodline potion imitates the talents of magical creatures. Yes, my inspiration did come from Polyjuice potion. Slytherin nodded slowly. Continue. Vezet flipped through her notebook. Headmaster Slytherin, I think the most groundbreaking thing about the blood magic you're studying is that you plan to build a lot of bridges. These bridges that come from the talents of magical creatures can respond quickly when necessary, saving as much time as possible in casting and chanting spells and achieving certain special effects. If I can obtain the talents of a house elf through blood magic as long as it is complete enough, then I can move freely in Hogwarts. That's a very good summary, and the examples you give are very clever. Slytherin's voice became slower and slower, with a gleam in his eyes as if he was reminiscing about the past. Vezet, the knowledge you have mastered has laid a solid foundation for you. At least in this class, you performed very well. We should be done with get out of class. As for the next class, we may have to wait a long time. It seems to be December now, so let's see you next year. He patted the basilisk's head and asked in a hissing parcel tongue, where do you choose to go? Before Slytherin could finish his question, the basilisk had already made its choice. I want to stay here, yeah. Slytherin responded and returned to the statue seat with the basilisk and transformed into the statue again. Because of the basilisk entrenched in it, the statue is much more spectacular than before, like a spiraling mountain, and on the top of the mountain is Salazar Slytherin. Vezet put away her notebook and bowed deeply to the statue. Through Slytherin's teachings, he not only opened the door to blood magic, but also gained a better understanding of his own spells by analogy. In fact, spells are somewhat similar to ancient magic, but they are not as comprehensive as ancient magic, but they are also particularly outstanding in some aspects. Vezet can use a basilisk-like stare, and anyone she casts her gaze on will be affected by the petrification spell and turned into a statue similar to Mrs. Norris. Of course, he hasn't mastered the spell well enough yet, so staring like this will cause a certain degree of damage to his eyes. But as long as he studies blood magic in depth, he can find a way to eliminate this harm. This was also the first time he had come into contact with spells. As long as he continued to study more deeply, he believed that he would be able to master more and more of the various uses of spells. In his opinion, the offensive effect of magic is actually secondary. What he values more is the ability to make life different. Vezet climbed the last step and saw a familiar figure on the other side of the observatory that she would never forget. Luna must have stayed in the observatory for quite a while, as the picture album showed the scenery in the distance. She seemed to have noticed something, put down the paintbrush in her hand and turned to look over. Eyes met. A gust of wind blew, making Luna's long light golden hair flutter, shining brightly, even more dazzling than the sunset. Vezet sighed, quickening her pace and walking to Luna's side. I'm back. Luna looked Vezet up and down, nodded with a smile. It seems everything is going well. Vezet also laughed. After all, I made a promise. Why is the door open? Did Lockhart get attacked? Keep your voice down and don't get so excited. Ronald, Hermione, look. It's really Lockhart. I was right, he was really attacked. Ronald, yes, this is a serious matter. I can't be so happy. Hermione, Ronald, look, did his eyelids move just now? In a daze, Lockhart heard the voices of 3 students. Although he could hear the voices, they went in one ear and out the other, and he had no idea what they were saying. As Lockhart became more conscious, the pain in his body became more and more obvious. He felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer and his body was twitching in pain, as if it had been run over by a huge rock. Lockhart was full of doubts. Why am I like this? Who attacked me? That's right. When he was about to use the Oblivion charm to erase Snape's memory, Snape counterattacked first. Hermione, what should we do now? Get him to the hospital wing. Lockhart heard Harry's voice and opened his eyes with great difficulty. With the help of the afterglow of the setting sun, he finally saw the 3 students in front of him clearly. Of the 3 students, he was most impressed by Harry, as for the other 2 students. The brown-haired girl should be called Hermione. She seems to be a fan of my books. She once came to me to get my autograph so that she could read Hunting with Ghouls better. Hermione saw Lockhart open his eyes and waved his hand. Professor Lockhart, Professor Lockhart. Lockhart tried to stand up with his hands, but his hands felt like they were pierced by steel needles. Even moving was extremely uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but gasp. Hermione quickly asked, Professor Lockhart, how are you? Ronald, give me a hand. Harry stepped forward and grabbed Lockhart's arm. Ronald nodded and walked over to Harry to pull Lockhart up. Hiss, hiss. Lockhart's face veins bulged with pain and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was finally lifted to his seat and forced out an extremely ugly smile. I'm fine. I was just attacked by a monster. It was a huge one. Where's my wand? He subconsciously touched his pocket but found nothing. I just hurt the monster in the secret room. There should be blood on it. So you used your magic wand to poke. That monster, Ronald looked strange. Won't it break? How could there be blood stains? Harry couldn't help but laughed out loud. He looked around and picked up the wand lying on the ground. Lockhart, Professor, this should be your wand. Oh, thank you. Lockhart took the wand and waved it gently, then looked at the three people and asked, Why are you here? Hermione immediately replied, We were studying in the library and just got back. The library, it's a great place. Lockhart began to pay attention to the expressions of the three people. You can learn a lot there, it shouldn't be boring, right? Harry and Ronald looked at each other and Harry nodded stiffly, very good, I learned a lot. Hermione nodded like a chick pecking at rice. You must have been like this back then, right? That's why you can use so much magic in your adventures. Lockhart looked at Harry and Ronald thoughtfully. It seems that you find the library a bit boring. He turned to look at Hermione beside him. You think the library is interesting. Boring and interesting, now I understand. Vezet's original guess was absolutely correct. Using emotions as a breakthrough point and then casting the forgetfulness spell was Lockhart's unique trick. Lockhart has always been confident that, at least in terms of the Oblivion charm, even Dumbledore is not as proficient as him. A forgetfulness spell cast in this way will not only effectively erase a memory without leaving any trace, but it will also be difficult to restore the corresponding memory if the spell is broken. Unless the person who casts the spell to break the spell also knows how to use emotions as a breakthrough point, and then casts the spell to break the forgetfulness spell. Even so, he was not really worried, because the memories taken away by the forgetfulness spell were actually stored in Lockhart's head. Harry and the other two looked at each other, somewhat confused as to what Lockhart was talking about. Professor Lockhart, are you still feeling unwell? Hermione asked with a frown, Do you want us to take you to the school hospital? Of course not. Lockhart waved his wand again. Oh, boom, boom, boom. Professor Lockhart, Professor McGonagall appeared at the door. Excuse me for a moment. Oh. Lockhart's hand holding the wand froze. Professor McGonagall, what's the matter? Come in. Professor McGonagall walked into the office and looked at the mess on the floor. Ms. Granger, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, why are you here? Professor McGonagall. We just saw Professor Lockhart fainted. Hermione said quickly, It seems he was attacked by a monster. Yes, Harry and Ronald nodded repeatedly. Before that, we were all reading in the library. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly with satisfaction in her eyes. Very good. It's getting late now, let's go have dinner. After leaving Lockhart's office, Ronald looked incredulous. Professor McGonagall looked just like my grandmother. How should I describe it? He scratched his head. Let me think about it. It's a kind feeling, yes. Kind feeling? Have you ever seen Professor McGonagall like this? Harry shook his head slightly. I don't think I've seen it before. See, just like what I said, studying hard is the right thing to do. Hermione raised her head. She would be so happy to hear you say, I was studying in the library just now. It's not that boring, actually. Harry scratched his head. At least I know how to pronounce the resuscitation charm. If Lockhart hasn't woken up yet, I'm going to try this magic on him. Hermione looked at Ronald beside her. Ronald said quickly, I've read the book From Needle to Blade, I'll show you. He pulled the mouse Scabbers out of his pocket and held the struggling Scabbers with his wand. What a change. The mouse Banban was shaking constantly, and most of its body turned into a silver cup, but its tail was still shaking, and it looked extremely frightened. Ronald scratched his head. That's not right, I tried it with a bug on the ground in the library, it must be an accident. Hermione opened her mouth to say something but finally sighed, it's pretty good actually. After all, transforming into a mouse is not an easy task. Come on. Harry also comforted him, yeah, think about when we first met you wanted to transform Scabbers but there was no reaction at all, right? This time it's at least half successful. Ronald nodded and suddenly thought of something, if only Professor McGonagall was willing to give me extra points. He cleared his throat and said in a stern voice, "Go to the library and study. It's very studious, 10 points for Gryffindor." Hermione encouraged, "If you keep up this momentum, Professor McGonagall will definitely give you extra points in the Transfiguration class." Harry turned his head to look at Hermione, pursed his lips and said nothing as if he was looking at something. Hermione frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Harry gestured and said, "Suddenly I feel, as if you have changed a lot. Your way of speaking has changed, and you took the lead in violating school rules, and took us to the bathroom to brew potions. Remember last school year when there was a three-headed dog? It's completely different from now." He looked at Ronald. "Ronald, don't you think so?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. "No, you want me to go back to my old self?" "Of course not." Harry and Ronald shook their heads. Ronald smiled and said, very good, this is what a Gryffindor should be like. Professor McGonagall." Lockhart hurriedly packed up his things, first putting the love water perfume into the drawer, then gathering the messy envelopes and stuffing them all into the cabinet. "Professor Lockhart, what's going on?" Professor McGonagall looked at the flustered Lockhart. "What kind of trouble are you in?" "It's just a small problem, don't worry about it, it's all been solved." Lockhart wiped his sweat. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I have good news for you." Professor McGonagall took out a roll of parchment. "The application for the dueling club has been approved. The date is, as you said, next Thursday night." "So fast?" Lockhart's eyes widened instantly. Although he saw Professor McGonagall's actions, he did not take the parchment handed over. "Yes. Because it is a very good suggestion." Professor McGonagall put the parchment on the table. "Headmaster Dumbledore thinks it is necessary for students to learn how to duel." "Ha ha ha." Lockhart laughed ugly. "After all, I'm the professor of defense against the dark arts. Adventure and dueling are commonplace. No one knows dueling better than me." He slowly opened the parchment scroll and numbly scanned the lines of handwriting on it. Finally, he tremblingly read out the name of the teaching assistant, Severus Snape. Professor McGonagall nodded. "Yes, he is a young professor. I think you two should be able to get along better since you are of the same age after all. I remember you told us in the Great Hall that you got along well with the young people. You also shared a lot of your experiences with us and said that you could get closer to Professor Snape." Lockhart's smile became even uglier, not even showing his 8 teeth. "Ha ha ha, yes, young professors are indeed easier to talk to." If what happened today had not happened, he would at least try and take the initiative to communicate with Snape. Even if Snape is unwilling to buy it, as a professor of potions or even a potions master, his strength should not be too outrageous, and he is a good candidate for the assistant teacher of the dueling club. In his mind, he still had a lot of insights from others, enough to make him understand Snape's strength. Just the speed and strength of that silent, stunning spell from the memories he stored, few wizards could achieve it. Disappeared. Lockhart frowned and picked up the notebook to check. "I don't feel anything strange. It shouldn't be a black magic prop, right?" The door opened with a gust of wind, causing Lockhart to shiver. He paused before continuing, "I am Gilderoy Snape." Bang. As more and more things filled the suitcase, sweat gradually soaked her clothes, and even her carefully groomed hair began to droop. "Yes, leave Hogwarts, leave England, hide in the Muggle world. Anyway, I know how Muggles should live." He tried to review the stored memories but could not get the answer from them. "It doesn't look like a dark magic prop. Then it shouldn't be a dark magic prop, right?" Lockhart murmured, putting the notebook back on the table. "Mr. Snape, nice to meet you. I can sense your hesitation and anxiety through your handwriting. What happened? Would you like to tell me? Maybe I can help you. There's also Duel Club next Thursday." Just then, writing suddenly appeared on the notebook. This desire was so strong that it even suppressed his thoughts of escaping from here. "Well, I won't bother you anymore," Professor McGonagall said, turned and left the office. "My name is Tom Riddle, a witness and recorder, recording the terrible past of Hogwarts and the truth that has been covered up. It's a good thing for young people to communicate more." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Do you need help tidying up your office?" He put his wand into his pocket, first glanced at the self-portrait on the wall, then looked at the various furnishings around him, then stood up and began to pack up. "Oh no, Mr. Snape, did you know that? The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, and I am the only one who knows what happened back then." Lockhart's eyes flickered as he considered what he should do now. "There are still a few days left. What should I do now?" Lockhart picked up his pen and wrote, "Who are you? Can you tell me your name, dear sir, or madam?" Handwriting appeared. Lockhart opened his mouth, looked at the quill in his hand, and then wrote a paragraph, "I am Gild." Snape also knew his secret. "What is this?" Lockhart picked up a plain black notebook. "T.M. Riddle, it looks like an ordinary notebook. Is it mine? It's all exposed." Lockhart raised an eyebrow. "Horrible past at Hogwarts, the truth that was covered up." "What did you record?" How can I trouble you, Professor McGonagall? Lockhart waved his hand. I can clean it up myself. Furnishings, clothes, self-portraits, books after books. For some reason, he suddenly felt much calmer, and there seemed to be an extra desire in his heart to try to open the notebook and write something on it, being seen in such a state of disgrace by Harry and the others. The ink dripped from the tip of the feather pen directly onto the notebook and disappeared in an instant. At this time, not only was the wind cold, but his body and mind were actually colder. This is what Lockhart was thinking at the moment. After making sure that Professor McGonagall had gone far away, Lockhart slammed the door hard, almost knocking it against the frame. Lockhart wiped the sweat off his face, turned around and sat down, took out ink and a quill from his suitcase, and thought about what to write. Was the Chamber of Secrets opened 50 years ago? Lockhart held the quill tightly. His curiosity, which was almost gone, suddenly reappeared, making him want to know about the Chamber of Secrets. He glanced at the door nervously, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the door was shaking. He slowly wrote a line of words. What is the monster inside? It doesn't matter what the monster is because it may have been destroyed. If I'm not mistaken, Dumbledore will find a scapegoat again, just like he did before. What did you say? Lockhart's eyes widened. Dumbledore found a scapegoat. That's right, Pansy Parkinson is the scapegoat. Lockhart recalled, Snape mentioned Pansy Parkinson at that time too. New words emerged from the notebook. I hope Dumbledore and the others have never come to find you, otherwise you might end up like me, doing nothing to protect yourself, waiting for future generations to reveal the truth. When Lockhart saw this line, countless conspiracy theories emerged in his mind, and he wrote a line of handwriting. What do you mean? What did Dumbledore do? Mr. Snape, you can also go to the trophy display room on the 4th floor. There is a special contribution award medal that belongs to me. This is the result of my choice to obey. At that time, I was still an ignorant child. I was bewitched by Dumbledore and made a wrong choice that I will regret for the rest of my life. I identified Rubeus Hagrid. I am suffering from the honor I have received, as if I am trapped in a whirlpool and can no longer escape. However, I am also afraid. I am worried that someone will see through all this and know that I am Dumbledore's accomplice. I felt guilty towards the victim, so I decided to sacrifice my life to show my guilt towards her. But before that, I left a notebook to expose Dumbledore's crimes. Lockhart couldn't help but sigh, deep in the vortex of honor. Looking at the strings of words appearing on the notebook, he could empathize and understand the torment. Especially at Hogwarts, as his fans became fewer and fewer, this torment became more and more intense. Lockhart shuddered and suddenly put down his notebook. No, I can't get myself into any more trouble. It's more important to escape. After the heavy snow, there was no more rainy weather and the sun appeared again in a hurry. This professor is amazing. He has written so many books, but he has never demonstrated any real magic in class. Mr. Lockhart, those books should bring you a lot of income. Do you really think you can escape safely? After lunch, Vezet and Luna walked out of the castle gate one after another. Vezet seemed to be holding a pot of mandrake, but she was actually using a wandless silent levitation spell to make the pot move with her, so it wasn't very strenuous. Lockhart's lip trembled, his eyes darting between the letter opener and the notebook. In the mirror was a human figure that looked like stained glass. Every inch of skin seemed to be pieced together and looked extremely distorted. Just when he was about to close the notebook, stuff it into the suitcase and leave, new content appeared on the notebook. The crack looked extremely fresh, as if it had just opened recently, and the edges were even twitching and wriggling as if they were trying to close together and heal. Real? Perhaps the adventurer Lockhart in the book can indeed do this. But isn't it a bit too much to take Lockhart, a fraudster who is almost as good as a squib, for granted? If the leaves are hidden treasures, then Luna is the sniffer who can always detect the existence of treasures at the first moment, dig them out immediately, and put them in her pocket. Mr. Gilderoy Snape. I remember Pansy Parkinson told me that they had a professor named Gilderoy Lockhart. So that's how it is. The young man snapped his fingers again, causing the mirror to vanish into thin air. Mr. Lockhart, you should calm down and listen to me. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lockhart screamed in horror, Who is this? What have you done to me? I want to get out of here. The rainy weather at Hogwarts has completely ended, and the snow has arrived impatiently, with large snowflakes falling down, covering Hogwarts with thick white bedding. What? Are you willing to talk? The young man said with a comfortable smile. Want to go further, for example? Eliminate those who know your secret. After finding it difficult to tear, he tried stabbing it with a letter opener and splashing ink, but still failed to damage the notebook at all. However, what frightened Lockhart the most was the large gap in the middle of the figure. The sunlight fell on the ground and reflected on the snow on both sides of the road. as if two golden mountain ranges were created out of thin air. He stuffed other people's memories into his own, but because he was unable to integrate these memories, his suppressed magical talent further degenerated, and he became a stitched monster. When Lockhart saw these two lines, his hair stood on end and his back felt cold. He immediately picked up the notebook and tried to tear it in half. Lockhart wrote in a panic, "What do you want to do?" It had a fierce battle with the clouds that were still hovering, and finally managed to break through, casting brilliant sunlight from the edge of the tiny clouds. Luna walked in front, waving her magic wand like a happy butterfly, pushing the snow in front to the sides and clearing a passable path. "I am not your enemy, Professor Lockhart. I can help Pansy Parkinson and make her the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, which can also help you and make you a normal wizard." He was a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a Hogwarts uniform, exuding a cold and calm temperament. From time to time, Luna would raise her wand and pick out a few beautifully colored leaves from the Golden Mountains. He seemed to have made a decision. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked up the letter opener to stab his fingers. "Mr. Lockhart, is this the reason why you can't cast spells?" The young man snapped his fingers and a mirror appeared in front of Lockhart. Without seeing that weird look, Lockhart calmed down a little, opened his mouth and trembled. "How did you know?" "Drop a drop of blood on the notebook so that we can communicate better." As the blood dripped, he also felt like he was falling, as if he was traveling between the pages of a book, dancing in a world of strange colors, light and shadow. There seemed to be a human figure at the end of the strange color. As he regained his balance, he could finally see the specific appearance of the figure. The distance from the castle to the greenhouse was not short, but Vezet felt that time passed very quickly. It seemed like just a blink of an eye, and Luna, who had cleared the way for him, turned around with two red blushes on her face. It feels like only a moment has passed, and we have arrived at our destination. As the Christmas holidays approach, the weather will get colder. The mandrakes are growing bigger and bigger, and now they are restless. In addition to digging up the soil to breathe, they are also looking for opportunities to try to get out of the flower pot. Sprout has pink earmuffs around his neck and a shovel in his hand. If the mandrake gets cold, the root tubers may die and all our efforts will be wasted. So, cold-proof and warm-keeping measures are very important. We need to wear socks and scarves for the mandrakes and never let these cute little guys catch a cold. First, use a shovel to knock on the edge of the flower pot 3 times. Yes, just like knocking on a door. After all, they have grown up, so wait until they have stretched out their roots before you start shoveling the soil. Next to her were 2 baskets with brightly colored scarves and socks in them. These little ones are very picky about colors. You'll have to watch their reactions later. This is also the reason why Vezet brought the mandrake to the greenhouse. In addition to him and Luna, there were about 10 people including Neville, Hannah, Cedric, etc., standing in a semicircle around Sprout. Dressing a mandrake is a delicate job and therefore not suitable as part of a formal course, so only a small number of students were invited to make it a unique private lesson. While Sprout was distributing earmuffs, Luna leaned close to Vezet and said, "It seems like our mandrake is particularly well behaved. Usually he's very quiet, just like the moon beast." "Yes, it does," Vezet nodded. "It only jumps and dances when I bring special fertilizer." After everyone put on their earmuffs, Professor Sprout picked up a pot of mandrake, first raised the shovel high and waved it, then placed it on the edge of the pot and knocked it 3 times. The mandrake in the pot reacted quickly. As soon as the 3rd knock was made, it immediately extended its roots and kept digging around. Sprout raised the shovel again and tilted the flower pot slightly so that everyone could see it more clearly. As soon as she shoveled away the soil on the surface, the mandrake couldn't wait to run out and quickly grabbed the edge of the flower pot, ready to escape from the pot. Sprout grabbed Mandrake, pulled out socks and a scarf from the basket, and shook them in front of Mandrake. The Mandrake poked the orange scarf and waved its roots twice at the powder blue socks. Sprout lifted up the scarf and shook it, then changed his socks to orange, successfully helping Mandrake stay warm. After finishing keeping the first pot of Mandrake warm, she motioned for everyone to take off their earmuffs. Sprout explained, "When you get home, you can also try to make it and give your family a surprise. The taste of these cookies is also unique. They are crispier than the cookies provided in the auditorium, and they make you feel warm after eating them." Luna tilted her head, picked up the colorful Mandrake, and put it in front of the 2 baskets. The copper ring under the eagle statue shook, and a pleasant female voice came out from it. "That's great." Sprout nodded. "Maybe that's the reason, a particularly picky little guy." Sprout added a few key points, then had everyone put their earmuffs back on, split into groups of 2, and started to put winter clothes on Mandrake. After everyone left the greenhouse, Vezet walked forward holding the mandrake. Professor Sprout, my mandrake seems a little different. Although the two did not continue to help change into winter clothes, the overall efficiency was actually improved a lot. In less than an hour or so, nearly 1/7 of the mandrakes had been changed into winter clothes. In this way, Vezet and Luna took turns holding the mandrake and walked around the greenhouse. You guys should be going home for Christmas, right? Otherwise, why don't you leave it here so I can observe it carefully? Maybe I can find out the reason. I never walk, but I can go from London to Rome. I have no wings, but I can fly in the blue sky. I close my eyes, but I can see all the strange things. At the bottom of the oil paper package, there are steps on how to make this kind of biscuits. Both the technique and the amount of ingredients needed are written in detail. Perhaps because of its much larger size than its peers, the mandrake that the two people took turns holding became active. I think so too. Sprout nodded. It's bigger than other mandrakes and more agile. This vivid and lively appearance made Luna laugh the whole time, and her rosy face looked very beautiful. To express his gratitude, Sprout gave everyone a pack of cookies. These cookies were probably made with magical plants. A fresh fragrance wafted through the oil paper bag and spread into the air. The mandrake in front of Neville responded and moved forward twice, as if it was about to put on a scarf. Hannah quickly grabbed a scarf and socks and successfully helped Mandrake keep warm. It even stretches out its sock-clad roots to pat the branches of other mandrakes. As if disturbed by the mandrake in front of Vezet suddenly opened its mouth wide, and the mandrake held by Neville also opened its mouth wide. When Luna was putting socks on it, it shook its head and cooperated obediently. Even when Luna matched it with socks of different colors, it didn't seem to resist at all. The bronze door slowly opened, and the students inside gathered around the bulletin board, reading an announcement that should have appeared not long ago. The mandrake waved its roots, picked up the gray scarf and socks, and threw them in front of Neville. Neville and Hannah also broke up the soil, but the mandrake was not so cooperative. It didn't like the different colors it changed into, and it kept waving its roots around with an impatient look. At the same time, Vezet and Luna came up with the same answer: imagination. Vezet nodded. This mandrake was indeed too special. It even protested for fertilizer and sent Lockhart directly to the school hospital. See, normally it will show aggression towards things it doesn't like, but the strength of the swing varies. You have to experience it for yourself. Not only that, compared to other mandrakes, this mandrake is at least one size larger. Just as Luna said, the mandrake they were taking care of was usually very well behaved. Anthony saw Vezet and Luna coming back, waved and said, "Tonight at 8 o'clock. There's going to be a meeting called Duel Club in the auditorium." Vezet nodded. "Then I'll bring the fertilizer over then. It needs some special fertilizer." If it weren't for the mismatched details and Sprout's personal confirmation, Vezet would have thought it was mature. The term Duel Club is used by students who are too sleepy to know the specific situation during lunch break. Then when he arrives in the classroom, he will learn from the discussions of the students around him that at the assembly in the auditorium tonight, the professor will personally demonstrate dueling techniques. After hearing the news about the Duel Club, Anthony Goldstein should be the most excited one. While waiting for class to start, he kept gesticulating. "Dueling is definitely not just talk. We will definitely have to fight in real life. I really think they should have gotten this a long time ago." The magic they learned before was all used as a bargaining chip to bet on success or failure. I know this is a line from Wandering with Werewolves. Terry Boot looked up from the side. "Who do you think will demonstrate?" Anthony put his chin on his hand and pretended to think. "Maybe it's Professor Flitwick. I heard from my family that when he was young, he participated in a duel competition and won the championship. Dueling tournament champion." Michael put down his quill and pushed his notebook aside. "Professor Flitwick is so amazing." Chris Moon said with emotion, "I really didn't expect this. Which duel tournament is it?" Everyone now has a clearer understanding of Anthony's family background, so what Anthony calls hearsay is usually highly credible. "Let me think. What's it called?" Anthony scratched his head. "That duel competition. It seems that all English wizards can participate." "Is it called the British Wizarding Duel Tournament?" Vezet said. "I remember it was held every 2 years. This competition has no age limit, so the protection measures are good and there are always people signing up for every competition." Yes, that's it." Anthony slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, next year there will be a new competition. It is said that the prize for the champion is the egg of some magical animal. The British Wizard Duel Tournament. Chris sighed. "Even if it's for all ages, it has nothing to do with us. Let's just look forward to the Duel Club tonight." Michael pulled the notebook over again and pushed it in front of Vezet. "By the way." Vezet, which of these magics do you think I should practice? Dancing spells, leg-locking spells, and tickling spells. Vezet looked at the markings on the notebook. Michael, are you planning to use it in the duel club tonight, or are you planning to use it as follow-up practice? It will be used tonight, Michael coughed lightly. There will definitely be a lot of students by then. I can't fall behind. Haha, I know what you're thinking. Anthony teased, remember to shut your mouth next time your saliva is almost flowing out. Don't you want to be in the spotlight? Michael covered his mouth and raised his eyebrows. Even if you don't want to be in the spotlight, at least you can't lose to your opponent, right? Vezet said, I suggest using the dance spell and the leg-locking spell together. The combination of the two spells will have an unexpected effect. After all, the elder in the family was once a legendary auror, and he immediately understood what Vezet meant. First use the dance spell to interfere with the opponent, then use the leg-locking spell to tie them up. That's right, Vezet nodded. If it's a regular duel, as long as the opponent loses the ability to resist, you can declare victory. There's a similar approach in Running with Trolls, where these two spells are combined to temporarily incapacitate a troll. Anthony interrupted, if it's not a formal duel, then remember to add some magic or take away the opponent's wand to prevent the opponent from resisting. Dancing spell and leg-locking spell, right? Terry opened his notebook and quickly wrote down the two spells, intending to practice them later. Chris did something similar, holding up his notebook and repeating it over and over again. Are two spells enough? Michael asked again. Do we need a protective spell? Isn't there an armor spell in those Lockhart books? Vezet, what do you think of that magic? I don't recommend the iron armor spell. Vezet shook her head slightly. Although the spell is not complicated, it is not easy to truly master it. Why? Michael scratched his head. I read in the book. It seems to appear a lot. To cast a reliable armor spell, you need to be strong enough in your heart. Vezet murmured, trying to describe the feeling. If fingers are the opponent's magic, then your armor spell should be like eyes. He stretched out his fingers and brought them close to his eyes, without blinking. Once the heart starts to waver, the iron armor spell will become extremely unstable, and it may even be better to just stand up and dodge. In fact, the process of casting the iron armor spell is the process of overcoming fear. That's right, that's what my great-aunt told me. Anthony nodded in agreement, so learning this magic doesn't mean you can use it in actual combat. And you think it will start at 8 p.m. Until what time? At most 10 p.m. We still have astronomy class in the evening, but they didn't say that astronomy class will be cancelled. I see, Michael nodded, then I better practice the dance spell and the leg-locking spell. As the afternoon classes concluded, talk of the dueling club intensified, with most looking forward to the evening's opportunities. Neville was part of the other group. He looked very nervous, holding a notebook in his hand and muttering to himself. As long as there's no physical contact, it'll be considered a duel. Fred came over and looked at Neville's notes. Do you want me to borrow 2 fireworks and throw them directly over? Use fireworks? Neville asked doubtfully. Can this be done? Of course not. George patted Neville on the shoulder. But if you meet someone from Slytherin, light the fireworks and explode with him. Boom, we will definitely remember you forever. Or maybe treat your opponent like a mandrake, Luna suggested. Just help him put on his scarf and socks. Hannah blinked. Mandra, that doesn't seem so scary anymore. Vezet gave her own advice. Pay attention to the use of the full body binding spell. Haven't you all been practicing it recently? Luna is right, just think of them as mandrakes. And the scarf and socks as full body binding spells. Cool, George whistled. You can explain, then let's just imagine ourselves as fireworks. Fred closed his eyes and explode with them directly. After dinner, many students chose to stay in the auditorium, intending to wait there until 8 o'clock. Professor Flitwick raised his wand, moved the 4 long tables of the colleges together, and then moved them to the center of the hall, exactly where they belong. Professor McGonagall stood in front of the 4 college tables and gently waved his wand, performing transformation magic like conducting an orchestra, turning the college tables into a wide stage. As Professor McGonagall adjusted the details of the stage and added gilded patterns, Professor Flitwick pointed his wand at the ceiling. As Professor Flitwick gently shook his wand, the brilliant stars on the ceiling gradually dimmed and settled into a velvety black night sky. Thousands of candles are floating in the air. Against the backdrop of the dark night sky, the flickering candlelight is like the students' state of mind at the moment, with a bit of excitement in their anticipation. As more and more students gathered, the auditorium became noisier and everyone was discussing happily and enthusiastically. Here I come, I don't know who shouted, and everyone looked towards the door of the auditorium. It's Snape and Professor Lockhart. Hey. I thought it was Headmaster Dumbledore himself. Snape walked in front, still dressed in the familiar outfit of all students, a flowing black robe with drooping eyelids hiding his coldness and cruelty. Lockhart followed closely behind, wearing a purple tasseled gown with his signature smile on his face. He waved as he walked onto the stage, but he also bumped into the steps and nearly fell. Snape glanced at the embarrassed Lockhart, and a hint of obvious mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lockhart seemed completely unaffected and spoke excitedly, explaining his good intentions and why he held this rally. Even at the very end, he did not forget to mention his own work and boast about the adventures in the book. It was not until Snape showed some impatience and raised his wand in a different position that Lockhart's smile froze, and he stammered to introduce the teaching assistant Snape. "Allow me to introduce the teaching assistant." Snape twisted his wrist, clearly ready to perform the duties of an assistant teacher at any time. Lockhart changed the subject. "As we all know, Professor Snape is a master of potions. He is very different from me, given my wonderful adventure experience. I really don't want to cause him to get hurt because I don't know how to handle the situation properly when I demonstrate later." When Snape narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lockhart like a venomous snake hunting its prey, Lockhart took a step back imperceptibly, coughed lightly, and continued. "Since the purpose is to teach students how to duel, then we should find a student to demonstrate on stage." "Professor Snape, what do you think of my suggestion?" "Right, absolutely right." Snape's eyes flashed coldly. "Since you have made the suggestion, let me find an agent, you." Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief, and before Snape could finish, he interrupted. "Of course I think it's okay." In less than a week, even with the help of the notebook, it was obviously difficult for him to match Snape. Finding an agent for Snape now is almost the best solution that can be thought of at the moment. After less than a week of special training, he can now barely cast an armor spell. At least he never failed when he was practicing. A student who has not yet graduated, no matter how outstanding he is, would not be able to cause much harm to him, not to mention that he can use the iron armor spell to deal with it. Mr. Vezet Lovegood. Snape turned his head slightly and glanced at the crowd. "Come up." Since the Potions O class at the end of last school year, they gradually became too lazy to resist and just watched Vezet walk onto the stage and stand next to Snape. A very good choice." Lockhart began to beam with joy again. "Today we will teach you a simple magic. The disarming spell." "That's right, just disarm the wand, that way you can win immediately. It's a very quick and convenient method." "Do you know how to perform the disarming spell?" Cough. Snape coughed softly, so quietly that only Vezet could hear it. Vezet understood and shook her head slightly. "Professor Lockhart, I only know about this magic, but I have never used it specifically." Hiss. Lockhart felt a slight headache. He seemed to have encountered Vizet's just understanding statement once before. "Then let me teach you simply. The spell of the disarming spell is not complicated, just remove your weapon and then thrust out your wand." "Really? Is it to thrust out the wand?" Snape interrupted sinisterly. "Mr. Lovegood, what is the motion for the disarming charm?" Vezet said, "According to the description in the book, if you are a beginner. It is best to swing your wand and imagine that you are swinging your hand to knock away the opponent's weapon." "Ahaha, I must have mixed it up with other magic." Lockhart said with sweat on his forehead. "After all, I know too much magic." "Since you are so familiar with the disarming spell, Vezet, let's start the duel. By the way, let's introduce the entire duel process to the students in the audience." "Yes, Professor Lockhart." Vezet held the wand in her hand. "First, we raise the wand to the middle of our chest and point our nose to the tip of the wand." Lockhart said slowly, "Then we salute. Both parties need to keep a certain distance. The rules of the duel require the use of magic. There can be no physical contact. This needs to be kept in mind." Snape suddenly interrupted Lockhart's introduction and said, "Should you stand a little further away? As beginners of the disarming spell, it's easy to lose your balance." Harry's eyes widened, his tone full of disbelief. "Snape actually cares about Lockhart. I don't think it's concern." Ronald analyzed. "Look at Snape's expression. Does it look like the expression he had during his inspection of potions class? He must be up to something bad." Lockhart waved his hand. "Probably not. As an adventurer, I'm very confident." Snape nodded. Then, "Mr. Lovegood, remember to be restrained and be tactful." Vezet coughed lightly and very skillfully controlled the twitching corners of her mouth and nodded seriously. "I'll try my best." "Then let's begin." Lockhart waved his wand as if he was holding a sword and trying to draw a sword flower. On the count of 1, release the disarming spell. 3, 2, 1. Just as Lockhart uttered 1, Vezet swung out her wand, Expelliarmus. A red light exploded instantly, and the students closest to the stage saw a daze, as if the whole world had turned red. With the sound of a loud landing, they gradually recovered and saw Lockhart appear on the wall in the distance, slowly sliding down the wall. Those distant memories from his school days surfaced, reminding Lockhart of the huge difference between practice and actual combat. The moment Vezet chanted the spell, he subconsciously raised his wand and drew a straight vertical line on his chest. However, he could only do this much. The bright red light that appeared before his eyes made him panic. His mind was almost blank. He couldn't recite the iron armor spell at all, and he couldn't even open his mouth. When the red light rushed over, Lockhart flew backwards, hit the wall, and lost consciousness. Before he lost consciousness, there was only one thought in his mind. It was similar to Snape's stunning spell. What a fast, disarming spell. Mr. Lovegood, you may go down now. Snape walked a few steps towards Lockhart, speaking as he walked, his tone rising and falling with a look of extremely wanton mockery at the corners of his mouth. Professor Lockhart, it seems that I overestimated an adventurer's self-awareness. I seem to have warned you that beginners tend to be inconsiderate. What a pity. Perhaps next time you can hold an autobiography in front of you. As a beginner, I think Mr. Lovegood should aim at your autobiography and cast a disarming charm. His eyes were brighter than ever, revealing endless sarcasm. Of course, I don't mean anything else. I'm definitely not saying your autobiography is more useful than you yourself. As Snape finished his words, the students of Slytherin College started to make noises of derision. Although the other two colleges were not so unscrupulous, there were still sounds of laughter. When these sounds came together, the auditorium was filled with a happy atmosphere. Only Ravenclaw felt a little embarrassed. After all, Lockhart, who was being laughed at the moment, was once a member of Ravenclaw. But they changed their minds and realized that this was a battle between two Ravenclaws, so they could accept the fact. After all, it had already happened. Ronald turned slightly, glanced at Lockhart, who had just fallen to the ground, and said in a dull voice, "This is the time I want to laugh with Slytherin the most." Hermione frowned slightly and said worriedly, "Professor Lockhart seems to be unconscious." "Then let me try the resuscitation spell." Harry looked around and suddenly raised his wand to point at Lockhart. "Resuscitate quickly." Lockhart groaned and shook his head to wake up, but the wizard's hat fell to the side, revealing the hair standing on end. Compared to Snape's silencing spell, Vezet's disarming spell was indeed less powerful, and did not cause Lockhart to suffer from severe pain all over his body and be unable to stand up. The few remaining fans stepped forward and helped Lockhart up, allowing him to return to the stage. The book Vezet recommended is really useful. Seeing Lockhart back on stage, Harry swung the wand in his hand, disarming spell, like waving your hand to knock away the opponent's weapon. As the Slytherins burst into laughter again, Lockhart took the wand that the book fan had found. "See, this is the effect of the disarming charm. My wand is out of my hand, of course. This is to demonstrate the effect of the disarming spell, so I didn't put up any resistance, which produced some additional effects." "Very practical, isn't it?" Snape interrupted Lockhart bluntly. "Perhaps we could do this again and demonstrate another practical spell, such as what magic can be used to resist the disarming charm?" "Haha, Professor Snape, you are too impatient. There are more important things to do now." Lockhart laughed dryly and changed the subject with a twinkling look in his eyes. "This is the dueling club. Then it's the students' turn. Vezet gave a very good demonstration just now, so let's start practicing the disarming spell. Professor Snape, you can also help with the divisions." In fact, only Snape was arranging the groups. Lockhart was obviously more interested in saving his image, so he hid in the corner and started fiddling with his hairstyle. Just as Lockhart was using his wand as a curling iron to style his hair, Snape began arranging students to practice sparring in pairs, as if he was patrolling the classroom. Snape mainly hovered between the two squares, grouping the Slytherins with the Gryffindors. There have always been disputes between the two colleges, and such targeted grouping has added a bit of tension to the auditorium. Draco and Harry were assigned to a group, and they both swung their wands and cast the disarming spell almost at the same time. Expelliarmus. The two spells blended together. Draco's movements were faster, and a red light appeared on the tip of his wand, but the effect was not obvious enough and it only deflected Harry's wrist. Harry cast a successful disarming charm, and a red light burst out from the tip of his wand. But because his wrist was deflected, the red light flew into the corner and failed to hit Draco. Vezet's demonstration was effective, but the key was the subsequent analysis of the hand gestures, which impressed the students deeply and at least made the tip of the wand emit red light. During his inspection, Snape discovered that among the lower grade students, only a few could cast a true disarming spell and make it have a real effect. Especially the circle around Vezet, who, under Vezet's explanation, mastered how to cast the disarming spell stably. Besides, after the first round of duel, Harry had completely mastered the use of the disarming charm. Draco and Harry did not hesitate, and after one round of duel ended, the second round of duel began. Even though Draco was still faster at casting, Harry adjusted accordingly. Harry took 2 steps to the side in advance, dodged the disarming spell thrown by Draco, and then began to chant the spell, releasing a red light. The red light hit Draco squarely, knocking his wand into the air. Tusk. Snape's expression darkened when he saw the happy expression on Harry's face. He took Draco's wand and was about to say something when a scream came from the corner. My hair, my hair. It was Lockhart who was fixing his hair just now. His golden hair was burning fiercely, and the smell of burning rotten eggs gradually filled the auditorium. He waved his wand hard, pointing it at his hair and trying to cast a spell. But as he cast the spell, the fire became even more intense and spread to the roots of his hair. A kind senior student waved his wand and cast a vanishing charm which only made the fire grow even more intense. Stop the curse! Snape slowly walked in front of Lockhart and casually waved his wand to put out the fire. Unfortunately, it was too late. As Lockhart fainted on the ground, his golden hair turned into ashes. That's terrible. Fred and George approached Lockhart, but their attention was on the ashes. They put the ashes in their pockets. The flame that was burning vigorously because of the vanishing spell. Even though it's gone, it can still be used for research. Gryffindor will be deducted 5 points for freely desecrating the professor's remains. Snape walked around Fred and George and stood where Lockhart had just been. Snape looked forward and saw Harry with a curious expression in the distance. He already had the answer in his mind. Apparently, Harry's miscast disarming charm happened to hit Lockhart, who was fixing his hair, causing something like a wand backfire accident, igniting the golden hair. If you want to grow your hair back after it has been damaged by unknown magic through potions, it is a very difficult task. But now is not the time to be happy. He still has to clean up the mess left by Lockhart. Not all students are capable of a serious duel. Some students will abandon their wands, and after several failed spells, they will choose the most direct method, close combat. This situation gradually accumulated and Snape became annoyed. He had no choice but to wave his wand again and again to forcibly separate the students. He walked slowly to the center of the stage, his eyes sweeping over the students who had just been separated. I almost thought I was in the wrong place. It turns out this is Hogwarts. I thought I had entered an arena. Use your fists and teeth. As wizards, can't you fight in another way, even if you can't learn the disarming spell in a short time? Don't you have any other magic to use? No wonder Lockhart was the first one to fall. I was confused at first, but now I feel relieved. He looked at Justin, who was lying on the ground like a statue. Stop the spell. He waved his hand to remove the full-body binding spell on Justin. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor House. The fallen Lockhart asked you to use the disarming charm, and what did Mr. Longbottom do? Full-body binding spell. Violation of the rules of the fallen Lockhart. But it's also 5 points less than Mr. Midgen, Mr. Macmillan, Miss Fawcett, Miss Granger, these people. In the familiar Slytherin House point deduction session, Harry and Ronald also jumped out and refuted expertly. It was the Slytherin guy who didn't follow the rules. Hermione was pushed down. Another 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Snape was like a hunter who had caught his prey. Our Mr. Pot must be very proud now, and thinks he has done a great job. Think you're being well behaved. And you can even do a little trick, and make yourself the winner. Mr. Pot, Mr. Longbottom, come on stage now immediately. Neville walked onto the stage somewhat uncomfortably while Harry looked furious. Snape's tone was filled with malice. Perhaps we need to see a real duel. I think you all feel that you have a say. After all, you have defeated your opponents. I didn't, Neville quickly denied. I was careless. I can't learn the disarming spell. Like Lockhart, who fell first, said. Snape said lazily, have you forgotten the etiquette of dueling? Salute. Keep your distance. Harry and Neville looked at each other, then slowly got into position according to the duel etiquette Snape had told them. Go ahead, Snape continued, show them all. How you beat your opponents. 3, 2, 1, Expelliarmus, everyone is petrified. The two men attacked almost at the same time, and to Snape's surprise, Neville was quite skilled in the full-body binding spell. And even in such a tense state, he still managed to hit Harry, causing him to fall straight to the ground. Harry's disarming charm did the same, and there was a burst of red light knocking Neville's wand away. Stop the spell. Snape threw out his wand, his eyes flashing with a gleam. Mr. Longbottom, who told you to cast a full-body binding spell like this? Neville helped Harry up and looked at Snape, who was hesitating and unable to speak. 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor for not being honest with the professor. Get out of here. Snape waved his hand and looked around the entire hall and said, Mr. Lovegood, come to the stage. As soon as Snape finished speaking, Vezet felt the gazes from all directions, almost all focused on him. Whether it is her outstanding performance in the Quidditch House Cup or her book list that has become popular throughout the school, Vezet has gained a certain degree of fame. At least within Ravenclaw, whenever the name Luna Lovegood was mentioned, there would almost always be a few similar paragraphs. It's him, the books I've been reading recently are from the list he wrote. I think they're pretty good. I know, our new Quidditch star, he won last year's Quidditch trophy. This year's trophy must be ours too. He has a very good memory and is very familiar with the library. If you are desperate to find a book, you can never go wrong by asking him. He will tell you in detail which shelf and which row it is in. Snape only called Vezet to the stage but did not specify an opponent. Other students also made some guesses and roughly knew who Vizet's opponent would be. As Vezet stepped onto the stage, Luna clenched her fists and cheered, "Go for it." As Luna started, there were many voices of encouragement and cheering around. Mr. Much Anticipation. Snape crossed his arms. Since you can teach Mr. Longbottom the body binding spell, it shouldn't be difficult for you to show them how to duel, right? Vezet nodded. When he took the stage, he actually anticipated what was going to happen. The magic he learned during this period can also be summarized in stages through duels. Snape looked at Vezet and said, "Show us what you can do. The ability to see the light." Vezet murmured in a low voice. He already understood the meaning of this sentence and nodded to Snape. "Please teach me, Professor Snape." Snape responded, "Yeah," bow as a sign of respect. Vezet bowed politely and Snape nodded in acknowledgement. He held the wand in front of his chest like a sword. Almost at the moment of completing this action, the students present had a different feeling. At this moment, the feeling that Vezet gave people seemed a little different. It was like a sharp blade hidden in velvet finally showing its edge. The two stretched out their arms almost at the same time. Vezet thrust forward and a ball of flame burst out from the tip of her wand. Flame. Snape pulled his wand horizontally and swung out a sword light slowly, splitting the flames in two and continuing to attack Vezet with the same power. The sword light quickly approached Vezet, and just when many people thought the duel was over, Vezet lightly raised his wand and accurately blocked and wiped out the sword light as if it had never appeared. Facing this scene, many students asked the same question: what is going on? After all, he had a relative who was a legendary Auror. Facing Michael and the others' inquiries, Anthony could only try to understand, if according to what my great-aunt said. That is, Vezet is very familiar with the cutting spell, so she can use this labor-saving method to directly eliminate the power of the cutting spell. But it is not recommended to do so. After hearing Anthony's words, the students around him asked, "Why?" Anthony shrugged. Without full assurance and confidence, it would not only be difficult to do this, but you might also hurt yourself. Imagine for yourself. For example, if a ball of fire flies towards you, would you choose to dodge the fireball to avoid being burned, or would you choose to wave your hand to put out the fire directly? He sighed deeply. That's how Vezet cracked it just now. If he wasn't absolutely confident, the wand would have been cut. Professor Snape did the same thing. Michael suddenly realized. He used the cutting curse to cut through Vizet's flames. The battle between Vezet and Snape continued. A red beam of light burst out from Snape's wand and approached Vezet at a high speed like an arrow. "Armor, protect yourself." Vezet raised her wand straight up, and the armor spell took shape instantly, blocking the red beam. The two magics seemed to stick together, and the red beam of light turned into a red light ball, creating ripples. Vizet's lips trembled slightly, and he flicked his wand violently. The edge of the invisible shield emitted a faint white light, and a red ball of light hit Snape. Snape still didn't cast a spell and swung his sword again, breaking the shield in two. The shield did not completely dissipate. The faint white light at the edge gathered together like igniting fireworks and burst into a strong light, submerging Snape's figure. Michael asked in a puzzled tone, "Why is Vizet's armor charm still glowing?" This time even Anthony couldn't answer and could only spread his hands helplessly, looking helpless. Not only Anthony, but also senior students were unable to determine why Vizet's armor spell had such a special effect. The moment the faint white light burst out, Snape had seen through the magic trick in it. It was a magical lighting spell hidden in the armor spell. The spellcasting technique involved was the magic cube theory that Vezet used to understand potion formulas, and Snape had heard it several times during private lessons. More interesting than expected. I can let go a little more. Snape thrust his wand forward, and the strong light disappeared instantly. His eyes quickly locked onto Vezet in front of him, and he yanked his wand horizontally to slash out another ray of sword light. This sword light was even sharper, making a sound of breaking through the air and slashed straight towards Vezet. Clear water like a spring. Vezet frowned and cast a water-creating spell at the same time. The water that burst out from the tip of the wand could no longer be called a spring but a torrent. Snape's eyelids twitched. He could feel that this torrent was extraordinary. In addition to the water-making spell that he had fully mastered, he also applied transformation magic. Only through transformation magic can the torrent maintain its shape and not fall to the ground the moment it leaves the tip of the wand. The students standing outside the auditorium heard strange noises behind them and turned to look out the window as if frightened. With the dim moonlight, they saw that the Black Lake was extremely turbulent. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake and was stirring wildly. The sword light was restrained by the snake-shaped torrent, submerged in the torrent and completely dissolved. Cunning. Snape muttered, raised his wand and flicked it lightly, chanting a spell that echoed throughout the hall, universal protection. He looked at the billowing steam that had not yet dissipated and felt the temperature that still filled the surroundings. He raised his wand and pointed it into the air, frost and ice from the sky. Perhaps it was because he had stayed in Hogwarts for too long and the Dark Lord had not appeared, which had caused some subtle changes in himself. At this point in the duel, all the things that can be revealed on the surface have been examined almost completely. Snape looked up at the candles in the air and immediately raised his wand. The flickering candle flames grew rapidly and almost instantly gathered into a huge fireball. Hiss. Stop the spell. As the magic energy field appeared, Vezet immediately dissipated the dark clouds. However, this was just a demonstration duel, so it was impossible for him to go all out. Therefore, he was very restrained and did not display any black magic. Snape glanced upwards and saw the fireball in the air disintegrate into flames, then returned to the wick and continued to emit light and heat. Clean it up. He looked at the hail and ice debris scattered around the stage and cleaned them up as well. Countless hailstones fell from the dark clouds. Under Vizet's guidance, they landed in a very uniform location, all concentrated on where Snape was. The Dark Lord will definitely come back, and these changes in himself are not a good thing. With the birth of the flaming snake, the air around the auditorium became scorching. Although it was December, it felt like midsummer. Vezet swung the wand in her hand, and the torrent began to flow vaguely, like a nimble snake. There was a sound of gasps all around. The extreme heat generated by the collision of steam and the sudden extreme cold caught the students off guard. But in just over a year, the strength that Vezet has shown now far exceeds that of the students present. The water snake and the fire snake collided violently, bursting out with dazzling light. Their bodies were shrinking rapidly, and the billowing steam produced by the collision shot up into the sky. This was the first time he chanted the spell, and a gray, transparent magical energy field appeared, covering him and protecting him from the falling hail. He actually didn't know how many surprises or shocks were waiting for him from Vezet. Vezet estimated the scale of the serpentine torrent and did not continue to drain the Black Lake. The moment the fire snake disappeared, the serpentine torrent he maintained also dissipated. He looked at the wand in his hand, which flew in a circle between his fingertips, and brilliant sparks burst out from the tip of the wand. The most important point is that he doesn't know how much more Vezet has hidden. Following Vizet's command, the snake-like torrent coiled around Vezet before launching itself out and rushing towards Snape with a rumbling sound. More skilled in transfiguration magic, more comprehensive understanding of magic theory, more proficient in weather spells. The rolling steam instantly condensed together and turned into a dark cloud. The serpentine torrent followed the trajectory of the magic wand and pounced on the oncoming sword light. If this was an exam that required evaluation, he would give a grade of O without hesitation. As the red light was about to hit Vezet, Snape suddenly felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Thinking of this, Snape made a decision in his heart that he should find a suitable way to regain his past combat experience. It seemed as if life was born in the fireball. As Snape put down his wand, a crack appeared in the fireball, and a fluid like magma poured out and turned into a long flaming snake. Expelliarmus. Snape raised his eyebrows upon seeing Vizet's action and uttered the spell of the disarming spell. A red light flew out slowly from the tip of the wand. The red light of the disarming charm struck Vizet's arm, and her wand tumbled into the air. Snape said, "Focus." "Mr. Lovegood, it's not time to clean up the battlefield yet." Vezet bowed to Snape and said, "Thank you, Professor Snape, for your advice. There won't be a next time." He looked up at the air, raised his arm to catch the spinning and falling wand, and slowly walked off the stage. "See, this is a wizard's duel." Snape looked around expressionlessly. "I don't expect you to perform much magic, but hold your wands tight, do you understand?" The students nodded silently, and there was more or less awe in their eyes when they looked at Vezet or Snape. The Slytherin students had more complicated expressions. In addition to awe, there was also a bit of disbelief. The duel between Vezet and Snape became the most popular topic among students for the next period of time. Senior students will combine their own insights to analyze what magic Snape and Vezet used and what magical techniques they applied during the duel. Snape didn't show much after all, he didn't use much magic throughout the whole process, and it was cast silently. Apart from an extremely practical cutting spell that can cut through almost everything, the remaining magic is the Flaming Snake and the final, very clear magic shield spell. Combing these three magics together, they are a spell, a transformation magic, and a protective magic. Many students combined the results of their analysis and even came up with a hypothesis. Is the reason why Snape uses these three magics because he is a potion master? The cutting spell is responsible for processing the potion materials. The transformation magic is used to control the flame and ensure the temperature when brewing the potion. And the protective magic is used to protect oneself in case of accidents. Of course, this can only remain at the stage of speculation. Snape is famous for his bad temper. Even the students of Slytherin College dare not verify this speculation. Since it was a duel between Vezet and Snape, in addition to discussing Snape's magic, there was also extensive discussion about the magic displayed by Vezet. After all, Vezet was chanting spells throughout the process, so we can clearly know what magic was used. If you are a little bolder, becoming the next Albus Dumbledore is not something out of reach. Your situation is too special. It is an unexpected situation called wand backfire, so there is no specific potion for it. For example, Vezet's transfiguration magic is a magical subject that you will definitely come into contact with after entering Hogwarts. Many students recalled the situation that night. A turbulent whirlpool appeared on the other side of the Black Lake, which confirmed that the torrent controlled by Vezet came from the water of the Black Lake. But in Vezet's opinion, such worship only brought him trouble. Many senior students could see that Vezet could maintain the form of water, naturally using transfiguration magic. From this situation, senior students can judge that Vezet not only fully masters the water-making spell, but can also apply its fundamental principles to give the water-making spell more possibilities. Moreover, Vezet not only maintained the water flow, but also used it as a means of attack to fight against Snape's flaming snakes. After the students summarized their thoughts, they found that the magic used by Vezet seemed to be greatly different from the magic they had come into contact with and learned. Although this will bring a greater workload, professors of various subjects are happy about this, and as the efficiency of the class is temporarily improved, they are also willing to share more magical skills. The water-making spell that Vezet cast, according to Hermione, Justin, and other students, was equivalent to a water column used to put out a house fire, which was completely different in terms of magnitude. With Vezet's encouragement, at least during the period before the Christmas holidays, word spread among the students and they all burst out with great enthusiasm for learning. Vezet enjoyed the same treatment Lockhart once received. It should even be said that some of Lockhart's former fans have turned around and begun to admire Vezet. In this way, the students have a more concrete understanding of Vezet's strength, and they are also very curious about Vezet. With various questions in mind, the students consulted the corresponding professors. As for why the armor spell would emit a dazzling light, and whether the magic that caused the hail to fall was a weather spell, this was also what they wanted to figure out. Fortunately, he had a way to deal with it. He made a thick list of books and wrote down all the books he had read. As the saying goes, when some are happy, some are sad. Lockhart, who was still recuperating in the school hospital, did not have the slightest smile on his face. I will summarize what I have learned and then write down my thoughts and ideas. I will review and revise them from time to time and add new ideas and thoughts. Once a classmate wants to learn more, he will give the other person a copied list of books and share his learning methods. Using transformation magic to maintain a huge water flow and then engaging in a magic confrontation is something that is beyond the scope of many senior students. In addition, there were more serious things that made him extremely panic. However, for them, maintaining such a huge water flow and preventing it from collapsing is already an extremely laborious task. Lockhart touched his bald scalp and asked pleadingly, "Madame Pomfrey, my hair really can't grow at all?" "Yes, Professor Lockhart," Madame Pomfrey nodded. "I have tried the commonly used hair growth potions on you, but they have no effect. The water-making spell used by Vezet also has the problem of being out of scope." After listening to the story, Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall not only analyzed the magic techniques, but also praised Vezet's performance. During the period of recuperation in the hospital, except for the first 2 days when some book fans came to visit me, no one came afterwards. Induction and conclusion are very important. You can imagine and try boldly and then ask the professors for advice. They are all excellent wizards. This is how I learned, come on. They have reason to believe that Vezet has shown such strong strength now, and as long as there are no accidents, she will definitely achieve great success in the future. In addition to running back and forth between the common room and the library based on Vizet's new book list, they also actively asked questions after class. Ordinary water-making spells are usually used in herbology classes to make a stream of water flow out of the tip of the wand to water various magical plants. Is it that simple? This is also a common question among admirers. Near noon, Luna and Emeka Miller left Hogwarts Castle and walked towards the Quidditch pitch together. Luna didn't walk very fast, and from time to time she would spread out her palms to catch a slowly falling snowflake. Winter has finally arrived in the Scottish Highlands, and snow is an essential part of it. Today's snow was not heavy. The snowflakes were like dandelions fluttering up and down in the sky. Looking up at the sky along the snowflakes, you can see the cunning sun hiding behind the deserted clouds. Emeka asked, Luna, what kind of person is Vezet on weekdays? Just like a unicorn, right? Luna raised her hand and blew gently, causing the snowflakes in her palm to return to the air and fly farther away with the wind. She thought of what Vezet had said to Neville and Hannah when she went to visit Vezet in the school hospital. Sometimes they suddenly appear and give some guidance to those who are lost. She recalled that when Vezet was thinking, she had led Vezet all the way until they came to the gargoyle statue. Sometimes he needs some guidance. Maybe that's it. I seem to understand a little bit. Emeka nodded, not quite understanding, speaking of which I have met him a few times. He has a really good temper and speaks slowly and calmly. Luna and Emeka didn't walk very fast, and by the time they reached the viewing platform, Mrs. Hooch had just walked to the center of the court. Emeka stood on tiptoes and leaned out to look at the court. It's time to go out. Where is our team? Over there. Luna pointed in a direction, and she just saw Vezet holding the sweeping 7 stars. Players from both teams entered the field, and Lee Jordan served as the commentator for Quidditch, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Hufflepuff called a timeout. The score is now 80-0. Look. Qiu Zhang and Cedric are both looking up, as if they have cervical spondylosis. Because of his joining, Ravenclaw adjusted its tactics and strategies, swept away the decline of previous years, and successfully won the Quidditch trophy in an unstoppable manner. Let's take a look at the Ravenclaw team first. In the lead is chaser Roger Davis. This is his first game since taking over as captain. Cough, cough, cough. Lee Jordan coughed twice in succession. It was only after Professor McGonagall next to him cast a cough spell that he recovered. Seeing Madame Hooch raise her hand to signal for assembly, Roger Davis asked, "Did you notice where the golden snitch is?" Jason and Duncan used the bludger to deal with Cedric, creating an opportunity for Cho Chang to go over and determine the snitch's movements. Here's how we'll do it. As Mrs. Hooch blew the whistle, the game officially began. Just as Lee Jordan said, Hufflepuff was facing a tough battle. With several consecutive rounds of fast breaks and goals, the audience's emotions were quickly ignited and bursts of thunderous applause broke out. Lee Jordan spoke again. Let's see, Ravenclaw scored another 20 points, such a terrifying scoring speed. Vezet, have you ever considered entering the professional arena in the future? Next up is our Vezet Lovegood, at least the most aggressive and fastest chaser I've ever seen in my commentary career. Barely one of them. Lee Jordan quickly introduced the players on both sides. It is worth noting that not only Slytherin has replaced its broomsticks, but Ravenclaw has also undergone a round of equipment upgrades. He was concentrating on the game just now, and just when he returned to the ground, he happened to look up and noticed Luna in the viewing stand. Ravenclaw's tactics revolve around Vezet, and with the replacement of the flying broom, this tactic has a higher ceiling. It's clear that Vezet is very adapted to the 7-star sweep. Not only is he extremely fast, his flexibility also amazes me. Another goal, Ravenclaw scores another 10 points. The grid on their viewing platform is black and yellow, so I'm worried that it's just my illusion. I just saw it wrong for a moment. It's not the real golden snitch. Vezet deftly bypassed the bludger. The bludger was swaying. Yeah. I was angry too, and I didn't give the bludger any face at all. Good, Ravenclaw scored another 10 points. Lee Jordan said loudly, before Vizet's broom was a 5-star sweep. Now his flying broom has been changed to a 7-star sweep. What kind of performance can it bring? Let's wait and see. After arranging the tactics, Roger Davis patted Vezet on the shoulder and said, Johnson and Duncan will move the target later. It may be difficult for you. Vezet cast her magic eye and looked towards the southwest viewing platform, and indeed saw the magic circuit of the golden snitch. Vezet coughed lightly and shook her head at Roger Davis. He immediately changed the subject and explained the situation on the field. Ravenclaw's chaser Vezet took the lead, his speed. He scored a goal, Ravenclaw took the lead and scored 10 points. There's nothing we can do about it. If we can take advantage of the current gap and catch the snitch as quickly as possible, I think Hufflepuff still has a chance. Vezet, can't you be considerate of me? Let me finish what I'm saying before I score. Vezet gets the ball again. He scores another 10 points at Hufflepuff at an amazing speed. I feel so bad for Hufflepuff. The defensive formation that worked last school year now seems a bit stretched due to the increased speed brought by the sweeping 7 stars. Not only were the students from Ravenclaw Academy shouting, but many students from other academies were cheering as well. But since we have discovered something, let's try to find it, Roger Davis thought as he walked and soon came up with a new plan. The dual club incident had not been too long ago, and when Lee Jordan's introduction was heard, the stadium suddenly erupted in warm cheers. Vezet is also looking up, maybe to help look for the snitch, but he seems to be staring in one direction. Let's look over there, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of the snitch. It's okay, if the snow gets heavy they will be more troubled than us. Roger Davis waved his hand. After all, we can still widen the gap by scoring goals while they can only rely on the golden snitch. Roger Davis exhaled. Okay, let's do it then. He nodded to Roger Davis. No problem. Although the Sweep 7 is not as fast as the Nimbus 2001, it is equally fast. I'm afraid Hufflepuff will face a tough battle. All right, everyone get on your brooms. The game is about to begin. Qiu Zhang said in an uncertain tone. It seems to be the viewing platform in the southwest. But it's snowing heavily now, and that's Hufflepuff's viewing platform. Roger Davis clapped his hands and shouted with high morale, "Come on, win this battle, Ravenclaw must win." Ravenclaw will win. Madam Hooch blew her whistle and both teams of players took to the air again. Following Roger Davis' tactics, the Ravenclaw team launched a new round of offense and defense. Jason Samuels and Duncan Ingleby were still supporting Vezet, but they also began to adjust their positions and move closer to Cedric. Vezet was more focused than before, not only dodging the bludgers that were hitting him, but also continuing to score for Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff's pause was effective. The bludgers' attacks are more frequent and tricky than before. Vezet is like a cannonball. He snatched Hufflepuff's quaffle. Wollongong zigzag flying technique. Vezet is avoiding the swimmer. Ah, Lee Jordan suddenly cried out in pain and mumbled, "Beautiful, Wollongong flying technique." Raven, very, Professor, my tongue. He looked at Professor McGonagall beside him, his mouth wide open with tears in the corners of his eyes. Healed. Professor McGonagall raised his wand and chanted a spell into Lee Jordan's mouth. I bit my tongue just now, but it's not a big deal. In fact, I hope Vezet can show some mercy and not suddenly use a professional player's trick. But I must say that Wu Lang just now, he looked higher up the court. No wonder there's a bludger that's always causing trouble for Vezet. Turns out Ravenclaw adjusted their tactics. Ravenclaw's beater is harassing Cedric. This is a very smart move. As long as they delay, even if Cedric catches the snitch, Hufflepuff won't be able to win. That was a close call. Cedric seemed distracted and was almost hit in the chin by the bludger. Cedric suddenly accelerated. He rushed towards Ravenclaw's seeker Cho Zhang. I have to say, Qiu Zhang is a charming girl. Could it be that Cedric is absent-minded because of this? According to relevant insiders, Cedric may. Professor McGonagall hummed and reminded Lee, a hum. Let's take a look at the charming Qiu Zhang. No, Qiu Zhang is chasing something. The snow is getting heavier. It's really hard to see clearly, but it should be. It must be the golden snitch. Cho Chang is chasing the snitch. This is Ravenclaw's real tactic. By harassing Cedric, Cho Chang is given the opportunity to find the snitch. Cedric obviously realized this. He was trying to observe Qiu Zhang's situation, so he seemed absent-minded. Qiu Zhang reached out to grab the golden snitch. What a pity. He was just a little bit away. Cedric is already trying his best and is rushing towards Qiu Zhang's direction. Qiu Zhang suddenly turned. The balance of the 7-star sweep is really great. The current position of the golden snitch is. The snitch seems to be in a panic. It's running towards where Cedric is. It's dangerous. Cedric ducked his shoulders and dodged the bludger, and Qiu Zhang is also very fast. The two are getting closer. Is it going to happen again? Qiu Zhang strikes again. He successfully catches the golden snitch. The game is over. Congratulations to Ravenclaw for winning today's game. After the game, the Ravenclaw team returned to the locker room. The smile on Roger Davis' face never disappeared. As he paced back and forth, his fists were clenched tightly, looking very excited. After the Christmas holidays, we still have 2 opponents. The Slytherin and Gryffindor teams. Slytherin Seeker is new, so the biggest threat is still Nimbus 2001 and some of their, special methods. Gryffindor's overall quality is good except that their brooms are a little inferior, but their Seeker, Harry Potter, is equipped with a Nimbus 2000, which is a good broom. In those games that Harry Potter did not miss, he actually performed very well. I'm afraid he will become a major threat. I still remember the game last school year. How long did it take Harry Potter to catch the golden snitch? The longer it takes, the better it is for us, so we can continue with today's tactics. After the post-match summary, everyone left the locker room. Vezet subconsciously glanced at the viewing platform again and saw a brilliant golden figure. Roger, I want to borrow 2 flying brooms, can I? Roger handed over his broomstick and a key. Of course, no problem. I'll give you the key, you just need to take the key and the broomstick to Mrs. Hooch later. Didn't you go back first? Vezet came to the viewing platform and saw Luna put a small notebook into her pocket. I want to take a closer look at it. Luna turned her head and smiled, hooking a strand of hair blown by the wind with her little finger and putting it behind her ear. Luna likes Quidditch, but the Quidditch she likes is a little different. She didn't feel much about the success or failure of Quidditch, and was more concerned about what would happen in the middle of Quidditch. For example, she would be concerned about whether the snowflakes flying in the air would scatter because they hit Quidditch players. I also worry about whether the snowflakes will fall into my mouth when the audience around me cheers, because they open their mouths too wide. Or they may be concerned about whether the broomsticks will be damaged if 2 players accidentally bump into each other, or what kind of branches will fall to the ground. Vezet also imagined that if she lost the game, Luna might pull out a painting and say, "Look. This cloud looks like you. It should be imitating your movements, learning how to use the broomstick, so I drew it and give it to you." When Luna was sitting on the broomstick, she was in a leisurely state. She slowly flew high into the sky, tilted her head, and watched Vezet flying up and down without blinking. Vezet flew around Luna and then floated to her side. "Do you have any inspiration?" Luna blinked and nodded slightly, "but it's a secret." She reached out her hand toward Vezet, picked up the falling snowflakes, blew gently, and watched the snowflakes slowly float away. The 2 stayed on the Quidditch field for a while, and after placing their brooms, they walked side by side back to Hogwarts Castle. After lunch break, Vezet found a silver mini phoenix flapping its wings in front of him. He was no longer surprised by this and reached out to touch the Phoenix Guardian's forehead. The Phoenix Patroness made the voice of Dumbledore, "Vezet, if you have time. You can come to my place this afternoon. Cockroach pile." After hearing the command, the gargoyle statue stretched its body and jumped to the side, revealing a spiral staircase behind it. Entering the corridor in front of the principal's office, Vezet had a strange feeling, as if her body had become weak for no apparent reason, and her body was hot and cold as if she had been ill in her previous life. With every step towards the principal's office, this inexplicable weakness grew more severe. Everything around seemed hazy, as if distorted by the high temperature, and nothing could be seen clearly. Laugh, Vezet heard a very slight sound, like the friction sound of striking a match. The distortion around became more intense. The boundaries between the ground, walls, and ceiling were no longer clear. The entire corridor seemed to melt into one piece. The temperature around him seemed to be rising, but to Vizet's surprise, he didn't feel suffocated by it, and the hot and cold feeling was quickly dissipating. He was like a fish that had left the water and was struggling in the cracked soil, and now he had finally returned to the water. Everything around her was becoming clearer, yet it felt so unfamiliar to Vezet. At first it was just a cluster of flames, but in the blink of an eye it quickly grew larger. The flames burned like waves, stirring up thick smoke as they rolled. Thick smoke rose into the sky, then fell rapidly as if being swept by a whirlpool and began to stir the flames. The flames and thick smoke intertwined together, as if the red petals and black stamens bloomed brilliantly, competing with each other in beauty like a sea of flaming flowers. Flowers bloom and fall, even the sea of flaming flowers is no exception. The sea of flaming flowers before his eyes became increasingly withered, until only the original cluster of flames remained, until that cluster of flames also went out. Just when everything around her became completely dark, as if there would be no more warmth and light, Vezet saw a pair of eyes, a pair of gentle and familiar eyes. Those are the eyes from Phoenix Fox. With a long and pleasant cry, the Phoenix Fox appeared before Vizet's eyes and flew high into the darkness. Countless flames surrounded the Phoenix Fox, as if it was chasing the traces of flames, or as if the flames were chasing its figure. The two cycled back and forth as if there was no beginning and no end. The Phoenix Fox spread its wings, engulfed in brilliant flames, and landed in front of Vezet. The flames grew stronger, spreading from the Phoenix Fox's body and igniting Vezet as well. Vezet did not feel the slightest bit of heat. The flames were very close to him. Warmth and excitement lingered in his heart. Phoenix Fox spread his wings again, taking Vezet high into the sky, away from the darkness, until everything around him became familiar. Vezet returned to the corridor, sweating profusely, as if she had just been pulled out of the water. It was December now, but he did not feel the slightest bit of coldness. It seemed as if his palms were continuously generating warmth. He quickly raised his hand and looked at it. There was an orange mark on the palm of his hand, shaped like a phoenix flapping its wings and flying high. He continued to recall the scene at that time. Could it be the Patronus charm? At this moment, the Wizard's Field Guide in my mind suddenly opened, and countless pages flew out of it. Wandless casting is the most effective manifestation. He can control the flames without the help of a wand. It can even control the flames so delicately that it can dry the sweat off the body without damaging the clothes. What did Professor Snape do in the dueling club? Vezet groaned, closing her eyes and recalling the scene in the dueling club. The flaming snake. If that's the case, he shook his wrist gently, and the flames floating above his palm scattered and spread to his whole body in an instant. After a while, he raised one hand and snapped his fingers gently. Flames. Vezet thought of another thing and stared at the flame in her hand in a daze. The reason why Vezet did this was to try and verify what she could do after she understood fire better. Vezet quickly performed the Guardian meditation method to calm herself down as much as possible and immerse herself in understanding these magics, summarizing and absorbing them. The page returned to the Wizard's Field Guide, and the originally blank page showed specific content. The magic wand drew a circular trajectory, and the tip of the magic wand emitted a warm silver light. The flame snake followed the tip of the magic wand, as if it really came alive, twisting its body and turning in a circle. The phoenix mark on the palm of my hand was fading, and the coldness came back from all directions, invading my body through my wet clothes. All the ancient magical power collected during this period was absorbed by one of the pages of the book. Before long, the flames returned to his palms and his body felt comfortable, no longer troubled by the cold. At this moment, Snape's cold voice sounded, "Vezet, why are you here?" This is a method of controlling and using fire that Vezet demonstrated after absorbing the understanding of fire-related magic. Ancient magic, fire mastery, channel ancient magic to cast a fire spell. Enhance the power of magic. Summon a circle of flames around you when you cast fire. The flame did not begin to sway or spread due to his trance and was still able to maintain a stable state. A flame appeared between the index finger and thumb. Vezet looked at the nimble flame snake and frowned. It doesn't feel the same as it did then. It's too abrupt. There's something wrong with the method. It's not just the fire spell and the transformation magic. This is something that can only be done after improving the understanding of the magic of fire. Maintaining and controlling fire can become a subconscious behavior. Compared with various household magic, cleaning the body and clothes in this way is obviously a bit of a waste of time. He spread out his palms, and the flames grew as his palms opened, turning into a blazing flame that burned quietly, releasing heat silently and distorting the surrounding air. What did Professor Snape do at that time? After all, it was a duel with classmates. That flaming snake was definitely not black magic. There was no need to use black magic. The flame that was originally burning normally converged, and its shape became increasingly round, like a bright red snake egg. Vezet suddenly felt a bit cold and looked at the hand with the phoenix mark. A bulge appeared in the egg-shaped flame, and a miniature flame snake emerged from the egg-shaped flame, twisting and winding in the air. Snap. His body was burning like a human body, but the decorations on his clothes were not damaged much. After a long thought, he took the wand and placed it close to the forehead of the fire snake, expecto patronus. He moved his fingers gently, shaping the flame in his palm as if shaping clay. Along with the content of the pages, there are also many magical understandings related to fire. Vezet turned her head to look at the spiral staircase, where Snape, dressed in a black robe, was standing. Snape was holding a cup of potion in his hand. It looked like it had just been brewed and was still steaming. The potion was a clear emerald green color, with a faint, soft, milky white halo floating on the surface of the cup along with the hot steam. This is the Baffy brain stimulant that Madame Pomfrey often mentioned and repeatedly warned Vezet not to take casually. The soft halo on the surface of the cup is one of the characteristics of Baffy's brain-stimulating agent, but as the potion cools, the halo will disappear. Professor Snape. Vezet bowed slightly. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to come here. On your hand. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the palm of Vizet's hand that was holding the fire spell, using the Patronus charm to give it spirituality. Is this your own idea? Yes, Professor Snape. Vezet nodded. I could feel something different from your guidance in the duel. That flaming snake is very special. My original thought was, it should be a combination of fire-generating spells and transformation magic. But it feels wrong. The flaming snake is not spiritual enough. I tried to start from another perspective and restore that feeling as much as possible, so I thought of the Patronus charm. After all, it was because of your guidance that I was able to explore my soul. At that time, you told me that by chanting mantras, one can consciously explore the inner self. So I tried to change my thinking and still use the method of chanting mantras to consciously empower the outer self. But the process of giving it an external appearance is more difficult than I thought, so there isn't much I can do, but at least, it looks much more agile now. He raised his arm and the fire snake was just as he said, much more agile than before, emitting faint heat and wrapping around his arm along his palm. Snape's voice was still cold as he said in a low voice, the general idea is correct. For some reason, compared to his previous cold tone, Vezet always felt that there was a bit of stiffness in Snape's words at this moment, as if he was unwilling to talk about these things. Vezet opened her mouth to say something, but Snape continued, observe. You need to continue observing. If you want to observe a fire snake, for example, you need to observe the snake and learn as much as you can about it, what it can do and how it behaves. Give it what you have learned through the Patronus charm. It will then have an increasing similarity with the things you have observed and learned. Vezet swallowed her saliva, thought about it, and reorganized her words. Professor Snape, is this a process of transformation from virtual to real? Suppose I am observing a fire ash snake from its birth to its disappearance. As my understanding of fire ash snakes deepens, coupled with the spiritual empowerment of the Patronus charm, can I really transform into a fire ash snake? Even let the fire ash snake lay eggs, and use them as potion ingredients? Snape's eyes widened and he looked at Vezet again before he slowly spoke. This is the realm of a potion master and it's not really a fire ash snake. What we need is the properties of the fire ash snake egg. I don't know how other potion masters do it, but at least I use the Patronus charm to complete the process of conferring properties. Of course, no potion master has that much free time. Usually they have to operate in this way because they are lacking some necessary materials or need to change the formula temporarily. I see. Vezet let out a long breath. Only by constantly understanding potion materials and conducting in-depth research on potion properties can we go further on the road of potion making. He suddenly remembered some books he had seen in the library. Although they were classified under the History of Magic section, the contents inside were extremely magical, the kind of magic that even wizards would find magical. The book mentions that there was once a wizard named Gobarat who could make potions with various effects using only a crucible, water, and sugar. If you become a potion master and know enough about everything in the world, you may really be able to do this. You only need water and sugar, a crucible and fire to make all kinds of potions. Although she understood this, Vezet still had other questions in her mind. Professor Snape, we have been talking about potions before. Then can we take a step further in transfiguration magic by giving spirituality through the Patronus charm? You still won't give up. What do you want to do? Snape raised his eyebrows, his expression becoming more complicated. A real fire ash snake is a living being and it can continue to live. Life is an extremely complex existence, so complex that. He hesitated. Anyway, don't even think about it. The so-called transformation into a real fire ash snake is just your wishful thinking. What you can observe is only one side of the fire ash snake. How can you be sure that it doesn't have another side? Life is vivid and three-dimensional. No one can really grasp it. Even if you can transform the fire ash snake in your memory, so what? It's just a flimsy puppet that acts according to your wishes. It has no practical significance. Snape's voice rose higher and higher until it sounded like a scolding. When he finished his last sentence, his face showed great pain. But it was only a moment, and he returned to his original appearance with a cold, gloomy, and unkind look in his eyes. Vezet blinked, feeling a little dazed, as if what she just saw was just an illusion. Professor Snape. Vezet was about to speak when she was interrupted by Snape. Do you know what this potion is? Vezet immediately said, Professor Snape, it's the Buffy Brain Wake Up. The halo on the surface of the cup became fainter, and even the heat was reduced a lot. Very good, 1 point deducted from Ravenclaw. Snape handed the potion to Vezet. Since you are here, give it to Dumbledore, 1 point added to Ravenclaw. 1 point will be deducted for a correct answer. Then add this point back. Watching Snape's hurriedly leaving back, Vezet felt a little confused. This is probably the special feature of the Hawthorn wand. He let out a long breath, dispelled the fire snake in his hand, glanced at the slightly shaking potion, and walked into the principal's office holding the cup in both hands. Dumbledore must have gone out to meet someone, so the door to the headmaster's office was open. Vezet looked at the bird stand nearby. The old and frail phoenix fox was not there, but there was a pile of ashes on the ground. There was a faint smell of cigarette smoke in the principal's office. The ashes had not yet been completely extinguished, and sparks would occasionally appear. Along with the flying of sparks, the ashes would occasionally emit a fiery red light that would appear and disappear from time to time, as if breathing. It has indeed reached nirvana. Vezet placed the potion on the desk and hurriedly walked towards the pile of ashes under the bird station. No wonder there is such a special situation. When he saw the phoenix mark on the palm of his hand, he had already confirmed what he had in mind. The connection between the mark and the phoenix has always existed, so he was able to experience the moment of the phoenix's rebirth. After all, Phoenix Fox has maintained that appearance for a long time, and it is possible for it to embrace the flames and be reborn from the ashes at any time. The fiery red light that appeared and disappeared from time to time completely disappeared, and it was like completely cooled ashes that suddenly trembled, and a wrinkled little head popped out from it. The head has already popped out, and Phoenix Fox has also found the right direction, and just like that, he twisted out from the ashes. It looked in the direction of the ashes, and those ashes seemed to be responding to some kind of call. They flew into the air with a whoosh, and then fell on the body of the Phoenix Fox and merged into its bare skin. Just as Vezet stretched out her hand and was about to pick up the Phoenix Fox, there was a sound of metal collision and a hoarse and vicissitudes voice outside. You should let me kill it. That thing just now looked disgusting. It's definitely not a good thing. Dumbledore's kind and patient voice sounded, Altum, thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. We are almost there. An old and gentle voice said, Albus, is it really possible to restore his memory? In fact, I have consulted many wizards, but they are all helpless. Marlowe, at least we should keep hope, right? Dumbledore said calmly, given Artem's current condition, if we don't think of a solution. The sound was getting closer. Vezet took the Phoenix Fox back to the bird stand, adjusted her clothes a little, and waited for Dumbledore to return to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore walked into the headmaster's office first, smiled when he saw Vezet, and began to introduce them. Vezet, this is Professor Marlowe Furfang, and this is Artem Avakian. Marlowe Furfang has gray hair on his temples, a thick silver-gray beard, dark circles under his eyes, and looks a little tired. Artem Avakian was older, with an unhealthy graying hair and beard, and he wore a thick, faded black robe with all kinds of scars on his exposed skin. All we can say is that this robe used to be black, but now because of all the dirt, it has become a chaotic mixture of black, white, gray, and yellow. As the hem of the robe sways, it continues to make metallic collision sounds. Before Vezet could say anything, Artem was the first to shout, but he wasn't yelling at Vezet but at the portrait of the principal at the end of the room. There are so many mermaids. These guys are lying in ambush here, they must be preparing to attack us. It doesn't matter, watch me kill him, he yelled, reaching into the pocket of his robe and pulling out a piece of newspaper rolled into a stick. He waved his wrist wildly, chanting a spell with great determination, Locomotor Inimicum. Ah, it didn't work, did it? Looks like he's a tough guy with a lot of chips. This is a bit tricky, Locomotor Revelio. As if realizing there was no response, he repeated the motions of chanting the spell, chanting a slightly different spell. Not only was the spell different, but the target he was targeting had also shifted from the headmaster's portrait to a cabinet nearby, as if he was locking onto the sorting hat inside. Dumbledore hooked his finger, caught the cup of potion that flew over, pushed it to Marlowe Furfang and said, Marlowe, this is the barfy brain-stimulating potion you asked me to prepare. The quality is quite outstanding. Marlowe Furfang said in a surprised tone, approaching Artem Avakian and raising his glass, give me some face, I'll toast to you. Artem Avakian took a step back, holding his clothes, trying to avoid the clinking sound of metal collision. He looked suspicious. Does this cost money? You won't wait for me to drink before asking me to treat you again? You guys are very mean. I have lost all my chips. Marlowe Furfang said quickly, of course not. I will definitely treat you. That's great, let's do it. Artem Avakian laughed and stretched out his hand in another direction. Marlowe Furfang was very skilled. When he saw Artem Avakian open his mouth, he immediately moved the cup closer and drank all the potion. Burp. Artem Avakian drank the potion obediently, burped, and finally calmed down, just standing there in a daze. Excellent quality. Marlowe Furfang put the cup back on the desk, as if he was relieved. The BAFE brain stimulant I used to calm him down will take at least half an hour to calm down. Vezet stepped forward and saluted, then said politely, Professor F. Fang, I'm Vezet Lovegood, nice to meet you. Vezet Lovegood. Marlowe Furfang murmured, looking at Vezet carefully, nice to meet you. Dumbledore knocked on the desk and a teapot and cups immediately appeared in front of him. Come and sit for a while, have some hot tea and some snacks to warm yourself up. After Marlowe Furfang sat down, Vezet glanced at Artem Avakian, who was standing. Wait a little longer, Marlowe Furfang said. The Buffy brain stimulant has just taken effect. He will regain consciousness in a while. Okay. Vezet nodded and sat down. Marlowe Furfang turned his head and looked at Vezet again. When Damocles came to visit us before, he mentioned a new junior potion master in England. He said that the junior potion master should be a student, but his potion skills are quite advanced, I think. The person he was talking about should be you, right? Vezet nodded slightly. Professor Furfang, if there is no one who happens to have the same name as me and also happens to be the junior potion master in England, it should be me. It's mainly because Professor Snape taught me well and I just brewed some regular potions, so the quality is more stable. In terms of potions, I still have a lot to learn. Marlowe Furfang nodded gently with a kind smile on his face. Well, he's a good kid, Damocles. Dumbledore also smiled and added 3 sugar cubes to the tea. Marlowe, the person who visited you was Damocles Belby. Marlowe Furfang nodded. I have had contact with him before, so after he received the Order of Merlin, he came to thank me. Vezet listened quietly at the side and managed to understand the content of the conversation between Dumbledore and Marlowe. Damocles Belby is also a potion master. According to the Daily Prophet, he recently received an Order of Merlin for inventing the Wolfsbane potion. Marlowe Furfang is an authority on werewolf research and can even be said to be unprecedented. Regardless of his own safety, he lived with werewolves for a long time, conducted a comprehensive study of werewolves' habits, and summed up many relevant theories. Damocles Belby would make a special trip to thank Marlowe Furfang, indicating that Marlowe Furfang contributed a lot of valuable information. Marlowe and Dumbledore chatted for a while, then turned the topic to Vezet. Albus, no one should be coming, right? Marlowe Furfang turned around and glanced at the door, took a sip of black tea and asked, the person who can help restore memory. Could it be Vezet? It's not that I don't believe in your judgment, but he is too young. In fact, I have also looked for many potion masters before, including Damocles. Marlowe, I understand you. It's normal to have such thoughts. Dumbledore nodded slightly, but at least we should try. He pushed a piece of blueberry cake to Marlowe Furfang and poured some tea to Vezet. Vezet, tell us in detail, Mr. Altum, which book is he the protagonist of? Can you explain it in more detail? Vezet blinked and took advantage of the tea time to sort out the thoughts in her mind. When I was in the room just now, I heard a ding-dong sound coming from outside the door. I think it should be the sound of coins, and they were copper nuts. When Mr. Avakian looked around and talked to you, he always mentioned a key word, chips. In Wandering with Werewolves, chips is a word that appears frequently, so he should be the protagonist of this book. Of course, there is a simpler way to judge. He changed the subject and said, I know that Professor Furfang is an authority on werewolf research. And the Daily Prophet once published a report about Mr. Belby. He won the award because he invented the Wolfsbane potion. Adding 2 elements related to werewolves together, I think Mr. Avakian should also be related to werewolves, so we can draw the same conclusion. The plot at the beginning of Wandering with Werewolves can actually connect to the story of Traveling with Vampires. After the protagonist sent the vampire back to his hometown, he won the favor of the vampire's sister. In order to avoid being bound by marriage, the protagonist abandoned his luggage and left the manor with a few copper nut coins in his pocket. After leaving the manor, the protagonist hid in a village where dark wizards gathered. He used a few copper nuts as chips to make a small fortune. He gradually became famous, which inevitably attracted the attention of the dark wizard behind the scenes. The real identity of the black wizard behind the scenes is a werewolf. The protagonist cast a spell to restore human form on the night of the full moon, allowing the werewolf to successfully transform back into human form. He followed the protagonist to leave the village and embarked on a wandering life together. Whenever the word chips is mentioned, it is the protagonist's declaration of victory after winning. All the magic I master are chips for betting on success or failure. I have too many chips, so you will never be able to defeat me. Chips. Those are good stuff. Artem Avakian, who had been standing, seemed to finally wake up and sat down on his seat. Marlowe, how do you feel now? Dumbledore looked at Marlowe Furfang. Actually, what I want to say is, he is quite familiar with Lockhart and has learned some tricks. Marlowe Furfang suddenly realized, you mean, The forgetfulness spell that even you can't break. Before Dumbledore could speak, Artem Avakian said excitedly, "What are you waiting for? Try it now." If I didn't have the BAFE brain stimulant, I would be like a madman every day. I might as well give it a try, even if there's only one chip it's still a chance, since the parties involved have no objection. Dumbledore showed a helpless smile. "Vezet, you give it a try. Okay?" Vezet looked at Artem Avakian. "Mr. Avakian, do you think the sense of accomplishment after winning the chips is your favorite emotion?" Artem Avakian raised his eyebrows and said with great joy, "Of course. Especially when you win big with a small investment, that feeling is simply like drinking a large pot of mandrake leaf tea." Vezet coughed lightly, nodded and said, "I see, a sense of accomplishment. Then I'll get started." He raised his wand, pressed it against Artem Avakian's temple and chanted the spell to break the Oblivion curse, "Hang in the air." As Vizet's understanding of mental magic has improved, he has become more skilled in casting spells, and he is using his sense of accomplishment as a fulcrum to restore Artem Avakian's memory. Something unexpected happened to him. In Artem Avakian's memory, there was no memory affected by the forgetfulness spell at all. Vezet opened her eyes and spoke truthfully about what had just happened. "Principal Dumbledore, I can't find any memory related to this. I'm afraid the memory is with Lockhart." Dumbledore nodded slightly and said gently, "It's been hard work, it's not surprising." Marlowe Furfang shrugged and sighed helplessly. Artem Avakian spat, "Looks like I lost. That B*** D is so cunning. Actually, I have another question in my mind." Vezet looked at the three people in front of her. "Mr. Fufang, since you are familiar with Belby, why can't you ask him to come up with some solutions? In this case, perhaps there is no need to reinstate Mr. Avakian, and Professor Lockhart can be charged. At least the Ministry of Magic will conduct an investigation, right?" Marlowe Fufang showed a helpless expression, hesitating to say, "This, or the problem is mainly with me." Artem Avakian shrugged, "I'm not a good person. The reason why I go after dark wizards or dangerous magical animals is mainly because the bonuses are high. Actually, my hobby is..." He took out a handful of copper nuts from his pocket. "A small investment can bring great results. That's why I like to use copper nuts. Although the value is very low, if you put a lot of them on display, it's pretty impressive. Because of this special hobby, few people are willing to testify. In Armenia, I still have some criminal records. If I don't have real memories, no one is willing to believe me. That's it." Marlowe Furfang shrugged. "Gilderoy Lockhart is very smart. He specifically targets wizards like these, not very glorious ones, so it's difficult for them to be detected."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.